You're here! I'm here! Elvis! It's good to be home again. In more ways than one. Got to charge my phone. But I brought my charger. Let's do this, Matt. Ether to ether. Tell me, Zoe, in the course of watching me, have you learned aught of value? Dynamis, you say? Curious that such an obscure phenomenon should be of interest to you. Chief Hermes, what good fortune to find you here. Is something the matter? The lichen. I'm afraid it's done it again. No sooner did we release one for observation than it set upon nearby occupants, slaughtering them. Is the creature hungry? Or somehow provoked? I just fed them myself, and the occupants were keeping a wide berth. The nature of the lichen that is to blame. Their innate viciousness. Temperament aside, it's an outstanding creation. Perfect in form and function. Though it may not be suited for release, I have no doubt that the Bureau will accept its concept for preservation. In any case, there's no point in postponing the inevitable. Doros will revert them all once the paperwork is in order. Where is the scene of the incident? Just off the path of the 12 Wonders. As you make your way, you should see it on the left. Don't know if Doros is still there, however. Hermes, wait! If this is part of his work, then I would observe. We follow. Place is so beautiful. Oh. I see how it is. Oh, how does one even get up there? A question that must be answered. Relative soonness? You could answer, but you won't. Black lacerations. The burns are unmistakable. Like was indeed responsible. Damn straight, damn straight! The creature's nowhere to be seen. Thoros must have taken it away. The man makes his base at 12 Wonders. Should go and seek him out there. Silk and I will search the area for good measure, just to make make sure the Lycan did not escape. Aye, thanks. Let's meet at the 12 Wonders when you have finished. I will go on ahead. Please follow us, Zoe. Come. It's down this path and over the bridge. Wow. BRB, OKE. The dinner bell. Rips. There it is, the 12 Wonders. Hermes is looking for Doros. Let's look for Doros too. The man with long blonde hair, I think. I'll know when I see him. No new races, by the way. Long blonde hair. Doros! That's Doros! Well now, if it isn't Mitron, what brings you here? I thought I heard familiar voices. I didn't realize you two had decided to help me search for Doros. Thank you. You're in charge of the Lycanaes, I believe. Where are they now? Out in the fields and restraints. Frenzies as they were, can well return them to the kits. Submit my report, I'll see them reverted without delay. As he says, the beasts are indeed quite ferocious. You're one of the 14! What brings you here? Nothing you need to concern yourself with, as you were. We've heard the news, that a Lycan slaughtered Occupes. As the observer in charge, you are of the opinion they are not fit to be released? I am. Their abnormal aggression and exceptional strength makes for a highly problematic combination. It matters not where they are released. Lycanaes will threaten other species and upset the natural order. Coming! They have some food. love the taste of food. That's been observed as an outlier. Baby. Wow. Ah. Even when we used Cairo to begin with a fresh light, their behavior was unchanged. Kairos. Memory reconfiguration system. The chief himself created it. Allows us to erase or alter memories. We observe creations of different environmental conditions, without needing to remake them from scratch. Quite impressive. And potentially dangerous. Depending on the intensity of etheric emissions, Astrop may wish to have words with you. Rest assured, I've kept all values within pre-described limits. To prevent misuse, its applications are limited to those authorized by the Chief Overseer. Do not misunderstand. To manipulate a subject's memories is an intrusive act I deeply abhor, but it's still preferable to execution. Come now, Chief. Let's not be so melodramatic. What was born of ether is simply being reduced to its original state. I know the distinctions concern you, but we mustn't lose sight of the bigger picture, making rational choices for the sake of a more prosperous star. If a creation cannot be properly studied, even with the aid of Kairos, we can remake it. We will make it. The creation is deemed detrimental existence, we unmake it. It is all for the greater good, and none question the necessity of such routine processes. I understand these things, I do. I never think to unleash a clear and undeniable threat unto the world. Yet insignificant though their individual lives may be next to all creation, it's all the likeness have. Before we seal their fates, we owe it to these beings to exhaust all options, to ensure that nothing has been overlooked. If you insist, we provide you with a full report. We may take it from there. Would it be possible for us to attend the discussion, that Emmett Silk may better carry out his duties? By all means. Pray show them to the meeting room. Man, other beings are just things, to be used and controlled, like magic. That's what Hermes told me once. Sentimental gift. You need to be an Eleki to feel the weight bearing down there. I fear this discussion may take a while, during which time... Mitron? Are you feeling unwell? It's not me, Hermes. It's you. I won't go to the meeting. I'll stay with Zoe. Loath though I meant to impose, may I leave Mitron in your care again? I'm in your debt. If you'll excuse me. Can you help me with something, Zoe? Meeting will make Hermes sad. I want to cheer him up with a flower. Hermes likes flowers the most, of all the creations in Elpis. Most creations are expected to be interesting, beautiful, or strong, better in some way. Flowers are different. They're designed to suit our emotions, what we feel and want to convey. Hermes likes that. I can't make flowers, so I'll search for one. I want you to search with me. Start here at the 12 Wonders. We're gonna go get an etherite. Huh? You're not an enemy. I hope this isn't a one-way trip. Oh! Danger! Oh shit. Where'd she go? Matron! Got all about you.
That was good enough. Hey, it's on a cutscene.
It's not a cutscene.
Oh, that's new and exciting.
Hey, I think I might be close to a dungeon.
I was unaware that Final Fantasy 74 didn't have anything but a cutscene.
I swear to you, there is gameplay.
Okay, well, so far the only gameplay I've seen is, I think, one boss fight, and that running you're just doing right now.
Well,
That's pretty much it.
that's quite the low ratio, but, you know, it's better than nothing.
Would you say there's a lot of gameplay?
There, like, when you're done with the story, you'll be gaming a lot. Don't you worry about that.
Which did you use? 70 by 200?
Oh, is that the one with the smaller lens?
Nope.
I use the one with the smaller lens.
Alright. Tomorrow, you'll call.
Hooray.
And do all your stuff, and hopefully it will come out perfectly, and we'll send it off tomorrow!
That sounds great.
I'm marking up a story.
Indeed.
Now that
It's worth it. An excellent feast.
actually, I tell you, man, there's nothing wrong with grilled cheese.
Nuh-uh, especially not with that mixed in.
I don't know what the secret to that was.
What?
Hamburger, ketchup, and a little bit of cheese.
Mmm. Well, there's always something big. Huge. Ah!
You still running?
I'm still running.
How'd it go today?
Great.
Easy peasy, nothing.
No crazy event what sort. Nice and simple.
Good. I like it.
Yep.
You're small.
It's a nice humble feeling.
Toast on toast.
Mm-hmm. Fields over there. Something after that, I promise. Green fields stretch out before you, heading where the sky begins. Nothing. That shiny thing over there. What could it be? It always goes back to the Elpis. Elpis flowers. They're here too. Hermes likes and dislikes them at the same time. Like me, they're Endewalikes. Like me, they feel his pain and turn dark. That's only for Hermes, though. For others, they're always white and bright. Truly? The flower was dark in your home? Then, do you have it too? A dark emotion? Hmm. I see. Hermes has felt the same. Fire burning in your breast. A trembling hand. But no one understands. Please, though, won't you lend them to me? Your fury and frustration? I want you to make the flower dark, in front of Hermes. He's been in a dark place since before he created me. He needs to know that he isn't in the lair alone. That others are sad too. Truly? You'll do it? Thank you, Zoe. Thank you. It means more to me than I can say. Can't wait to see how Hermes reacts. Let's go back and fetch him. They're all still talking. Let's wait until they finished. They talked all day!
Hermes!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
You've finished talking?
Yes, we've come to a decision. My thanks for keeping Meteon company. Selk and Hythlodaeus have already retired to their rooms. There is room for you too, if you would follow me.
Wait! I want to show you something first.
Elpis flowers?
Go on. You're not the only one, Hermes. Others feel sad too. You're not alone.
I see Meteon has shared much with you. May we talk a moment?
Woof woof! Hedgehog!
I do not think it wrong that we live for the star, that we strive to make it a better place. And yet, in carrying out my duties here, there are times when I am plagued by doubt. Do you recall what Hythlodaeus said when we first spoke of my nomination? Death is the privilege of those who have fulfilled their purpose, a choice they embrace of their own free will, and when they depart, it is always beautiful. Perhaps it is, but only for man. Creations that he deems useless are discarded with nary a second thought. Some scarcely born into the world, afforded a handful of breaths before life and potential are abruptly extinguished. We make an effort to spare them the pain, but they sense what awaits. Rage and anguish and cower and fear, and it is not beautiful. Yet no one cares. No one. So fixated are we upon the duty that we do not pause to question the method. Pain and suffering, confusion and despair, writ plain in the eyes of those poor creatures. Yet no one sees. We turn a blind eye and carry on in blissful ignorance. Nor to miss. And always, always the blossoms shine pure and white. A contradiction so blatant I could scream, want to scream. How can you all accept this aberration? Then I wonder, am I the aberration for thinking thus? And I am filled with dread. But now I know I'm not alone. Not the only one for whom the flowers weep. Owen asked what you thought as you kneeled beside the Alpes, or if you only did it at Meteion's insistence. Nevertheless, I thank you. To know that you too have experienced suffering is a comfort. Lest you misunderstand, I derive no pleasure from your pain. It's just the fact that you are still here in spite of your suffering gives me heart. The stars in the heavens, know you what they are? Though it is too far to tell, each glittering light could be a world not unlike Aetheris. A world filled with life. So many stars, so many lives. For us, there may be no higher purpose than to live for our world. But what of the other living beings out there? What is it that gives their lives meaning? That drives them day after day after day? To pose that question to our undiscovered cousins, I created beings of dynamis, who can traverse the vast emptiness between the stars. Meteion and her sisters. Aye, sisters. She has a great many of them, and they have already departed on their journey, traveling to one star and then the next in search of life. As one might expect, exploration on such a grand scale is rife with difficulties, and thus far I've naught to show for it. But I have faith that we will make some manner of discovery ere long. And when we do, I should be glad to share our findings with you, in gratitude for your kindness. It's getting rather late. We had best find our beds. It would not do for both of us to be sleep-deprived on the morrow. Come, Meteion. Let us head back.
All right.
Hmm. Hmm. Be able to get some rest? Please don't hesitate to let us know if you're feeling tired, or we might exhaust your scarce reserves of ether. The prodigal familiar returns, causing all manner of trouble while we were in our meeting, I'm sure. Glenn Hermes saw the flowers. Thank you, Zoe. Help, I hope. They'll be difficult for him. Verdict and execution. An all too brief interlude, perhaps. It's time I attend my next task. As Ametselks and Hythlodaeus are aware, he reached a verdict regarding the fate of the likeness. 7 were created for observation, and all 7 must be unmade. Doros had followed the correct protocols, and, as Chief Overseer, I can find no fault in his judgment. The likeness would disrupt the natural order, ravaging and consuming other species until they themselves starve and perish. They cannot be released into the wild, and they cannot be allowed to remain here in Elpis. I intend to petition the Bureau of Architect to have the concept preserved as a restricted purpose hazardous light form. Hythlodaeus has pledged to support me in this endeavor. Yet whatever the Bureau decides, the existing lichenids have served their purpose. Doros has already isolated the creatures and is preparing to carry out the necessary measures. I will join him forthwith. It is my duty to witness the conclusion to this study. You are resolved, then we have but to accompany you. Of course. Let us be off then. We return to the main aisle. Hippothato. Hippotho? Kipasso. Ah. Doros, are you hurt? What happened here? They caught me off guard. I had them bound with ethereal shackles, but they became frenzied, even more so than usual, and broke free. I was able to stop 4. The other 3 escaped. I see. 2 have taken to the air above the 12 wonders. The last is up ahead, lurking in the fields. You and Zoe handle that one. The pair in the sky you can leave to me. If this is how it must end, then so be it. We're under assistance, damn it, Selk. Unneeded though it is. Matron, you're to stay here with Doros. But Hermes! The likeness must be reverted. I would spare you their pain. And mine. This is my burden, not yours. If you're intent on helping, then please follow my lead. Never mind my wounds. They're easily healed. The lichen is what concerns me. Stay with Hermes, though. I need someone. When the time comes. Tension. That's Bat's horse. A rank. Oh. Huh. I know mounts can fly, but I appreciate your help, and lament that it is necessary. There is our quarry, within striking distance at present, but it feels threatened, and will flee beyond our reach. Here's my plan. You'll approach slowly, in full view, and draw the lichen's attention. Now I warn you, its abilities are as fiery as its temperament. Once it spots you, it will unleash orbs of flame. But fear not. By my measure, you are more than equal to the task. Withstand the onslaught for a few brief moments, and I'll give you the time to catch it unawares. Ready? Then let us begin. Get stunned to fire!
Now.
Cadenza.
Oh. Forgive me. Please, forgive me. May you and your kin find peace. Wherever your souls may drift in the underworld, may you find tranquil seas. Be not forgotten, in concept endure, to reclaim form and one day live again. Serve not the star, or any purpose save your own. Live again. if that be your desire. Hate, if that be your want. We are worthy. But leave your suffering behind. Lay down your burdens, be born anew. Fly high, fly free.
Pardon me.
You be pardoned.
Join the convocation, Hermes. You do not belong here.
Leave to replace another. To be replaced. It changes nothing. Tell me, do you think it right that we sacrifice all these lives for the sake of the star? And when the star has reached perfection, what then? If all who are satisfied choose to die, shall we all die in satisfaction? I do not know. Were I to take up the seat of Van Daniel, it would be tantamount to approving my predecessor's death. I do not know if it is right. And to be torn by such thoughts, I do not know if I am fit to represent mankind.
Hermes! Please don't be angry. It hurts so.
Forgive me. If you would still consider me in spite of everything, I beg some time to gather my thoughts. Meanwhile, Hythlodaeus, I fear I must trouble you to attend to the others.
'Tis no trouble at all. Take as long as you require.
And you, my friend, I pray you find that which you seek.
I expect we have some few matters to discuss. Shall we return to the 12 Wonders for a time?
Aye.
Hmm. Whoever Lycanese have been taken care of. It is resolved and life in Elpis continues as normal. Or ends, as the case may be. Rationally speaking, I understand Hermes' argument. No matter how well deserved the rest, the pang of sadness when a colleague leaves us. Yet never has a departure caused me such grief as Hermes appears to feel. What must it be like to experience such torment? Shit! I was afraid of that! Looks like it's time for a leveling roulette. I wonder. Uh, hmm. Hmm. But maybe. Familiar essence you have. Kind of a familiar, if you're familiar with my concept. Little joke. So what? My patho. Patho. Mew. Mew. Yes, we're into that. So say hello to our familiar friend here. She's all Aloris. The Alori are one of our newest creations. Highly attuned abnormalities in their environment. For sign of danger, they'll sound the alarm, which means mew loudly. Do our best to observe all our creations. Those are simply too large to maintain a constant vigil over each and every temperamental species. More efficient means of detecting conflict between creatures was in order. Thus, I have taken this Alurus under my wing to further develop her capabilities in this area. She does enjoy our little walks. This morning we were testing her ability to pinpoint sites of conflict. Would you like to observe? We tell her her task has begun. She'll do her utmost to locate disruptive creatures. Please do subdue any unruly subjects once you've found them. Can't have beasts running amok. Mew! 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 Two nearby creatures facing one another down. You expectantly. Mew! I contend, in the name of science, what are the results? As expected. Well done, little one. Magnificent creatures, the both of you. A shame we cannot give you a pair of tiny wings and a belt, too. It's against protocol, I'm afraid. Elora are enhanced with theirs at birth, enchanted with theirs at birth, so they're able to acclimate properly. Certain you have your own unique potential to rise to, however. In fact, why not join us for another phase of testing? Ah. Definitely later. Welcome, friend, to Agnorsis. I'm Socrates. Manage the region under the authority of Chief Hermes, head overseer of Alpus. You are... Oh, how unusual. A soul-bearing familiar. A familiar must have a mission, and yet you offer no message and carry no cargo. Perhaps here for purposes of observation? Yes, that must be it. In which case, you only mention my name to the Chamel, and we can gladly give you a tour of our domain. Soak it all in. Yes? Yes, what can I do for you? Zo, is it? Overseer Sokol wishes me to act as your guide? Oh. Oh. No. I didn't mean it like that. We'll be more than happy to show you around. I've been wondering why the Overseer chose to send you to me of all people. I haven't been here long myself, truth be told. Though quite recently. I was wholly engaged in a prolonged research project at Academia Anator. Sure, there are other more experienced individuals who could provide a more comprehensive... The grumbling is hardly constructive now, is it? Task was given to me, and I will attempt to cover the most salient features of our facilities. To the best of my abilities. After all, it's not every day that one is asked to indulge the curiosity of such a rare and fascinating visitor. Commence the tour this very moment, if you like. And let us begin. Rather than have me lecture you as I walk along, learning firsthand what we do in Agnorsis will provide more beneficial. I'll point you in the right direction. You can question my colleagues to your heart's content. Once you've completed a circuit, you can return and speak to Overseer Socrates. Charmelin. Oh, and who's your friend? Azim's familiar? Well, you appear so astute and deliberate in your thinking. I should very much like to make an extended study of your composition and consciousness. Oh, do forgive my forwardness. My duty to chart the behavior of familiars, I find it ever so diverting. Arcane servants are rarely permitted to roam the world at will, you see. Our research here has given special desperation. Once the subjects are properly registered as concepts, of course. There are times when familiars are tasked with tending cattle. One more core must coexist with other living beings. Such projects are brought to me. I'm responsible for observing and evaluating their potential capabilities. But of course, if Azim might grant us permission, then you can abide here for a few years while I analyze. And on that note, you must really be moving along. Step lively, Zo. Still here? A request for full compositional analysis been granted? No. What do we have here? A familiar of some kind, judging by your ethereal structure. Yes, I'm accompanying Zoe here on a tour of our ground Agnorsis, and the behest of the Overseer. Tour? Feel free to wander as you please, of course, but I advise keeping your distance from larger creatures. The fauna I have under observation occupy the top tier of the food chain. I do not take kindly to intruders in their territory, especially the specimens found on other islands. They can be exceedingly hostile. Well, I'm sure you're quite capable of defending yourself. No one appreciates a surprise tusk through an abdomen, eh? Thank you for the warning. See with due caution. Hello, Charmon. Was there something? Overseer asked to give this familiar a tour of the grounds. Thought the best way to do that is to show what we do here firsthand. I see. Well, my work is rather difficult to demonstrate, a brief explanation will suffice. Creations are many and varied, but I mainly preside over the plant life. When it comes to watching certain grasses grow, it must be something to observe over the course of several years. In the case of trees, sometimes decades. Tedious, perhaps, yet necessary. Plants are capable of altering an entire habitat. Their presence as food source has an enormous influence on the local wildlife. Was that the sort of thing you wish to know? Yes, that was perfect. Thank you. I think you've covered the main areas of interest. What's up now is to speak with Overseer Socrates. I see you've completed your tour. Almost. You spoke with those in charge of the various facets of Anagrius. I thought it'd be fitting to end the visit where it began. With you, Overseer Socrates. I see. What is your impression of the work we do here? I'm glad we could help further your worldly education. I'm glad to see you enjoyed the experience. At least I hope you did. You truly are a masterpiece of creation, while only a soul-bearing familiar could demonstrate such robust cognitive faculties. Cognitive and cognative.
Cognitive.
Cognitive! Maybe perhaps that the name designed it better. Something special has been woven into your aura. You have an intriguing presence, to say the least. Please stay a while and share more of your thoughts with us. Yes, I second this invitation. In all the long years I've resided here, never have I encountered such a unique entity. One of Asm's, no less. I'm gonna hit the wall! Damn it! And Agnes' footsteps. But look, we will brave the jungles unscathed. We searched for a group of refugees that became separated from. Chaos unfolded around us. I fled in the direction of the Agma Temple, along with a few others. There, one of those terrible beasts fell upon us. I lost track of my group with the chaos. While I was able to make my way here, none of the others have. I worry for their safety. Unlike nothing more than the search myself, but all hands are required to defend this place. The Aga Temple's to the west. Please journey there and guide anyone you can to find back here. I only hope some manage to survive the madness. What? Oh, you're kneeling. What? What? I was only looking away for a minute, man! Buy it. No, you have to buy a two-seater. I can seek these out myself. I know we are beset by monsters, beasts, and worse. Whatever in heaven wants the strength to give, I would ask for your aid. I need a brave soul to help patrol the area in search of any lost refugees. I would ask my brothers and sisters of the Radiant Host, but our numbers have been greatly diminished. It's all we can do to keep the darkness from swallowing the settlement whole. Very good. Shall be heartening to have another warrior by my side. Let's commence at once. I can't be wandering around in these clothes. Not around here. That was in Gil. $70 Gil. Northwest, 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 southwest! We should begin patrol by heading south, route through which may refugees from Yellum Pass. Cover more ground if we split into two groups. Should find anyone in need, go to their aid. Discover any discarded effects, collect them for safekeeping. If you should encounter one or more of those terrible beasts, slay it where it stands. Made a good thorough search of the area. Don't go back here. Gods. Gods. Oh, whatever, Matt. Dang, I must have really missed this thing. Gameplay! On the other side of this pool. Southwest. Southwest. Oh, what do you know? I'll be heading there eventually. Well, maybe there won't be enough experience. Two birds with one stone. See a strange statuette lying on the ground, depicting a woman wearing a beastly mask. It'd be best to collect it. Um. Is it the guy's gone? Thank the gods. I would have surely died without your help. What are you doing out here? I see. So the Radiant host looks over us yet. For that I'm grateful. Well, I suppose if I follow the path you took to get here, I should be safe on my way back. You didn't leave anything alive, did you? Nice. To the north and the west. Everything we know, we have to keep abreast. To the north and the west. Welcome back. Heard all about your noble deed. I want to thank you for protecting those we cannot. Well, and my thanks to hers. You gotta be nothing but food for the beasts. You've more than earned a reward for your time. Speak with me again at Pathwell's stand and I'll ensure that you get it. Monkey! Monkey. 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 Why am I here and not doing the thing? There's only one thing you could possibly be talking about. As to why I'm not doing it, I am, lacking experience. So, yeah. Well, leveling real quick. That's what I thought. I thought, hey, maybe I'll get experience by doing all the missed ether current quests. Maybe that'll work instead. 2 birds with 1 stone and whatnot. Then I saw this monkey and I wanted to kill it. No proof I didn't? Well, we could call it a draw. You refuse. I refuse your refusal. Who are you? You here to save me? Of course, I knew she wouldn't forget about us. The beast prowled the area for some time, but it managed to find refuge among these rocks. However, I've been too frightened to set foot by their shelter for fear of drawing their attention to some hungry animal. Guys that have all the ether currents, I was catching up to you! We gotta tread carefully. I had an issue with levels since the start. Well, I'll be. Got all the ether currents when able, so that helped. So there you go. Cutscene BRB, okay yee. Why is this guy so slow? This is basically Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, nothing you're not used to. Nothing I'm not used to. I was there. I saw Mr. Snake. He won. Oh, I'm so glad he avoided those AoEs. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You win. I don't know how to thank you. You saved my life. Please tell that brave woman from the Radiant Host I have arrived safe and sound. Think of a way to repay your bravery. Did I ever remember to get the ether current? Damn it. This one seems very familiar.
Hello, Beck. Hello, Beck.
Watched your arrival. The man from the group I was with. No joy to see him safe. For scoring him here. Surely worth the reputation you've earned. Dare see what Agnew would be weird out of your bravery. Story merchant rock is sorted down. Here is land to show the island war broke out. It's been enough for to save the lives. All were injured in the conflict. Saw no tribes, but those in need. Not so different from you. Throws yourself into the maw of danger to save someone they never met. Agma's spirit lives on today. It's through your selfless deeds. Take this reward, although I have no doubt you would deny it if I let you. Once my watch has ended, I shall patrol the woods in search of any more hiding amongst the trees.
Yes, ma'am. Where are you? Coming? Generally, we just do one.
That is vast. Blinding lights can save precious indeed. Curious what it depicts. So your goddess is salt strength of the Murga. Risk with the beast best of all to Murga. The wisdom did Murga do the same, placing his own head on immense Suya. Divine beings give strength, wisdom, and peace. Their flight. Hearts will completely feel down and try for help. A figure so far, like beloved by its owner. So we do what we can to see if we can return to them. Thank you for your help today, traveler.
Yes,
Was the end of our era.
because it's an automated system. Yes, ma'am. They're recording. Yes, ma'am. We do that. Christmas card? Generally, our sessions start at 3:30. No, and you get. Okay, so these are going to be drop shipped on the 20th, and the estimated delivery date is. Well, normally they would have already been sent to you. But I can send something to the lab and have them ship it to you instead. See if I can- And as always, the thing about when people pre-order something, they don't like it, you give 100%. You're never on the hook. Your email is jfm1234@msn.com. Alright, I'll send you the link. Put down. Oh, okay.
Only two. In hindsight, probably should have gotten more stuff on the postmaster bill unboard.
Hello, my student here from Jacob. Come on, Jake. Have you done with the fix? Phone call? A little bit. Yes, ma'am. We're going to be shipped to 9903 Jacksonville Drive. No, you should be able to download that right now. Yes, ma'am. You should be able to download link. Come in. Yes, ma'am. I gotta fix this right now. I have no idea. Yeah, well, I just lost my shirt. Okay. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. But yes, your pictures are in the pipeline. The lab is a little bit backed up.
Name that way.
No, ma'am.
Panel person. It's you. Do you have a moment?
No, ma'am. It's
See, ever since I woke up
I'm
inspection,
gonna be sending you emails until
my
this
back
work
got a
out.
little funny.
But your photos are in the pipeline. So you'll-
Here.
My pleasure. Man. That's great.
Green. Look now. Adventure. Relic. Just a little adventure. Ba-dum-ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba. Taken away. A working wipe. Oh, hold on. You're not a low lover. Am I dreaming? Is the day finally here? Am I talking with a visitor from Etheris? Whatever can I do to help you, kind man? How did you know? In any case, you can bother on a guest with my silly troubles. If you insist, perhaps I could share a nibble of what's on my mind. First, may I ask your name? Subjection. Truly spectacular name. Sure, it speaks to your character in one way or another. Well, I could say the same for mine. Perhaps it was a mistake to choose dream from the tone of words. Try as I might have no such thing. Seeing everyone else live up to their names since our awakening has only made me more aware of it. Well, if Theris, on the other paw, seemed to dream a great deal. You any advice for me? But that's the problem. The foggiest idea what that could be. My fellow Loperites might. I've known them since we were created. Perhaps they see something in me that I cannot. With their help, I must be able to find an objectively appropriate dream for me to pursue. You know best when it serves to mankind and after all. All ears. You only tell me once you come up with something. Anything at all. No sluggard, I can tell you that. He's happy with that on the Paul and there's work to be done. Compared to some of the others, I'd say he's a great help. Dreaming way. Do anything he sets his mind to. He doesn't play about getting his paws dirty either. So I'm not sure I can think of anything he's particularly gifted at. You know about Dreaming Way? Saying know him terribly well. By rushing off a new task as soon as he finishes the old one. Really good sort, though. Lot of interest to share? Please say they did. That's more or less what I expected, I suppose. Nice enough, but in no way gifted. I was never meant to dream. You really think so? Goodness, people are truly as kind as they say. In that case, I promise not to give up until we found my dream. It's the last thing I do. Huh, that got grim. Exhaust our other options before we go for anything potentially lethal, shall we? Alright.
Well,
Carrots. Sign of any of them. It's time to eat. You there. When I heading to the Caterium. My fellows know it's mealtime.
so,
I can't take my nap.
hi.
Hey, thanks. I'm running the magic carrots into happiness. Say those 3 magic words, they'll be on their way. Nice. Thieves prowling with the ill-gotten iron carrots. Crimson tender, surprisingly heavy. Carrots that is not the thieves. Sin yet. Sure you will. Adventure is wicked at solving crimes no one else can be bothered with.
Well, remember when I told you that they had
Wonderful. I'm going to solve our carrot caper. Our feet went there and lie a lopper at their dinner. The culprits took 4 carrots and all. They're not easy to carry about. So they can't have gotten far.
I'm trying to figure it out.
Carrot by carrot. As you saw it as one. What? Carrots of happiness today? Deep lustrous orange. Tempered silhouette. Slender silhouette. For me, my darlings, I'm coming for you.
Is this in the panel?
I'm just an iron carrot and tragically abandoned in its prime. Philosopher's carrot. Seed. Well, it's certain the iron carrots are not blue. Philosopher carrots really the spot. A few more. What? What? Of course I'm not stealing. These are mine. It's no longer enjoying an early dinner. I suspect my carrot culprit.
No.
I guess the trail was Philosopher's carrots. Carrot thief? Carrot take? Perhaps I'm following the trail the wrong way. Aha! Switch the stock of iron carrots. Iron carrot detected. Finish laying iron carrot procurement. Yeah. Eat at last. You mother! Ah! Yada.
Yep.
Oh, chew.
sword.
Yes. What? Back. Please tell me you found the carrots. Order? I would have suspected. It's supposed to help us farm carrots, not eat them. Called the definition saying something about enhancing its code with a love for carrots to increase work efficiency. It goes so far as to steal carrots for itself. We may now love them a little too much.
Yep.
Alas, these poor carrots. At least you know what became of them. How to prevent this happening again. Thank you for your assistance. There we go. Turn. What else is accounted for? Sustenance is essential for us all of it. Most people are the same. The whole variety of carrots. Happiness are new caviar that are particularly comforting, though. Still would have our workers consume so many carrots just so we can produce more carrots. This problem can be solved with even more carrots. Worry about the details. I'll work out the figures as soon as... What are we talking about? They're all dorks.
I do know where Mom is.
Right here. Right there.
Right.
Meow, 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 meow. Right up there, huh? Right up there, huh? Sure, so eat their carrots. Show you how much secrets are hiding on the moon. Somewhere in a cave. Damn these walls. I totally missed that. I really should look closer at the map. Wow. FBI. 420. Cache is just ahead. If anything may prove useful, Ripley could retrieve it for me. Onward then. After you. Fascinating remnant. Bit of Algan technology is certainly fascinating. It was too bulky to carry back. Apparatus is offline. It could be transportable. Place in your ambiguously sized bag. Moon dust. Died. Okay. Okay. Phew, the longer that drone would have alerted more. You don't say! Do you find anything of interest? Oh, let me have a look. Oh, you're right. Must wait until we get back. Just... There's only 2 left. Oh, I'm so close. I can taste. Safe at last. Show me what you found. Systems cube. This is an Algan decryption unit. Whether we could read Algan tombstones about history, science, poetry. If we had any, we do not. Venture for another day, I suppose. Nevertheless, I'm deeply excited about the prospect. I'm sure you can tell in my heartfelt gratitude. Deep, deep to the west. Say strange things mention happen at the sound of that word. West. 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 The wood remembers. Dies better than the other behemoth armor. Teleport. Smile. Am I low on eye level? A tad bit. If I could get some new accessories, that'd be nice. Man, oh man. These'll do. Well, seems that's been alleviated after all. B&J, BRB, alrighty. I'll just accept this questee. Travelers at the crossroads. Where to now? Is there anywhere you'd like before you leave? Should be glad to show you the way. Hermes has not yet outright refused his position with the convocation. Really postponed the decision. As such, I may as well resume my assessment. Can I accompany him? Tip myself with questioning his colleagues. Ever the pragmatist, and allow me to remain your humble guide. What of you, Zoe? You coming along with us? Wonderful. Our fellowship travels on unbroken. I say we explore another part of Elpis and see what new encounters there are to be had. If you would follow me, of course head back towards Agonoris. .505, 510. Perhaps I'm more ahead of the curve than I thought. From here, we follow the path northwards to Nonimus. There we'll find one of the teleporters which facilitate travel between the islands of Elpis. First-time travelers must be accompanied by someone with requisite permission, which I previously have been granted. Only to use the device together once, and henceforth you'll have leave to use it freely. Shall we? It's a teleporter. I see. Here we are. Notonus. Teleporter will take us to Calamaleos Zephyros, the western island. That's it right there, looming large over us. Step this way, and we can soon admire the view from above.
I present to you Calamaleos Zephyros. Here you will find a number of testing facilities, as well as the observation hub of Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos?
Right then. Let's begin by...
A Spriggan!
Oh well, an Arrhaeus. How delightful.
Everything we know is a lie.
And what, pray tell, is that?
I forget its name.
Ah, that's a new species of shark. We approved the concept but a few days ago. Sharks are among the most popular sea creatures. Rare is the day when someone does not submit a new concept. At first, they were largely orthodox, consideration given to such things as size and environmental impact, and then a whimsical someone thought to bestow it with flight, another superior intelligence. And then the floodgates burst. Concepts with multiple heads, or arms and legs, and so on and so forth. It was getting absurd. A part of me wanted to tell them to go away and find something else to create, but in the end I couldn't deny their passion. Here we are.
Ouch! Oh. Vano! Vanai? Vana!
Too close. Are you unharmed? Well now, if it isn't a pair of familiar faces.
Vano!
That
But
we
no.
should meet you here.
Vano!
As I mentioned earlier, the better part of the convocation holds that when we retire is when we return to the star. Well, she is not among said majority. Even after stepping down, she carries on with her work.
How old is she?
Vana is her name, and she is the previous Azem.
Oh!
It has been a while, Hythlodaeus. You look well.
Whoa!
Less so, Emmet Selk. I dare say the lines upon your brow have both deepened and doubled in number.
Ah.
A shame for one so young. You must make an effort to frown less often.
Easier said than done, thanks to your unruly successor.
How is she, if I may ask?
Incorrigible as ever. Rushed headlong into a volcano on the brink of eruption just the other day. I should be glad to share the tale in its entirety later, if you're so inclined.
Oh, you know I am. Now then, you are?
Yes, I am. I am.
I say, have you perchance come from the future?
Busted!
I do not believe we have ever met, yet I sense my magic upon you. Therefore, if I wove the enchantment, I could only have done so at a later point in time.
Uh-oh.
What manner of magic is this, if I may ask?
A traveler's ward, of course. It prevents the corruption of one's ether.
Oh! That's the blessing of light?
Primals, you say? But I'm not familiar with such beings. But if they enthrall by warping the balance of ether, then yes, the magic would afford you a measure of protection.
Oh!
I gather from your question that you are not ignorant to its presence.
Not in the slightest.
Hold on. From the future? That's absurd.
What is it? Are you unable to speak of the matter?
You won't like what I say.
The reality to which you must return exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present.
So, your actions here will not change your history, but they may yet affect the course of ours. How very exciting! I'm quite fond of delving into the unknown, and there's naught more unknown than the future. Until a moment finally arrives, we cannot know for certain what will come to pass, regardless of our supposed foreknowledge, so you needn't worry for us. More importantly, you should go to such great lengths as to travel unto the past bespeaks the gravity of your quest. Will you not reveal it to us? Mayhap we can be of aid to your cause.
Well, I'm already busted.
If this is true, then you've been keeping quite the secret to yourself. As a representative of the Convocation, I will hear it all. Your identity, purpose, everything.
Why don't we move to a place more conducive to calm conversation? I've been working here for some days now at an old friend's behest. If it is agreeable, we may make use of my accommodation at Poiton Oikos.
Poiton Oikos.
We were meant to meet. I am certain of it. Else I wouldn't have marked you so clearly, and sent you unto myself in the past. It's precisely the sort of mischief I would get up to, and quite inspired, if I do say so myself.
Wild. I'm basically talking to young Heidelin. Future. Our future. Deathly curious to hear more. Here, I thought you were a harmless stray familiar. As far as I'm concerned, the nebulous talk of the future is changing history that can wait. First, we need to find out exactly who you are and what you hope to achieve here. My apologies. Before I move along, colleague have tasked me with a matter which I rather than not leave unresolved. It involves finding a certain concept engraved in crystal. Quick-fingered Oria's made off with it. Aureus, I say. I want to see the culprit before I'm distracted by that business with the shark. Like us to follow its ethereal trail. That would, of course, lead us only to the Aureus. There is no guarantee that it hasn't dropped or stashed away the crystal you seek. Please, that much would be enormously helpful. While you are hunting down the thief, I'd follow behind and scour the forest floor just in case. I'd ask you to join the search. I'd appreciate another pair of eyes to cover the land to the west of here. Many thanks. Small bridge leading to the Potent Orchis. Meet up there once we've exhausted our efforts. Not this time. I wonder... Nope. Ether currents. My last search returned. The Aureus no longer had the crystal. I was able to find it as I followed in its wake. Don't suppose you fared any better? More sword esoteric concept. Crystal. Well done. Wonderful. Now I can focus on your tale without that missing concept nagging at my mind. Maybe you always had a knack for finding things. You travel often, then. Seems we have something in common. Long ago, when I held the seat of Azim, I remember trekking back and forth across the star in search of answers to people's problems. Naturally, the need for such journeys has lessened considerably since I entrusted the position to my whimsical successor. I'm still eager to come running should an old acquaintance or new interest A new interest require my personal attention. That's what brings me to help us. In fact, many times my presence has been requested. My opinion sought concerning the habitat of this or that creation. Agreeing to help locate that missing crystal was a minor distraction, which now promises to become a major revelation. How strange and wonderful it is that one way one thing leads to another. Wouldn't you agree? Problem you present is vexing enough without adding the old asm into the equation. She wonders why these lines upon my brow go deeper when she herself wields the hammer and chisel. The asms, both mentor and student, are a force to be reckoned with. I find them a delight, personally, but they have a habit of making him itself look as if he bit down on a sour grape. Past not yet come to pass. Thank you again for your timely help. Now then, it's time I return the stolen property. You go on ahead to my accommodation, joining as soon as I have attended to that task. Follow the path straight ahead to the building at the top of the slope. I have the entire place to myself, so we can speak without fear of being disturbed or overheard. This is crazy. This is so crazy. I'm about to tell them the final days. Welcome to my temporary abode. Please make yourself at home while I put out some tea. That's answers!
Wonderful aroma. I feel more relaxed already.
Would that I had sweetmeats to offer, but I travel light out of habit. There's plenty of hot water though, so please have as much tea as you like. Now then, will you tell us your tale?
This is gonna be a long story.
Why don't you start from the beginning?
Eidolon. The Ascians. Shadowbringers. Zodiac. The final days.
Preposterous. Utterly preposterous.
While not the words I would have chosen, I too have my doubts. Much of it borders on the incredulous. What of you, Vanar?
Not knowing the precise details of the first final days, it is difficult to determine the veracity of the tale. Supposing it is all true, I must ask myself why I would do what I did. Why would I feel I had no recourse but to oppose the 14 and create this Heidelin? Circumstances change, of course, but it would not have been an easy decision regardless. No, there must have been a reason. One compelling enough to force me to take such drastic measures. Then there is the Elpis flower, which I said would serve as a guide. That it's of import to your mission is plain, but your presence here leads me to believe that this place also holds significance. But what could it be? What are we meant to accomplish?
Might it not be simply thus? In the future, whence she came, the final days could not be averted. Mankind has no choice but to flee the star. By alerting us to that eventuality, perhaps you wish to pave the way for other futures.
Theoretically speaking, it is a possibility. Yet if that were my primary objective, I see no reason to guide our friend to Elpis specifically. The capital and Amarot, or even my own home would be more logical destinations.
True. I note also that Heidelin did not specify a point in time to which she must return. By this, it may be inferred that it was not critical that we should meet.
Alternately, she had reason to believe that our paths would converge, coincidental though it may seem.
Heidelin.
This is quite a puzzle, and we do not have all the pieces.
Hardly any, but we do have one immutable fact. If the final days are indeed as described, they will bring death to all that I hold dear. Yet despite being afforded long years of preparation, the only provisions I could make were for flight. Nay, my first and foremost endeavor would be to find a way to forestall the coming doom.
Given that even the 14 failed, mayhap you deemed it impossible.
Nothing is impossible. This I have always believed. And if Heidelin is indeed me, she would believe the same.
Heidelin.
Listen to yourself. Are you seriously entertaining the notion that you are a messianic figure in some far-fetched tale? Well, I will not. I refuse to accept that our world could be undone by some unforeseen calamity. I also take offense to my portrayal as a megalomaniacal madman. To sacrifice oneself for the star is a noble act, and I would hold those who gave themselves to this zodiac in the highest esteem. Yet, you claim I recreated Amarot and populated it with phantoms of our people? A bizarre indulgence that would be insulting to their memory. Worse still, I even invited you there. Literally invited my own downfall. Why would I do something so idiotic and inexplicable? Now, I will allow that the hypothetical task of restoring our world would be daunting in the extreme. The thought of having to bear such a burden for 1,000 lives horrifies me. But I would never forsake my duty. I would never forsake my brethren. You do not know me. I've had my fill of your fiction. I will return to my duty, and you will not bother me again.
Emmett Selk! Wait!
You've seen much of Elpis already. If you have any observations to share, I should like to hear them.
Dynamis.
Ah yes, the energy distinct from ether. Though not my field, I have a basic understanding of Dynamis. And you say Hermes researched the phenomenon in the course of creating Meteon? Yes, I believe this warrants further investigation. With that settled, it is time for action. The missing pieces of the puzzle are here, I'm certain of it. And when you find them, the picture my future self has painted will be complete, and you will have your answer. Now suffice it to say, I will aid you in your quest.
This is crazy!
Have faith. If Emmett Selk is the man Azum described to me, we've not seen the last of him.
Hi! Shall we begin our investigations then? I'm acquainted with Hermes, of course, but only as a visitor received by the chief overseer of Elpis. The man himself? I know only that which is common knowledge. Thus, I suggest we fall back to the tried and true method of conversing with the locals. The observers who live here could surely tell us more of Hermes and Meteon. I have a good idea where might we begin. See you, the woman standing in front of yonder building? Her name is Isamine. She is the one who made arrangements for my stay in Elpis. From what I recall, she has held your position here for quite some time. Chances are she can provide us with some insights. Go and ask your questions. I will help with drawing out answers if need be, but I leave the choice of topic up to you. Questions? For me? Suppose I have no other pressing duties at the moment. Let's do this. Greetings, Isamine. My friend here is desperately curious about Chief Hermes. I was wondering if I might indulge her. Certainly, Mistress Vanau. Anything to be of service. What do you wish to know? I can only answer my own experience, but describe him as a quiet man. Reserved, you might say. Occasionally somewhat poor with his choice of words. His recescent nature, however, does not prevent him from carrying out his duties as chief overseer. The man is a walking archive when it comes to life forms. He can discuss any species in incredible detail, and is the leading authority on concepts with the power of flight. I hope that answers your question. Was there anything else? Cannot rightly say. As the chief's personal creation, Meteon has been subjected to observation and study like other concepts. So one day she was simply there. What do you make of her abilities? I understand she is highly unusual familiar. able to read emotions and communicate directly with one's mind. Exactly how she was created with that talent, however, is a mystery to me. My apologies. She could explain her nature in more depth, but not had the occasion to discuss it with Chief Hermes. Chief may not be the most gregarious individual, but he engages with us as necessary for everyone to perform their duties. We wouldn't want to intrude upon his privacy for the sake of curiosity. Though if you wish to learn more about Medion, you try speaking with Tamalos, another expert in the creation of flying concepts. He should be conducting his observation in the banks of the stream, somewhere to the east. Oh, and unless you take a particular joy in rambling discourse, I suggest you keep your questions concise. Just keep that in mind. Thank you for your patience and your insight. Think nothing of it. If there's aught else you need during your stay, please do not hesitate to ask. Come, Zoe. I think you've taken enough of Isamin's time. Investigation is off to a fine start. Wouldn't you agree? From here, propose we split up. We should continue making inquiries with the resident observers. We track down the colleague Isamin mentioned. While I did feel compelled to interject once or twice during that previous conversation, I'm more than capable of drawing forth the answers you seek. All I ask you, watch your footing around the stream. Meet back here once you finish speaking with Tamalios. Chimichangas! Well, this stinks. Yes, I'm Tamalos. Tamalios. Please keep your voice down. Start of the birds. Questions. So, what is it you wish to speak about? Chief Hermes' work? A worthy subject indeed. Those being which soar through the clouds, majestic and graceful, are her favorite of creators. Even now, with so many varieties in existence, the flow of newly imagined concepts continues unabated. What sets the Chief's creations apart, however, is how they benefit from his boundless knowledge of celestial realm. Birds that climb so high they disappear from view, or those which traverse the boundless sky in moments, not without riding the currents. I know none save he who can conceive of such marvels. Even he who prize elegance in the form above all else are dumbfounded by his genius. My opinion on that matter would be superficial at best. Despite my admiration for Medion as a concept, I have never delved too deeply into the inner workings of her nature. I know that she has a gift for communicating via emotions, but otherwise her abilities are a mystery to me. If Chief Hermes should choose to submit Medion's concept to the Bureau of the Architect, then will the design be registered for public scrutiny? Registered for public scrutiny! Analyzing a colleague's creation before that step is frowned upon, to say the least. Of course, if it came to me, fellow artisan, looking for advice, that would be an entirely different story. Dynamis and Etelegis? Those terms do sound vaguely familiar. Was there not a flower made here in Elpis? Elpis which exhibited properties of one or the other? Must have been centuries since I last heard anyone speak of such things. Has there been a resurgence in the interest? And why bring up the subject? I'm flattered you sought my insight, but I cannot afford to neglect my duties for the sake of idle chatter. I really must return to my observations. Surely you have your own tasks to attend to? Idle chit-chat! Call me out for playing an idle RPG, why don't ya? I'll have you know, I finished Brave Frontier's story. And all it took was a few gems at a few different boss fights. Just like a handful. 3 of them. Roundabouts. Two. 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 2 of them, 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 2 of them. 1 of them. $666 yalms. 666 yalms, 666 yalms, 666 yalms, 666 yalms. 666! Back already? That was quick work. Obviously clever enough to heat off any of that rambling Isamine mentioned. Any new findings to share? I see. When an expert in the field has little understanding of Mitron's capabilities, let alone awareness of Dynamis. My questions result in much the same answers. Hermes' colleagues view Medion as his personal project, and can provide no details beyond those which you just told me. Leads me to believe the only person with any significant knowledge of Dynamis is Hermes himself. Yes, we made some progress here. More information is needed if we are to reach any definitive conclusions. Witness to the spectacle. Present the strongest link we have to the final days of the power of Dynamis. The Enteleckies we can control it. Yet most scholars are only vaguely aware of these terms, let alone study them in any depth, except for Hermes, it seems. Inclined to stay our current course. We know we can about the Chief Overseer and his familiar. And on that subject, is there what else to note you can tell me about Medion, aside from our unorthodox method of communication? I rather wish you had mentioned that earlier. In any event, would you care to elaborate? So these siblings of hers now traveled the great expanse in search of deeper meaning. Thank you. Though the mystery at hand remains unresolved, I feel you've touched upon a vital clue. We should keep in mind as we continue. Next, I propose we take ourselves to Perpetua Crystalline, not far from here. Follow the path to the west. Not even a little. Seems so promising. The tower is one further along the both pair of... the tower and the one further along with pair of Perpetual Relica Crystalline. A facility where they archive all of Elpis' observational and testing records. Despite how they appear from the outside, the interior is actually a vast area of magically interconnected spaces. Which, while fascinating, not the reason we're here, is it? I shall cut my etheric lesson. Agricultural! Architectural! See what those twin archivists have to share. Find someone to speak with over at the other tower, so join you there, Anna. You have questions for me? Certainly. Just a moment while I conclude my current appointment. Indeed. If you provide a comprehensive log of those behaviors, we should then have sufficient data for our official records. Now, what was it you wished to speak with me about? Chief Overseer's personal research project. By that I assume you mean Medion? Such undocumented studies are difficult to track. After all, hardly a day goes past without seeing a researcher trailed by one creation or another. I'm afraid I cannot tell you exactly when Medion appeared, only that she now spends much of her time as Chief Hermes' side. Although, I do recall an interesting tale my dearest Galen shared with me. Galen is my partner, fellow researcher here on Elpis. She was returning late one night when she caught sight of Chief Hermes sending Medion heavensward. A host of them. The expansion. For several days she would speak of that scene with wonder, describing it as one of the most beautiful spectacles she had ever witnessed. Sounds like a story I should like to hear. Mistress Vanel, I thought you had already returned to the surface. Permit me to thank you again for your invaluable contribution to our concept placement proposal. Pray do not mention it. And as you say, my original plan was to leave that after that task. I have since become engrossed with Chief Hermes' research. Do me a favor for telling a sight which so delighted your Galen. Of course. Or you could hear from her lips directly, if you prefer. Present should be observing a subject in Mezabasios Thalassali? Does enjoy her time there, watching the sea creatures hunt and play, gazing upon the salty waters of the world's oceans, recreated in such sublime detail. I imagine you must find similar joy indulging your boundless curiosity, Mistress Vanel, even though such pursuits must continually and regretfully delay your return to the star. Indeed they do. 'Tis a rest well deserved and long overdue, I should think. How greatly have we prospered from the wisdom you accumulated during your travels as Azim. And what would Elpis be without your earlier academic work? The theories you developed served as the basis of many techniques still in use today. Man is a creature of contemplation, but none embody that nature as with much enduring passion as you. Aye, I dare say there is not a soul alive more worthy of a return. I shall rejoice the day you depart on your final journey. I will be honored. Ariel, shall we take this opportunity to meet with Galen in person? How old are you? And allow me to reconfigure the door of the archives here, taking up the skyway and spare you the need to avoid hostile concepts on the ground. That'd be most helpful, thank you. Magic door. Magic door, magic door. I've opened the path to the skyway. Pass the door straight across the next tower. Ask for admittance to the upper tier. Over the upper tier, walk straight across the skyway. Find yourself the entrance of Mezabasios Thalassali. Galen will be eager to share her tale with you, I'm sure. Oh. It's just Vanel. Just passing through. Allow me to prepare the path. Need further assistance? Zone observer or two out on the upper skyway. Up and up and up. Wow. You could see the whole world from up here. door leads to Thalassali. Perhaps we can trouble this person for the assistance with finding Galen. Mistress Vanel, I was not told to expect. Would have prepared an official welcome. Please, no need for fanfare. I wish to speak with Galen. That might be arranged? Yes, Galen. Of course! I will inform her immediately. Ah, but she may have been engaged in a testing phase. You're being for something of a wait. She'll let you know your business is urgent. That won't be necessary. This lovely view will keep us occupied until she's ready to receive us. What a lovely view.
A delightful breeze and a breathtaking view.
Answers!
What is it like in the future? Is the world still a beautiful place? Dark, hidden places, rife with danger. Those have an altogether different, but no less powerful sort of appeal. While we wait, will you not tell me about your adventures? Well, not the portentous events which led you here, but the simple delights all your own. By learning about the future world, I may gain insight into future me's plans. But more than that, I have an interest simply as a fellow traveler. Short of going somewhere oneself, there's naught more stirring than hearing another's account.
I know this guy named Hildebrand. You would not believe the shenanigans. And then there's yeah. And I fought Bahamut. That pose!
Incredible. Would that I could have been there to see it. Yours is a harsh and unforgiving world. Yet in spite of this, your brethren hold fast to their virtue. To know that the light of mankind's potential still shines, even in that faraway place, it gives me heart. Thank you for regaling me with your tales. I will treasure every word. As you know, I was once a scholar. And among other things, I sought to understand the workings of the world. What exactly is ether? How formed the laws of nature? Whence sprung mankind? Riddles and mysteries beyond counting. Over the years, I have managed to find answers to some few of them. Yet rather than attain a sense of mastery, the more I understood, the more I came to hold the world and its miracles in awe. We too are miracles, each and every one of us, born of the warm breath of life that traverses the heavens, swirling through eternity. When I fully grasped the improbability of our existence, nothing felt impossible anymore. If it could be imagined, it could be done. A passion swelled within me, an epiphany dispelling all preconceptions of what was natural and true, and a presence without, immense yet intimate. Fate, perhaps, holding us in its tender embrace. as reassuring as it was intimidating. How keenly aware I became of creation's fragility, built as it is upon precarious happenstance. I was overcome with an irrepressible urge to know the world more intimately, to hear its voice, feel its breath. I ventured forth on a journey that very day, so very long ago now. Freed from presumption and prejudice, I saw the world through a newborn's eyes. Everything fresh and new, and so beautiful. Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all a people, beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning, and my purpose, my love. And so long as they need help, I cannot return to the star. Perhaps my future self is still waiting for it. The moment she can let go and walk unto the end. Safe in the knowledge that man will find his own way. You, who are our future, tell me this, and tell me true. Has your journey been good? Has it been worthwhile?
Pray forgive my lateness.
Damn it!
My observation subject was rather irritable, and it took a while to settle it down.
No need to apologize. Your work takes precedence. Besides, we had a pleasant conversation in the meantime.
You're too kind. Now then, I'm told you wished to ask me some questions.
Is that my hair?
Indeed. I've an interest in one of Hermes' creations. Meteon. You witnessed a host of them take flight, yes?
Oh, that! Yes!
That's
yes,
my hair.
I did. It was in the dark of the morn. I'd left the Thalassai after nocturnal observation. As I walked along, I spied a bright light climbing high into the southeastern skies. Then, in an instant, it was gone, like a shooting star, only rising rather than falling. But then another shot up, then another, and another. Intrigued, I made my way to the edge to investigate. And who should I spy on an isle to the south but Hermes and Meteon, the Metea, rather. There were lots of them, and I realized they must be the shooting stars that I'd seen.
A dazzling spectacle indeed. Have you spoken with Hermes about this?
Oh, yes. The sight left such an impression on me that I approached him about his mystery project the very next day. Alas, he said that he couldn't reveal anything just yet, that he needed to conduct further tests.
Uh-huh.
It shouldn't be long now, though. He often returns to that isle, and I have a feeling he's nearing a breakthrough.
Right now?
Splendid. We are likewise eager for the details.
Veritably.
Well, that is all we wish to ask. Thank you for taking the time to indulge our curiosity.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to speak with other inquisitive souls. Oh, and will you be descending now? If so, I shall link the doors for you. Please.
Please. Please. So another piece of the puzzle falls into place. What we've learned thus far, safe to conclude Hermes hasn't been revealing the details of his research to others, which suggests that either someone will appropriate his discoveries and make use of them, or that Hermes himself will have a hand in causing the final days. Since I have no reason yet to suspect the former, we should consider the latter the more likely possibility. Proceeding under that assumption, the next step should be to divine why, or even if, we might desire such a terrible fate for our star. Worthy of his back. I should like to visit the site which Hermes set forth in Mattia. If we are fortunate, we might find some hint of what drives this research of his. Galen said she spotted them to the southeast, the rest of the isles you can see from the edge. If we stand at the same vantage point, it should not prove too difficult to locate the isle in question. Take a look, shall we?
What?
Because there's a robber. Yes. In our neighborhood.
So crazy, getting to know Heidelin like
Someone
this.
stole a Christmas boot last night. I would feel better if it was empty.
That's off the island. But is that also the last one?
And I took him at the locked door over here.
I'm gonna do that right now.
Balm quits. Balm quits too. What? Elpis! If we're conducting some mystery research, where would I go? What about that one? Have you means to fly? It's quite a distance away. Inconvenient, but hardly an insurmountable problem. Like you said, was the last one you missed? To me, Argos! Space Doggo! My friend, you mind creating a double to carry Zoe over here to that island? Stubborn creature. No place on this great star we have not together traveled, and still he remains obstinate in the presence of strangers. Argos has rather exacting standards, I'm afraid. What? You've ridden him before? Ah, your before, meaning my after. Not at all confusing, that. Interesting. It's certainly not unthinkable. Speaking of the here and now, the quick solution is for us to face off in a sparring match. What? Demonstrate to him you're capable of holding your own against me in battle? And you convince Argos that you're worthy of his back? That's how it worked! Besides, I might even teach you a thing or two about it in the bargain. You seem doubtful, but useful lesson or not, this will be a moment to remember. A memory of the distant past to cherish. What say you, traveler out of time? Choose your battlefield! I admire your confidence. Clear your mind and prepare your weapons. I'll await you at the clearing over yonder. Now I have to fight her! Ah, that's a pretty far one. Oop. Fight, 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 fight. Hurry up and fight. We're gonna fight. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight the mother. Ah, an open field. Perfect for violence. The entity is identical to the one you encountered in Mare Lamentor, except this Argos is pointedly ignoring you. Ed. Do I begin? Be warned, I'll not go easy on you. Fight! 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 Prove your strength to Vanilla. She's a paladin too! This is crazy!
Let neither side hold back.
Ow! I see.
My blade sings!
Cures a mental arc. Ah! That's just like Sanguine Blade. Get back here! Woo! Repulsor Ray. Oh, I know. Violence. Woo! Exaflares. Yeah, clever duck. That's just confused! Well, I guess you are a paladin. A very souped up paladin.
Sings!
So does mine.
Impressive. I shall have to try something different.
Mouse's mantle. She's a dancer! She's a dancer! What are they called? War quartz? Yo. Hydaelyn battle theme?
Have a taste.
Partholon. Woo! Ah, damn it. If I knew I could feed your combo, this would be a different story!
I see you won't be easily overcome.
Mago's mantle. He's doing the battle stance! Battle. White Mage! True Stone. True Arrow. Afflatus misery! Nope. Nope. Ah, not this again! Shiva! Woo! That gave me some serious...
Well, let us move to the
Oh shit! Some serious Epic Battle Fantasy vibes. No, no. No, Ether. No, Ether. No, Ether. No matter how many Confiteors you cast, you are not getting this. No, no. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Woo! Oh! I can't stop it! That's fine. That's less than fine. I did not realize that Aegis was faster than the regular Thelma. Until it was too late. Oh, home game!
break your chains, shed your burdens, and show me your strength of will.
She's about to limit break me! Ow!
You still stand. The people of your time are more resilient than I had dared hope.
You have no idea. And why did I use my shield?
Twas my intent to finish it, but clearly I underestimated you. One would think I never learn. I made the same mistake with Azam when we first sparred. Despite being less than half my age, her strength was astounding. As is yours. 'Tis plain you have weathered considerable hardship. Far more even than your tales would suggest. It seems we have both learned much on our journeys.
Yeah. Space Doggo is pleased with the act of blood sport. Space Doggo gives sustenance.
Well now, I dare say he has warmed to you. A boon to be sure. He never forgets his favorites, and is ever eager to come to their aid.
That's an interesting one. Does that mean you have the power to transcend space and time? How much power does the Space Doggo have? Argos will soon have us standing on the very spot where Matilda made with the made their departure to the night sky. With luck, we will learn something of Hermes' intentions. My hope is that we find no connection, no festering wish for oblivion. Then we might have Hermes and his considerable expertise working for us rather than against us. Question marks! A flower upon your return. Let's move over to the edge before mounting, shall we? That way, I will allow Argos to catch the currents rising up from below, to smooth the ride over to the isle. Because flying always has to have caveats. I like that fight. That was a cool fight. Argos motions on his back with his muzzle, and given the go-ahead to hop on. It's all cloudy again. Isn't this pleasant? Argos certainly seems to think so. Now, what was the name of that tree? No... something. Ah, Nopheron! Quite a striking specimen, is it not? Space pupper! Pupper in space! Brace yourself for the landing. Wouldn't want you tumbling off at the last moment. Let's go, Argos.
Quite a small place, lacking even the most basic equipment. The present may yield no clues, but we may yet try perusing the past. Have you done this before?
You had to use a giant tower for it, though.
So you cannot control the power freely. Worry not. I shall assist you.
You learn from Whis!
Come and stand before me.
If she does the hand-holding thing and hits the ground with her staff.
There are two ways to see the past.
Wait! Are you about to show me how the echo works?
The first entails peering through the walls of the soul in the moment a subject is recalling a memory. The second requires no subject, and is instead a process of piecing together an event from ripples left in the ambient ether.
That's how the echo works!
As memories are etched upon the ether of the soul, so too are they etched upon the ether of the world. In this way can history be preserved. Such memories are given to fading, however, and can prove challenging to visit. But come, let us try. Close your eyes.
Lore, 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 lore. That's the fucking echo! Woo!
All units fully functional and proceeding on course towards their respective stars.
Units?
Estimated time to completion of survey is 108 cycles.
Years.
End of status report. Severing connection with shared consciousness.
That's weird.
Did you hear that, Hermes? All is well.
Yes. Good tidings at long last. Every step of the way, I've been reminded how little we understand creation. How the universe defies imagination.
But soon we won't need to speculate. We'll know the answers. What others live for.
Indeed. And we'll owe it all to you and your sisters.
I wonder what answers we will get.
Units.
Whatever intelligent beings that exist out there are bound to be vastly different from us. Diverse in form and culture, possessed of unique ways of thinking. Their conception of life and its purpose will be no exception. Completely and utterly unlike ours.
One of them's gonna find Omega.
Utterly unlike... How?
I have no idea. Yet whatever answers we receive, I will not dismiss them out of hand. No. I will think earnestly on them all, and I will share them with our people, that together we may contemplate our own existence. Perhaps then our star will become a better place. Not only for man, but for all life. Meteon, though I gave you wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to bind another living being. In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run and so much more. And when you return, older and wiser, we will have a celebration to mark your homecoming and coming of age both.
Will there be apples? Covered in syrup?
You can't eat.
And how are you supposed to eat them?
Ha!
Rather than food, perhaps... a flower. Yes. Upon your return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
Ha!
So, what is your opinion? As you say, that was hardly conclusive. Yet based on what we witnessed, I find it difficult to believe that they would deliberately seek to end all life. Be that as it may, we cannot rule out the possibility that they will play a part in bringing about the final days, perhaps unwittingly. In light of this, I propose that we reveal your tale to Hermes himself. If he does not wish for the final days, as we believe, he may well join us in pursuing a solution.
We've run out of avenues anyway.
Then it is settled. Let us seek out our friend with all swiftness. 'Twould not do to let such a pure soul be blackened by tragedy.
We don't want another Danganronpa situation on our hands. But any number of traces where Hermes might be in Elpis. We could do worse than look in Chistis Hypobara, the largest facility, and stands in Ectosporus, the Northern Isle. I wonder, though, for an institution which claims to studiously research every species destined for release into the world, Did you not question how they find room for them all on so few islands? The answer lies with Citatus himself. Touched upon the practice before back at the archives, where a vast area is stitched together out of multiple conceptual spaces. The same holds true for the interior of this facility. It's magically constructed environs. Huh. That sounds like a particularly useful format for a dungeon. 'Tis there, within those sprawling habitats, the chief overseer and most of Elpis's observers conduct the bulk of their work. Come, the simplest route is via the teleporter north of Poikinokis. What is this? What is that? I must. I cannot resist. So being a lost flower. You're a visitor too, aren't you? Willing to help me then? But I see a blue-haired woman in the area. She wouldn't have been wearing a mask. I see. She and I are students of Academia and her. We intended to spend our downtime visiting Elpis together. We were just on our way when she realized she'd forgotten something back in Agranarsis. So she ran back. And that's when the last I saw her. To be a bit, how shall I put it, scatterbrained. She may have simply gotten lost on her way back. Rather not search for her myself. Or what if she comes back while I'm away? So if it isn't too much trouble, perhaps you would be so kind to look for her? Like us, she won't be wearing a mask, though she should stand out a touch. They'll find her in the area of Voluminous Notice, in all likelihood. You would come across her, you help her out a bit, see if she makes it back. Send me out in the middle of Bumble and fuck. An expected guest. This is a pickle? Whatever I need to do with... Please tell me you're here to deliver a message from Cleon. You are a familiar, yes? Azim's familiar? I do like the name. Zoe. If you belong to Azim, then what has become of our visitor from Emerald? He was meant to arrive some time ago. Our wildlife subjects are accustomed to the presence of long-term observers, but when someone from outside Elpis comes to visit, their reactions can be somewhat unpredictable, and occasionally violent. We so kind of track down Kellen and see that no harm comes befallen him. Visitors don't wear masks, so she should be easy to spot. Happen to find him in the process of being mauled. You have my permission to terminate the offending subject. Safety first! What? Oh. We're gonna get mauled. Oh, there's another one! Thank you for taking the initiative. I wasn't sure about the etiquette of destroying that creature under observation. I'm Kalen. Recently arrived from Amarat. I assume Maria sent you to fetch me? Well, I see. Best not keep her waiting any longer. Fear not. I'll avoid upsetting any more local inhabitants. Watch me whip. Watch me, nay-nay. Watch me whip. Whip. Stairs really are faster. I know your exact location. Can I help you? Oh wait, need directions somewhere? Not to be rude, but I beg of you, just ask someone else. I happen to be lost myself. What was that? When I asked you to come and find me? Only my friend, no doubt. How embarrassing. I'll keep this hopelessly directionless side of myself under wraps. I feel terrible leaving her like that. I've clean forgotten to task one of forgotten a task from one of my professors. Rushed back to collect the item when I was asked for, which I found, thankfully. Got rather turned around when attempting to return. Don't you worry about me. Just fine on my own. If I'm right, then following the road east will lead me to a teleporter. I think. I know. You mean it? Truly? Well, that is... if you're heading in that direction anyway, that's why I shouldn't tag along. Oh, please, after you. I'm able to get as far as the teleporter that connects to Polk and Ordos. I should be able to make the remainder of my trip on my own. Now then, would you mind? One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Dost thee see it? Our quarry? I'm the best. What a relief to see it's a familiar sight. I should be alright without you now. We're all just straight off from here to Pokenorcos. Goodness, the earful I'm gonna get from my friend. Kept her waiting for far too long. Really should hurry. Should do an explanation and a heartfelt apology. Do come see us, though. I'd like to thank you properly. For your help. Truth be told, my friend first dashed off. Soon it was because she got an assignment from Mitron. Lo and behold, I was right. Studying the words of Mitron Academia Anator, learning all we can about engendering aquatic life in the self-same master. Honestly, no idea why Mitron would ask me to procure a flower of all things. I'm still undergoing testing in Elpis. Very beautiful, he asked. What does it to do with ichthyology? Well, nothing. That's the point, surely. It must be intended as a present. Well, one of her Logriff. Mitron is hopelessly enamored, as we all know. Oh my god, they're talking about Logriff and Mitron! They do? This is certainly news to me. Now that you mention it, I suppose I've seen sparks between them. I wonder why I never noticed before. That settles it. To hurry back and begin an in-depth observation of their romantic entanglements. Can't believe I wasted all this valuable research time lost among the trees. I'd have wasted even more if not for you, good lady. My friend and I are together again. Get back to the academia and deliver the flower to Mitron before it wilts. Before we wish off, a reward. Certainly deserve it. They were teachers. That's crazy. So, thank you for seeing our safety of our guest. Indeed, my hesitancy to act would have ended poorly had your messenger not been there to shield me. Certainly glad she was. Shall I proceed with the business of the day? I believe you had some concerns regarding your personal creations. Yes. As embarrassing as it is to admit, I was worried that the concepts I registered with the Bureau of Architect may not be fit for release into the wild. Oh, you needn't feel embarrassed. You wouldn't believe the first visitor we've had who's expressed difficulty in helping their children leave the nest. We can look in on them right now if you like. I'd like that very much. I have one request. When you swooped in to rescue me from that beast, you treated to an impressive display of battle prowess. An entity with your strength and instinct would be perfect candidate for evaluating the worth of my modest creations. I must insist you join us. What a fascinating notion. Yes, I quite agree with your assessment. Then we all go together. Whenever you're ready, Zoe. I'll be ready, alright. I'll be ready. There I come. I'm ready. I'm ready. But how ready I am. Enjoy standing there for the next few weeks. Flying in the air. It's easily activated. Yes! Ah, good. Teleport acknowledge you as my guest. Now I have the authority to use it as you wish. So, way to kill this Hippoborea. Follow this path. I turn left at the crossroads. Okay, I pull up. Okay, I pull up. The final aetherite. Gimme, chameleon. Alright, I pull up. After party. Amarot's theme, but with no clock. Here we are, the grandest research facility in Elpis. Head inside and ask for Hermes' whereabouts. But did someone just open that door? Then close it? Hermes is at another facility, as we have just discovered. Hey! Furthermore, confirmed that his studies into dynamis, as well as his creation of Meteor, were entirely private pursuits. No one else we spoke with appeared to possess the chief's depth of knowledge on the subject. Neither did we hear any tales of stolen research. Which means that if Hermes himself harbors no desire to bring down an apocalypse, he might be recruited to help prevent one. Or so saith the illustrious Emmett Self. According to your story, the 14 divined the connection between the celestial currents and the final days, but were never able to pinpoint the root cause of the calamity. With our people's greatest minds, not to mention Hypnodeus' sharp eyes, committed to the pursuit of a solution, such an outcome seems inconceivable. The only possible explanation is if the nature of the catalyst was so inexplicable that even we failed to perceive it. What better fits that description than the invisible, intangible dynamis? Which in turn leads us to our next question. How did Hermes, in his role as Fandaniel, not recognize the subject of his own research? We must assume he either knew and was unable to help, or that he was otherwise prevented from identifying the cause in the first place. At this juncture, all we can do is speculate. To be clear, Convocation does not tolerate acts of deception or malice. We are as practiced as perceiving truth, and would have known had Fandaniel lied to us. Hermes has no conscious wish for the world to end, of that I am certain. Seems there is more to the tale after all. We concluded an investigation of our own, you see. We fought, too. It was wild. How comforting. We seem to have reached the exact same conclusion. I see no reason to delay further. This time we brought Hermes into the fold, as it were. Save your thanks. I did not say I believed your ridiculous story, but as Emmett Selk, I have a duty to examine any potential threat to our existence, no matter how ludicrous or personally offensive I may find it. Yeah. Hunger in the garden. I think it's time for a leisurely exploration has passed. I have a moment to adjust my vision. There he is. The next tile over, Mion is with him. Hermes appears to be in the midst of an observational study. I suggest we hurry over before they venture elsewhere. Head straight down the path, we teleport to Misopairos from the device at the bottom of the slope. Appears to be a teleporter Misopairos. 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 Oh. Some garden. They're close by within the Hungering Garden. Oh! I can see why they call it Hungering Gardens. That'll be the circular enclosure you see just up ahead. Well then, Zoe, make yourself useful and bring Hermes out here to us. If I were to go, you would assume he was only there to press him on the Fandaniel matter. If all of us present stand the best chance of convincing him to put aside his work for the moment. But the conditions there are not exactly... Then again, perhaps Zoe can handle them. She did survive a bout with Vanau, after all. Off you go to find Hermes, but do be prepared to come to blows with the garden's denizens. Hungry, hungry gardens. The compass did not detect any nearby currents. Oh! Oh shit! Hey! Ravenous intent. Ah, that's it. We're gonna do the physical opener, baby. Worse breath and putrid breath. Die. Now, where is... Hermes? Yeah. Ah. There you are. So, where'd you come from? So, what are you doing here? I thought you were keeping Hythlodaeus and Emmett Cell company. An important matter. And unrelated to my decision on Van Daniel, you say? Then yes, I will come, as soon as my work here is finished. It will not be long, I promise, but you should really wait outside the garden with the others. This is no place for idle exploration. Fight. You spoke with Hermes then? And were briefly entangled with the denizens of Hungering Gardens as well, I see. Or should I say, smell. I cannot speak for certain Convocation members, but I for one am impressed with your fortitude. Well done indeed. That you've convinced Hermes to confer with us, pray things will soon take a turn for the better. For as fascinating as it would be to meet the Emmett Selk who would recreate Amarant in the depths of the ocean, I think it best for all concerned if such tragic events never came to pass. Be it in our future or your past, Assuming yours is not truly written in stone. I hope that is. Words without sound. Content to stay where he is. He said will not be long, yes? We shall wait here until he emerges. Okay, I pull up to the after party. No new races, by the way.
I understand there is a matter you wish to discuss.
Aye. A matter of the utmost gravity. If one can suspend disbelief. Go on then. Tell him what you told us. Who you are and why you came.
Skibidi-bop-and-dada.
The final days.
The phenomena observed during these star-encompassing calamities is likely the product of a dynamis reaction, and none is more versed in the applications of this energy than you, Hermes. I must stress that we do not believe you would desire such destruction. We come not to lodge accusations, but to beg your wisdom. And so, distressing though the exercise may be, I ask that you share with us your opinion on the matter. On the assumption that our visitor's tale is true.
Even you, Vana. As you say, the phenomena observed in the two calamities may both be attributed to dynamis. Of note is the difference in its effect. In the first final days, it warped creation magics. In the second, it warped the people themselves. The key variable, I suspect, is the etheric density of the men of each age.
As you said yourself!
As you know, ether, in essence, negates dynamis. Harboring high concentrations of ether, we ancients cannot readily manipulate dynamis, nor be manipulated by it. Therefore, rather than ourselves, the calamity affected our magics. In contrast, having been sundered, the people of the future are composed of but a fraction of our ether. Thus are they susceptible to the influence of dynamis and its transformative potential. But that would explain only the mechanism, not the cause. Though perhaps...
Perhaps.
What is it? Even should it be a hypothesis, we would hear it.
Perhaps.
Dynamis is an energy put in motion by feelings. Feelings for which there must first exist a source. A source to which the victims must be attuned. One that harbors the selfsame negative emotions. Elsewise, it could not be the agent of such extreme change.
So it wasn't the stagnation of the celestial currents. Someone, or something, is instigating the star's demise.
There is a bad guy.
So, we've a villain on our hands after all. Any idea who or what it could be?
Zodiac.
The celestial currents comprise the outermost layer of the star's ether, encasing it like a protective sphere. According to your tale, it was where the currents were weakest that the phenomena first manifested. If the inciting factor came from without Aetheris, then its effects would first be seen in those locations.
Greetings. Can you hear me? Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, know your thoughts. May we please be friends?
That's what she's told me earlier?
What is it?
Yes! What is it?
Executing scheduled task, suspending individual self and connecting to shared consciousness. Connection established. Commencing status report.
What the?
It hurts, it hurts. It hurts.
So hot, so cold, so sad. I don't understand. Make it stop. Please, make it stop.
Oh!
Steady, Meteon. Steady.
So scared. So lonely. The pain. It's too much. Why? Why? Why do we? This is wrong. All wrong.
What?
She's gone?
It's wrong!
Has altered her etheric density in order to blend in with her surroundings, an ability for avoiding confrontation.
Most effective. Frustratingly so. I can't see her either. Not even a trace.
Stay away. Please. This is wrong. My mistake. So please.
Oh!
Are you all right? In your mind? No. We only heard her speak the instant before she vanished.
When communicating without words, Meteon also employs Dynamis. That would explain why you were able to hear her when we could not.
And you are our best chance of finding her. Follow her voice and try to track her down. Maybe let us split up and search as well.
What the oh! Oh! All the downtime in the MSQ cannot prepare you for these moments. Dum. Suspicious. Calm your mind. Sense quest. Those questing for any hint of Nellen's presence. Listening. You fail to hear her voice. She must be elsewhere. It's wrong! It's wrong! Oh, the horror, man! The horror! The horror! Ooh! 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 Ooh. Strain my sense to their limits, but found nothing. Just calm your mind that you might hear it, might feel her silent voice. Listening. Into my mind. Our voices reporting. No, we mustn't hear them. I have to run, to hide. Each voice grows distant as the source seems to flee down the slope. Someone just thud. Trying to catch him in the faintest whisper. Fail to hear Marin's voice. He must be elsewhere. Da-da-dum. 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 Greetings and salutations. Aye. Commencing report. Oh no, I can't tell him that. We must run. Run far away. Stay with me, damn it! Please, don't follow me. His anguished voice fades as you sense her climbing to the top of the ridge. Wee-woo, 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 wee-woo. It's time to panic! Sus! What? I heard another noise. Listening. Strain to catch in the faintest whisper. Must be elsewhere. Emmett Silk. This is an exercise of futility. You have to be the one to find Rizzo. Follow her voice. How did it come to this? Is this the reason we traveled to the stars? Are we sought out other life forms? Is this it? Is this the answer? No, it cannot be. It cannot be! There's a way to the south. Woo! Go, 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 go! This is bad! It's wrong! It's all wrong! Nope, 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 nope. Ah, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Aha! A path! A perfect place for a cutscene. Okay, maybe not. No! No! What's wrong? Ah! Right guess, wrong location. Oh, what is this place? Compiling report. Dissemination to Hermes and all peoples of Aetheris. Hi! Processing expedition data. Preparing profiles on intelligent civilizations. Formulating answers to the question. Finalizing report. No, Zoe! You mustn't listen! It's wrong. It's all wrong! It's still all wrong! Flees towards the lake. Any sign of Mitrin? Panic and confuse, which will make it all the more difficult to predict her movements. Hermes, what do you make of this situation? Mitty are linked to a single mind, a shared consciousness which connects them all across any distance. Suspect something has happened which disrupts its usual harmony. How do we access the shared consciousness of theirs? Much as you would approach any sentient being, directly. In Mittia's case, it means speaking to any incarnation within physical reach. So unless we can track down the Mitrin we lost, no means to communicate with them. No way of knowing what befell her sisters. No way to provide directions or guidance. Then we had best set our musings aside and concentrate how we might find her. What is it, Hermes? Oh, my dear Mitrin, what did you witness out there that frightened you so? Why do you seek to keep it from us? How terrible could it possibly be? Follow, wander, stumble, listen. These words. Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mitrin renders herself invisible by matching her etheric density to that of her surroundings, does she not? If so, do we not then disrupt her concealment with the suffrage of ether? Watch how itself solidified your presence when we first met you. Don't be absurd. I want to channel ether to a recipient whose whereabouts are hidden from me. This is why we must all work together. Zoe will continue the search in the same manner as before, this time with you in tow. Once she ascertains Mitrin's likely location, proceed to reveal our wayward familiar with a swift ethereal downpour. Very clever. Thankfully, she's made herself easier to capture by fleeing towards Leith. Assuming she's made visible, it should prove no great feat to herd her into a corner. And we have our plan. Zonam itself will be our tracker and trapper respectively, while others predict and obstruct Mitrin's avenues of escape. Mitsilk and I will keep an eye on each other's ether to help coordinate our efforts. Let us be about it. Well, it seems like we're partners for the time being. Return to where we last saw Mitrin and pick up the trail from there. I'll keep myself in a state of preparedness, ready to rain down ether at a moment's notice. Meaning it falls to you to keep that way clear. Pals! Well, seems there's only one. Listen. Nothing this way? Try another route then. But I'm listening. Why can't I fly? Are my functions being restricted? Yes, to hide then, where no one could find me. The water's edge. Went to the lake? This wasn't tiresome enough. At least the helpless expansion make it easier to find. I won't lose her this time. I can talk with him! Oh shit, Emmett! Ah, right. That's so easy to forget. Should be able to reach the bottom of this drop by climbing down the rocks to the water's edge. Don't even think of dragging me over the falls. Final days or no, if I end up drenched from head to toe, I swear I will feed you to Remora. There's Remora. Cutscene. Not here. Not here. Please. The rock, is she? Very well. Jackpot. What? Why can't I hide? We'll hear your report, good or bad. So, what are you saying? Everything is so faint. I'm sorry. I'm not strong. Stay away, I'm begging you. Don't make me say it. It will break him. His poor fragile heart. Now we have a chance. Once the others are in position, the two of us can herd her into their midst. So you're telling me there's a chance? Oh, nope. Ow. Ow. Teleport not in use? She's been left at the mercy of the elements. Either way, it bears no trace of Mitron's essence. We move on. Is that really the only one? There, I see her. Bum, 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 dum, bum. What? But all overworld enemies should be by sight. Unless I had the misfortune of turning around at the very wrong second. What a lovely little lake. Ba-da-dum. 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 Aha!
Give chase. We shall herd her into the shelter.
Shelter her in the shelter. Stop right there, criminal scum. Oh. You cannot run. Well, you are running. Surprise!
Please, Mission. We must speak.
It's over.
I'm sorry, Hermes. I'm so sorry. If someone can hear these words, then please... please protect them. Protect them all.
What?
Individual self-suspended. Connection with shared consciousness stable. Our survey is complete. We shall now report our findings. All units safely arrived at their respective destinations. Seeking answers to Hermes' question, we attempted to make contact with the intelligent denizens of each star. Results are as follows, in order of numerical code. Enna. Traces of civilization found. Structures believed to have served as domiciles. No extant life forms detected. Dio. Ruined remnants of buildings scattered across star, surface of which is encased in ice. Presence of life could not be verified. Tria. Evidence of large population centers, akin to cities recovered. No extant life forms found, only their lingering essence. Tessera. Edifices surmised to be abandoned residences found. No extant life forms detected. Deadly plague or extreme environmental degradation likely to have led to mass extinction.
Ugh.
They are all dead.
Octo. Star found in state of violent conflict. Contact successfully made with inhabitants, but deployment of weapons of mass destruction resulted in total annihilation of local population shortly thereafter.
Oh dear.
Inea. Star is a barren desert. No identifiable flora found. Bones of living beings resembling men discovered beneath sands, but determination regarding their intelligence inconclusive.
Oh.
Remind me, Hermes, what exactly was the question you entrusted to Meteon?
I tasked her with asking what others live for. What gives their lives meaning.
Did you consider what may happen if the premise of the question is flawed? To be able to answer it, one must be living and desire to continue doing so. But if Meteon finds no living beings in the course of her journey, or none who desire to live, what then? What answers would she derive from their silence?
Meteon, enough! Suspend your mission and return hither at once.
Decapente. Local civilization once flourished under auspices of higher power. Said power later laid waste to civilization in fit of rage.
Oh.
Upon revealing this to me, entity elected to self-terminate in lieu of providing answer to question.
Oh.
No other intelligent life forms found.
Oh.
Turning a deaf ear, are we? We are taking Meteon back to Amarot. As I understand, we will need her if we are to bring back all of her sisters.
Yes. Meteon. It isn't right, is it? It isn't right to turn away from the answer. Even if the answer is pain. Even if we aberrations must scream ourselves hoarse to be heard. Aye. Whatever answers we find, I will not dismiss them out of hand. These words I said to you, and I will hold myself to them.
What? Wow, 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 wow!
What is the meaning of this?
You cannot take Meteon.
Hermes!
Not until she has finished her report. All else must wait.
What? Hey!
You fool!
Hermes! Hermes! Why, Hermes? Why can you not leave well enough alone? Will these answers assuage the pain you feel when a creation is returned to ether? Had you never cast your accursed question to the distant stars, you may have learned to be at peace upon this one. Ah! It's Kikumati! Caging the messenger. Hermes is headed to Considering the expansive dimensions of the place, we may have a difficult time locating his ether. All I can say is that he entered from the rooftop and likely arrived at the uppermost point of the facility. So, do we pursue him? Of course we pursue him. No matter what Hermes might be thinking, Median is a potential threat that needs to be brought under our control. The Convocation's duty is to safeguard the star, takes precedence over any personal stake in the matter. Venat? Zoe? It is clear we stand on the precipice, but we have yet to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt that Mitran is the hand which tips us over the edge. Nevertheless, if we are to learn the truth of the final days, we must give chase, and even if Hermes nor Mitran is ultimately responsible, we cannot leave them to suffer this torment alone. Agreed on all accounts. To Crisis Hyperborea we go! Crisis Hyperborea, Crisis Hyperborea. Oh! Am I getting teleported? Oh, hey! Oh, yeah! Map, pew pew! Ooh! Ooh! Oh, we in the now. We in the now. Oh, these are all people. What have we here? Excuse me, has something happened inside Catesis? Mistress Vinaya, I'm so glad you're here. No one knows what prompted it, but the alarm was sounded and Catesis put into a state of alert. Procedure dictated we evacuate immediately. We have yet to investigate further. This is Hermes doing, obviously. And what does this state of alert entail exactly? A field of dampening magic is draped over the entire facility, usually in response to escaped entities and the like. Catesis scholars and observers are unaffected, but everything, and everyone else is weakened to a fraction of their usual capabilities. Then consider us forewarned. We do, however, have urgent business with Chief Hermes and must enter the premises regardless. That said, Hermes is willing to enact such measures. I wonder what other obstacles he has seen fit to drop in our path. With that enfeebling spell in place, we're not like to be at our fighting best. And I was hardly in effective combat to begin with. I've little to offer beyond my ethereal vision. Then you will put that talent of yours to good use. You're fairly skilled at spotting weaknesses, if I recall. You're in my VC! Fairly skilled. I gotta raise everyone's expectations. Now he's gotta raise everyone's expectations!
Hermes!
Hermes! You need only make the most of your strengths and I'll fill the gaps as required. I was once as him, after all. It was my job to rise to the occasion, be that as his defender, aggressor, or healer. I feel better about my lack of prowess already. And you, Emetselk, can impress us with your arcane magistry. You laud potent spells as easily as breathing, but can also channel power into a protective manner if you so choose, yes? Oh, yes, should the situation call for it. Excellent. That should cover us on all fronts. Your tale led us here, Zoe. So it's only right you lead us now. No matter what lies ahead, we'll win through Hermes and Mitran. And then we will face the future together. We're fighting the future! Now show me the words. Find the future, for the past future. The future past. Show me the words! Chases Hyperborea! Now accessible! Woo! Let's go! Man! This is quite the build-up. Wasting no time.
Man, I had to wait so long for you to get here. I'm glad I did it myself.
And I'm glad you did too. I'd hate to keep you up. I had to keep you waiting for too long. Well, after all this has happened, holy shit!
Yeah, how could I not go?
Christ! This is crazy! This is crazy! I'm pogging out! I'm pogging. Wait, stop the queue! Stop the cap! Stop the cap! Pop! Let us in! Let us in! Lettuce! You like lettuce? I like lettuce! Okay, 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 okay! I'm inviting! I'm inviting! Don't shoot!
Injection, when we get in, don't forget to eat, because I forgot to eat last time.
Ah, yeah, I won't forget to eat. I won't forget to eat. Oh my god, I'm so excited! oh, yeah, right! I forgot I was the party leader! Oh,
Oh, God. Oh, wait, I gotta withdraw.
what? No! Light party! Let's hear the music, baby! Oh. Woo! Katisa's Hyperborea. Oh, this music! Holy! I gotta drink my milk. I gotta drink my milk. Elsie might be forced to what? Oh. Lion, you waiting for? Yes.
Get them all, Ejection.
I'm gonna get them all.
You get fired up.
I'm getting fired up, baby! Oh, you're getting fired up, literally! I'm hype! I'm hype! Hype. This place is so beautiful! Rake. More like steak.
I can't wait to show you what you'll be proud of me for.
Oh, I'm exited. Oh, we're going into the snow. Oh, it's really cold here.
There is no other pole.
There's no other. Oh, oh, wow!
Yeah, we gotta stop here anyway.
Oh, what the fuck? Hey! Who are these guys?
Yeah, we were trying to save those guys because they have like super massive health.
That's fine. I have super massive mitigation.
Oh, they don't do much damage, just got a lot of health.
I wonder. Is there any more? Nope. There really is it.
Would I steer you wrong, Jection?
You told me there were no more guys, then those guys popped out of the snow, showing me what's good. I said it! I said it! I said it! Queso's Corona.
There's no R in that.
Hey, there is no R. Ketone. Man, this place is giving us the cold shoulder.
Lisa!
Lisa! Let's go, Lisa. Oh, starting off strong, I see. A frozen sphere is sealed off. Frostbite and Seek?
Alright, Jection.
Oh, hey! It's went in here!
Stand here. Stand here.
Are you... No spoilers! So that's what the footsteps do. Icicle! Frigid stop! Oi!
He's telling you where you can't stand, Jection.
I can't stand it!
You gonna stand for that?
Nope, I'm gonna block for that.
I fucked up my combo, Jection.
Oh.
How am I ever gonna be able to do raids?
I'm sure you'll be fantastic. I see. I like this guy. I like this guy a lot. We can bond. It's a great song.
Icicle.
Oh, I get it. Cause icicle. Yeah, it's funny. Oh, that's new.
I'm coming, Scaly.
That's a long stun.
Get pranked.
I feel pranked. Oh, no you don't. Oh, yes you do.
God damn it. Hi, Jection.
Hi, Matt.
Here he comes.
And there he goes.
Fuck.
We're going up the staircase. Aiming and maiming. Experimental artifice. Ooh. Wow. You can see everything up here.
Looks like Dookie.
Oh, looks cool.
Who didn't vote? Give me my ring.
Yarg, 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 yarg.
Was it you?
It wasn't me. But I got the mask of maiming.
Stay away.
You know what? How about you stay away, Hermes?
I'm fired up again.
You're fired up.
couldn't remember my combo.
Ah.
I have an AoE rotation that I'm pretty fucking good at. Sometimes I fuck it up.
Well, as long as you remember. For those we've lost. For those we can yet save.
Come, friends.
Treasure
copper.
Slaying and maiming.
Slaying. Does Ninja have its own armor set as well?
Yes, it does.
Ugh.
Scouting.
So we need another scout for the next one, right?
That's my prediction.
I'm gonna eat this AoE. Sorry, pup.
Wow. I love Holy Children!
What's that do?
It makes all the damage blocked. Gives me extra mitigation at the first 4 seconds. And it auto heals me.
Auto heals?
That's right.
That's toxic.
No. A toxic effect would be something that comes from Bio 2!
No. What about Bio Blaster?
Well, Bio Blaster does happen to inflict damage over time, which is in vain similar effect to Bio 2! This is a good dungeon. I like this dungeon.
This is a good dungeon. I like this dungeon too. Nice, simple. Treasure.
Inhale? I don't want to be in front of him. Oh, it inhaled alright. Pyric breath. Two Pyric breaths. Leighton Lord draws ether. Oh, that's him. Pyric breath.
Oh, I get it.
Ah, so do I. Fire! It didn't suck in the fire. Ha! Idiot! We're all safe. Intimidation? How can I be intimidated by something weaker than me?
Literally everything's weaker than you.
Not the stuff that's higher level than me.
I'm sure you would prevail.
I guess so. Ow.
Alright. Oh, my bad. I was looking at my abilities.
Wait. Hey! Down you
Look,
go.
I leveled up.
You're level 89 now.
Ooh, look, in pants of aiming.
Hearing offending. I'll put that on right now. Whoa, it's very foggy. Oh, hi! He has to let us take Meteon. How else are we gonna take Meteon? Tickle. Oh, a little ticklish.
You're ticklish.
You're ticklish.
Only because I'm fat.
Isn't everyone ticklish? Woo!
No, not everybody is ticklish.
That's crazy. It's so foggy, I can't see anything.
Here, I'll do us a favor and grab that treasure crop for me.
You'll love treasure.
Oh, look, it's for me. Oh, never mind, I can't have it.
Oh.
I have it already.
Well, that settles that. Die. Whee! Oh!
We're going up. We're going up.
Oh, upper artifice. Whoa!
We went up, Jection.
We're at the edge of the world.
Before they're expunged from existence.
Yeah, do it to him, Scaly. Scaly, you're a monk. No need to apologize. Right, Jection?
Yeah. Aha!
Right.
I still have a stack of request cat, bitch!
Ooh, a war axe, Jection. Is that you? No, you're a paladin. Never mind.
I'll take it for later.
What if I want it?
Well, they had to beat me on the green. Some angry birds.
I know that video game.
I know that one too. Oh, I guess we are fighting a bird lover. The strongest Final Fantasy gamers versus the weakest bird enjoyers.
I won the green, Jection.
Well done. Hermes. Winged Defiance. Hermes.
So, it comes to this.
Hey, there's Mitron.
I've no wish to fight, but this time, I cannot yield.
Start the music.
The world may think me a mad, desperate fool. I will hold fast to my conviction.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Wow, we're really high up. Oi! Gust and Gale. Oh,
Forget Injection, you're gonna be proud of me.
I'm gonna be proud of you.
Unleash your power!
This seems familiar.
Yeah, this is...
Dancing winds! Pierce my foe!
Now this is a battle.
All is ready!
Hey. One of these isn't cracked.
Oh shit, you're right. I'm dead!
Ouchie.
I didn't notice the crack part the first time I did it.
Ah.
Learning new stuff, Jection.
Learning. Hey, cast double. Oh. No.
Bravery.
You're not brave.
I interrupted that every single time, Jection.
Good. I'm proud of you.
We're none the wiser.
I'll never know what it does. And for our sakes, neither will we. A quadruple.
You would be proud of me for.
I'm proud of you for that.
Right?
Rodate.
Oh wait, that's still hitting me there? I hate circles, man.
Well, speaking of circles. Don't. Wait, double tank buster! Nope.
I can't tell if it's you or me doing it.
I think we both take credit. Someone limit break him.
Scaly limit break. I limit break all the time. I need to let someone else do it.
You did it.
I am not finished yet.
When he transforms. Bam, 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 bam. Nice.
No. My power.
Enjoy the cutscene, injection.
I'm gonna enjoy the cutscene, Matt. Enhanced Divine Veil! Let us leave the rest to Emmett Selk. Hopefully he has calmed down a little. A mercy chase he led us on. A merry chase he led us on. To think, Emmett Silk, the healer.
It's over, Hermes. In the name of the Convocation, I hereby take Meteon into custody.
Yeah.
And setting aside the matter of your nomination, you will come with us too. We require your knowledge to assess and resolve the situation.
That's right.
Meteon, I am so sorry. Would that I could have listened to your report in full. Reflected upon its meaning and conveyed it to others. That they might reconsider their chosen course. But I have failed. And that wish will never be realized. However, ere our fates become the province of others, I bid you tell me just one thing. Was there happiness in those distant stars? Was there a reason for living?
We conducted our search as per your instructions. We scoured historical records, communed with the spirits of the deceased, heard the final testaments of the dying, welcomed their shadowed hearts into our own. One race had striven to create a world bereft of animosity.
Uh-oh!
They renounced relationships to avoid interpersonal strife, and in so doing brought about societal collapse. One race had renounced war and devoted itself to the enrichment of its people. They were conquered. Though they destroyed the enemy in reprisal, they could not regain their former glory.
Uh-oh!
One race had concluded that fear at time was the root of all woes. Aspiring to shatter its shackles, they went in search of infinity. They discovered nothing is infinite, and that neither time or death can be cheated. Disillusioned, they gave up on the future and themselves. One race had discarded all things that gave rise to sorrow, hoping to have only joy. They found joy lost its savor in the absence of sorrow, and lost their will to live. Though worlds apart, these peoples shared a belief. The belief that they had tried their best. That they had tried to fulfill their potential with every step and success. In the course of which, they learned the truth. That they would never be free of fear and sorrow, anger and despair, of loneliness, so long as they yet lived.
Oh no!
Even now their souls cry out for oblivion. And to this song of anguish, I lend my voice. We lend our voice.
Oh!
Oh, beloved mankind, shimmering jewels of beautiful Etheris, rejoice, For we will free you from the cruel yoke of existence.
Oh no!
There is no need to struggle in vain, for in nihility awaits salvation. You will know peace and serenity, and it will be beautiful.
This is bad. This is bad.
Our nest at the edge of the universe, and there in the dark of dead worlds hoard sorrow and suffering.
This is bad.
There we will sing, our chorus ever louder and ever clearer, that our song may reach even this ether-shrouded star.
Oh.
Such is the answer we have found in the stars. Such is the gift we now offer to Atheris.
This is bad.
Who are you to decide our fate? To decree we live or die?
Are you kidding?
Have you lost your mind? You heard what she said. She means to destroy us all, yet you'd still take her side?
In the name of the star, we have discarded those creations that we deemed flawed. If we ourselves are flawed, does not stand to reason that we too should be discarded.
Oh.
And you know it.
Oh no.
Perhaps it is. Perhaps I am wrong. Who is to say that you are right?
Oh no. Friend to fiend.
Settle this with a determination. In my authority as Chief Overseer of Elpis, I will make a judgment on man's fitness to exist. If he can learn to value all life and retain his will to live, even should his end be justified, he will surely find a way to avert his demise. If not, he will perish in the star. As with all determinations, provisions must be made to ensure fairness. Kairos! Awaken!
Kairos.
Memory reconfiguration system.
Oh no!
Awaiting instruction.
Command. Universal memory alteration. Target area. Catesis Hyperborea. Starting point. Arrival of Emmet Selk of the Convocation at Propylion. Endpoint. The present. Erase the memories of all events and replace with a vague recollection of the following.
Oh.
I was here, preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to Emmet Selk and Hitherdays. Meteon's shared consciousness became unstable. She and her sisters could not sustain their existence, and all dissipated with a burst. The resultant shockwave accidentally triggered Kairos, which erased several days of memories from all present. Execute.
Command acknowledged. Initializing. 3 processes remaining to execution.
No, 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 no!
Bravo. I dare say one would be hard-pressed to make it fairer.
Oh no!
Everything that you told us, everything that has happened, the fact we've even met, it will all be gone.
Go, Meteor. To the edge of the universe, where none can reach you.
Hermes, won't you come with me? If you were to shed your flesh, I should be able to carry you.
I will remain. As a man, I will oppose the oblivion you bring.
Silly fool. Had you said yes, I would have granted you the gentlest end.
Let's go for now!
Fly, Meteor!
Let's go, Emmett!
Far enough, Hermes!
Argos, to me!
First process complete. 2 remaining to execution of memory reconfiguration.
As if we needed more pressure. No matter what, you cannot forget what happened today. For it is the key to saving your future. Your world. This fight is our fight. What comes after, our problem to contend with. Not yours. No. Your own struggle awaits. And no one else can take your place.
Ah!
You must flee this place with your memories intact. And I will see that you do. Now then, where is it? There you are, my little confluence.
Oh! Let's go, Argos! Let's go!
Almost!
Third!
Very well then. You may elude us this day, but not forever.
Meteon's gotten away.
Second process complete. 1 remaining to execution.
We gotta go!
Ugh. No time for brooding. Listen well. Beyond lies a spatial confluence that connects the interior sections of this building. I will destroy the confluence and force open a way outside. When I do, you must jump through.
I cannot tell you how sorry I am. But neither can I let you escape!
Don't! Ow! That's not part of the plan!
Too brave by half. Exemplary work, as always, Emmett Selk.
What? But how? I thought the confluence was... over...
Over there? Yes. We were rather hoping you would.
It was never anywhere but where it is now. The instant those two began making their way towards nothing, 'twas clear the plan was a diversion.
I'm quite incapable of destroying a confluence, I must confess.
A gambit brazen beyond words. Though we've grown accustomed to reckless improvision due to the antics of an incorrigible associate.
What about Kairos?
Though, in the case of certain present company, incorrigible is an understatement. Honestly, I'm beginning to suspect it's a requirement for every Azen. There's no time! Quickly! Even now, I do not believe your tale. I would not suffer us to walk such a wretched path. Still, if it must be said, do not squander it. The legacy I leave you.
Remember us! Remember us!
Final process complete. Executing universal memory alteration.
Go, Argos!
Pepe hands!
I'm fine. Just a little tired. Can it be true? Are we the only ones left who see beauty in the world? In life? Are the stars above no more than husks of fallen civilizations? And yet, I feel her. Though she is unimaginably distant, I feel Meteion's presence, and the place where to we must go. Ere she made good her escape, I placed an enchantment upon her, one which allows us to follow her trail. She has already left the outermost bounds of Aetheris, and continues on her way. Given the vastness of the universe, it will still be no easy feat to track her down. But thanks to Emmett Selk and his Ladeus, all is not lost. We remember.
We
So
remember.
long as we remember, our fates remain ours to shape.
Remember. Remember us.
I'd like to know too. Let us ascertain the situation at Cutisis Hyperborea, where they should still be.
Good boy.
Given the likely state of their memories, however, it would be imprudent for us to approach them directly. In which case... I am sorry, my friend, I've asked much of you this day, but may I trouble you one last time?
Let's go, Argos.
Argos will investigate in our stead. We will share in his consciousness and see and hear as if we were with him. Now, close your eyes and open your mind.
That's not the echo.
Thank goodness you are unharmed.
Unharmed? There is a gaping hole in my memories. I can scarcely remember arriving here in Elpis.
Forgive me. I was preparing to demonstrate the functionality of Kairos to our guests.
Liar.
But Meteon, her shared consciousness became unstable. And she...
So, that's what prompted the state of alert. And when you went to investigate, you were caught in Kairos's accidental operation.
So it would seem. It's all a blur to me.
Such an unfortunate accident. Oh, and what of Venar and your other companion? You went inside together, as I recall.
Explain that. No!
Venar was with us. I have no recollection of it.
He's the imposter!
Familiar, is it not? The fellow seems happy enough, so I think it's safe to assume his mistress is well. I haven't the slightest notion who this other companion might be, however.
Ah, well, that individual struck me as a bit different, for want of a better word.
Their memories are gone, pup!
Perhaps it wasn't actually a person, but some manner of creation.
They are technically wrong.
Curious. I must ask Venar about it when next we meet.
Yes, you do that. Now, if we may tend to Hermes, whatever this Meteon did, it seems he bore the brunt of it.
About that.
Once you are fit to travel, you will return with us to Amarot. We need to make certain there are no other ill effects.
About that.
Also, I am here on business of the 14. We've already had the conversation, like as not, but since your toy wiped my memory, we'll have to have it again.
About that!
Yes, of course. As you see fit.
This Kairos, it manipulates memories through the emission of etheric waves, correct? There is a theory which holds that memories scoured by blasts of ether are restored when the soul is cleansed in the underworld.
Oh, really?
If true, then perhaps when our time comes to return to the star, we shall remember these few days we have lost.
Oh, really?
I doubt aught of interest occurred. Look forward to the revelation if you like, but I should prefer to reminisce on more meaningful moments.
I'm angry.
Let us rest. If only for a while. After all, you and I... Oh, we still have a long, long way to go.
Are you feeling at all recovered? I understand your extortions were more than purely physical, but resting one's body, only for a moment, is never without merit. As for Hermes, I think it unlikely he will create more Edalekis. He poured much of himself into Mitran. Now that she and her sisters are gone, dissipated in his mind, the grief must be unbearable. He'll brave himself. He'll believe that he never acknowledged his dissatisfaction with the world. That the media would never have been born to suffer and die. The others to join the 14 will be welcome distraction, and one day hence, he will face the advent of the final days in the role of Fandaniel. Thou must live, die, and know. Ay, Hermes. Zo, listen to me. Our duty now is not to denounce Hermes for his misguided determination, or to convince Emmett Selkin and Philodeus that they have been deceived. No, we must instead ensure the experiences Hermes sought to expunge are preserved. Our remains and our memories alone will be our weapon against the final days. You must fight this battle in your age, and I in mine. Come, let us walk together once more. I will see you to the doors of Propletheion. So now we know the answer. Damn, bro, that's crazy. Your time of this age is drawing to an end. Upon speaking with Vanau, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. I'm gonna need... I already drank my last bottle, so I guess A&W is gonna have to do. Maybe I should pee first. Yeah. Oh. Ay, ay,
Z-ejection.
Matt Pew Pew.
How long are you going to be on?
I'll probably finish watching these cutscenes and then go to bed. I won't know how tomorrow works, but I'll figure something out.
Do you work tomorrow?
Gotta call pictures, and since my computer's bad at multitasking, it really doesn't like it when Bridge and Final Fantasy are open at the same time.
Rip.
But I figure I'd try anyway.
Jesus.
As long as I wake up before noon, I can get a nice queue in.
If you could... I made it to the next thingy, which I won't say what it is. Obviously.
Obviously. Final leveling dungeon and all that.
I don't know how long it would be. So I don't know if I should just run it myself or not.
It might be a long while. Judging from how long it took to get to this point.
True.
Oh, I still had root beer in this.
Root beer?
Mm-hmm.
Root beer. Alright. What I'll do... I'm not doing it tonight, but we'll see what happens tomorrow early.
Alrighty then.
Alrighty then.
Yep. Well, I know for a fact. Yeah, you shouldn't go past the final dungeon. We do that together.
No. Yeah. Honestly, if you can get caught up to me, we could probably run the rest of it tomorrow. Right? Because I'm 89 now.
Is that the level of the quest that you're on too?
I think. Yeah, I'm on level 89 quests.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll see how far I can get then.
Alright.
Speak with for now.
Enjoy your cutscenes. There's a lot of them.
Oh boy. Happy days, oh happy days!
So, it is within. The portal that brought you hither, and will take you home. May you and yours emerge triumphant. Make use of the knowledge you have gained, that your days in Elpis and our friend's sacrifice be not in vain. With Meteion free to pursue her designs, 'tis only a matter of time until the final days are upon us. We must be ready. From fortifying our defenses to securing our escape, there is much to be done. In spite of this, we cannot allow the report that set this calamity in motion to become common knowledge. Were the masses to learn the fates of the other stars, I fear the situation would spiral out of our control. I must carefully consider who can be trusted, and bring them into the fold. Ordinarily, I wouldn't hesitate to call upon the 14. However, it was the desire for a fair determination that drove Hermes to attempt to erase our memories. Were he made aware of his actions, there is no telling whether he would remain a friend or become a foe.
Probably foe.
Alternately, we might try to alienate him from the convocation. Yet in doing so, we would deprive ourselves of a brilliant mind who would be invaluable in the crises to come. Quite the dilemma. Which is why I must work independently of the convocation. Regardless of how we proceed, If we are to permanently avert the final days, we must be equal to Hermes' challenge. We must prove that mankind is worthy to exist. And this hinges, I think, on how we confront the all-consuming despair that accompanies a senseless and seemingly inevitable end. Bewildered and divided, we would perish like the peoples of those celestial ruins. We could not hope to survive the final days, much less take the battle to Meteon at her nest. We must find a way to defeat despair, to unite and prepare as many as possible for the struggle ahead.
That's what the ship is for. That's what the ship is for. Which means that the thing on the cover was not a moon.
Heavy will weigh the burden of guiding this legion of souls. Yet I have faith in mankind's potential. As long as he believes in himself, there is naught he cannot achieve. So I will not give up on him. On us. You may find your world to be very different. Or perhaps the erasure of our friends' memories has sown the seeds of a conjunction between us. We cannot know until the moment is at hand. So shall I strive to do my best, taking naught for granted as I walk my path. And I pray you walk with me to the end.
To the end!
As you move forward, so too will I. As will all, resolved to fight for the morrow. And when mankind has found the strength to stand against despair, we shall silence the song of oblivion. She who sings it will learn our journey is far from over. This I promise. Fare you well, my light of the future, till we meet again.
The fifth zone, huh? Nutty.
From this day forth, I shall strive to bring honor to the seat of Vandania.
Reflections. Oh God! Behold, a glimpse of things yet to come. Answers!
Even now, I remember standing there, locked in a moment where the sky is aflame. Where stars fall as tears, and screams darken the seas. Where resignation rots the trees. Where terror twists magics into abominations. Such is the lament of they who have gone before. The song of they who tried and failed to create a better world. The song of the end. That which hides at the edge of the universe is no longer hope's creation. It is hopelessness incarnate. That day, mankind saw half of its number sacrificed to bring forth Zodiac. And covering the star in a shroud of ether, we forestalled the final days.
That's how it worked. Damn, these are really late game scenes. Amazing how they didn't spoil a thing.
Yet the cries echoed still. We wept for innocence lost, wailed for death inevitable. A reality too terrible to bear. And for too many who sought comfort in gilded memories of joyful days and tranquil nights.
This is all wrong. Why must we suffer so?
It needn't be like this. No. There must be a way to restore things to the way they were.
Trailer moment!
Claim the perfect paradise we once had.
No, my friends. Suffering exists, and we cannot pretend otherwise. No civilization, however great, could eliminate it. If we would live, we must accept it as our constant companion. Let us not seek to forget this tragedy. Let us carry it in our hearts, that we may grow stronger and know true happiness.
We can't accept it. We won't accept it. It will be ours again. A world free of sorrow.
Trailer moment!
No, it will not. For there has ever been sorrow. Mankind was but spared its biting sting for a time. So please, open your eyes. To try and reclaim those lives we lost by sacrificing yet more isn't wisdom. It is weakness. No paradise is without its shadows. If we cannot accept this truth and learn from our pain, then our plight shall be repeated.
O mighty Zodiac! God, born of our boundless faith, we bid you, hear our prayer. Accept this offering of lives, and deliver unto us the lives we once had. Deliver unto us the days of old, the days when the star was a font of love, and we knew naught but bliss.
You would destroy it? Our beautiful world?
Lands that stretched on forever. Skies one could drown in. The heartbeat of nature, silent yet strong. And amidst it all, a people. Beacons of light and life. Laughter that warmed my heart like naught else before. They are my meaning and my purpose. My love. In spite of, or perhaps because of this, I choose to believe in mankind's potential. In his ability to find a way forward. So let there be no way back. From that temptation, I sunder us. No more shall man have wings to bear him to paradise. Henceforth, he shall walk.
ENDWALKER!
All is excruciating pain. I breathe fire and torment. I birth a world of suffering to mire and plague.
Ow!
In one fleeting moment, lives come and go, ever moving towards the unknown. And in that fleeting moment, they cry for the answer to the question. Why, given life, are they meant to suffer, to die?
Ow!
As fragmented, imperfect beings, yours is a never-ending quest. A quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured. To find the
Parallels
strength to continue when all strength has left you. To find joy even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
They were the lyrics to the song. The quest titles.
A conjunction has begun to form, an intertwining of your time and mine. When you truly understand what is at stake, and your journey has prepared you to surmount the insurmountable, then shall I honor the promise made in another time, another age.
Woo! Ooh! Wow! Oh! Wow! Not bad. But I like mine better. I really wish I could shove that in the glamour dresser. But alas. Oh. Oh. So, impeccable timing as always. I heard you were off in the first as part of our efforts to investigate the final days. Well, so often seems to be the case. While you're away, we've had some few developments, which we can discuss in just a moment. For now, however, I cannot tell you how wonderful it is to have you back. Oh, my dude. My dude. Oh. You're gonna want to sit down for this one. So have you learned a lot more of the final days? And the journey is well worth the risk. Without your newfound knowledge, it will be a great boon to us all. Unfortunately, during your time on the First, events here have taken a turn for the worse. The Signs are running themselves ragged trying to contain the spread of blasphemies, but it's a losing battle. To try and ascertain the where and why of it, Alize and Alphino have been traveling all over. Of all the regions they visited, Locus and Loretus is one of the worst afflicted. Thancredus, Lydian, and Grahal took the detachment of allied soldiers there to offer aid and succor to those in need. But the province is vast. They only managed to visit a handful of coastal villages. It was an accomplishment worth celebrating still, but in the drop in the bucket at best. In the meantime, your Stola and Master Matoya have been making a concerted effort to establish contact with Heidelin on the Ethereal Sea, but to no avail. Taro and I keep a close eye on the Forum. From what we gather, they've been constructing a vessel to ferry people to the moon, an ambitious project that's likely been years, if not decades in the making. However, since we've seen no sign of it thus far, suspect it's still incomplete. You'll also recall a proposal issued by Master Fortuno to the people of Razat-Han. Following their discussion, Vitra declared his support for the plan and urged those who wish to evacuate to accept the forum's invitation. So far, so good, but that's where things get a little strange. Apparently, the forum caught wind of the lunar teleporter inside the Tower of Babel and decided to use it to deliver people to the moon instead of their mysterious ship. Therefore, to secure safe passage for the heinous refugees to the tower, Alphino, Alizane, Nestinian, and Graha traveled to Garlemald not long ago. Trouble is, the capital is hardly the safest place to begin with, and now? The final days have come to Garlemald. Shortly after our friends arrived, they were sent to rendezvous with Master Fortuno. Then panic broke out, and our communications were severed. From what fragments we were able to make out before the link show went completely silent, I only assumed the phenomenon has spread to the capital. The others need you, Zoe. Please, you must help them. Having you there will make all the difference. I'm sure of it. Camp Broken Glass was their first port to call. You best start there. Hopefully Lucia will know where they are. There's no telling what you'll be walking into, so you best take every possible precaution. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Ah, my money! Ah! Damn this teleporting payment! Every time I can just feel it draining away my monetary value. Oh! We're jumping straight into this! Woo! Zoe, not a moment too soon. Skies over Garlemald are ablaze, but it's events down on the ground that concern me. You'll have heard your fellow Scions arrived ahead of you. Cut the customary greetings short after you received word from our troops on the Magna Glacius the forum's airship had landed. It was then the heavens began to burn. I dispatched your friends at once to ensure the refugees come to no harm. I'll have you join them immediately. Additional support is en route. We'll discuss them later. Just ready to depart? Okay. Alright. Oh. Fair enough. In addition, you've been required to participate. Yeah. Let's do this! Earlier, on the Magna Glacius. Terminus beasts!
No. We were promised an escape. Not the same moon we fled.
I shall not meet my final days here in this blasted waste.
Whip out the Noliths. You won't.
Calm yourselves. Your panic is our greatest enemy. Come, we must build a line of defense.
Violence!
How?
Leave the fighting to us, Father. You must lead the people to safety.
Woo! Raiden thrust.
I can handle this pair.
You?
You?
To the refugees. Let us be about it.
As you wish.
I shall see you on the morrow.
You got it. Oh, I'm so glad I practiced Sage before this. Love ya. Albeit slightly nerfed. Oh, no you don't. Doses! 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 Do this thought to me. Help the wounded. No. I'm being overwhelmed by fear. Alphado, do what you can. No, not diagnosis. Let's go, Stidian. Distressed refugee. Not for...
Deep breaths.
Calm. Now go as fast as you can. Calm. I can't move these buttons. Our eyes will see you to safety.
Worry not for the refugees, but for yourself.
Protect the refugees. Oh, hey, Stidian. I like the look of that. Stay sharp. Take the lead. I'll provide support. Grieve of parting. Just in time! More beast. I only hope my newfound abilities are enough. They are definitely enough. Just got the hang of those things. I'd better. It's only like how far in the game? So weird to use 5 and 6 to attack. Oh, you're already dotted. Let's go, Estinian. Living your toxicon, bitch! Damn you, sexy lady! Semi-sexy!
Help! Someone, please!
What?
Terminus beasts!
Don't. I don't want to die.
Garlands!
Forward! Let not a single fiend escape!
Yes!
Wait, that's... Euless and the army. So, you've recovered then? In time enough to be of aid, for once. We can speak of it more later. For now, we must fight! To repay your salvation in kind, or with better! For Garlemald has her pride! Of that I've no doubt.
Nice!
Good gods. Of all possible saviors, the Imperial Army.
I had hoped to take all of them down at once.
Think a withdrawal might be in order?
Oh, sod that. You know who would never abandon these people to their fate. To be devoured by their former friends. That'd be beyond cruel. These beasts must fall here and now.
Well then, I'd say it's high time we threw caution to the winds.
So long as you spare me the heroic sacrifices. Now, let's go!
It's all the same abilities! Though I think Emboldened's new. Woo! I just get OB3 off of 1 bar? Cool! Let's go! No way to break a chain of transformations? Watch out, Alize. This one is not like the rest. He's fine. Black Star? I see. Black Death! This again. So if I care, I won't back down. Beast calls down a rain of meteors. Now's our chance. Let's go, Gra.
I'm not done yet.
My limit break is almost ready.
None to worry about.
What?
With energy. Find cover.
This is the last one.
As they say, turnabout's fair play.
Vermilion Pledge. That's a unique one. That is not Vermilion Scourge.
There's not the barest trace of ether. Maybe there really is no way to bring them back.
Thank you for saving our lives once again. I remember you from Purusha. You helped us there too, didn't you?
Ah, you're from Palaka's stand. I'm glad you're still in one piece. Or you will be, once I see to that injury of yours.
So she just gets to do that. Just because he's a red mage.
Look out!
Boss music! Ow! No way! Trailer moments! Hey, wait a second!
Get out of here! Quickly! I won't lose them. Not a one. This will be a brighter future. I won't let a madman's apocalypse ruin everything we've fought to achieve.
Let's go, Gra! Huh.
Get it together, Alize. You're embarrassing yourself. And in front of Father, no less. You might never measure up to our champion. But we ask too much of her as it is. You mustn't let our sword in the darkness fight alone.
Get angry! Speaking of which... God, I'm so glad I got this set. It's me!
I can look after myself, you know.
Trailer moment.
Everything's in order, I trust?
Is that the slightest nod?
I've had enough of this rabble. Come on!
Trailer moment!
Rio for the ages.
This is sort of strange because Alfie's not here, but this is still cool, whatever! Ah, damn it! I fucked up Requiescat again!
Just the beginning.
You think you can win? I'm a paladin! I can't die! This is my expansion! Get out! Sick mechanics! I'm standing in them. Ow! That wasn't just you! Wave of loathing. Ulysses will see the refugees to safety. Let's keep the beasts at bay. Mutable loss. Oh, interesting. Enjoy my enhanced divine veil. Let's go. Just don't remember the dungeon? Well, I'm sure you'll remember it soon, man. Woo! That was for scaling at me. Get hype! Cute. And stay down. That was for the wipe she gave me back in Amarat, bitch.
You must board without delay. The ship will depart ere long.
Your offer to host us in Charlian is most appreciated. But will the final days not soon fall upon it as well?
Will the PC on for you? No, you can't end here. I can't end here. It's the Endwalker walking the end. Several cutscenes will play in sequence.
Your hesitation is not unwarranted. The satrap entrusted me with your lives, yet I have failed your comrades. Nor are you wrong to fear that this corruption will continue to spread. I cannot promise you complete safety, even in my homeland. What I can promise is that I will do all in my power to protect you. That power is not inconsiderable. Even now, my countrymen are preparing the vessel that will deliver us to a sanctuary on the moon. Join us on our journey there, and beyond, to new horizons. Come to old Charlian. Please.
We would be fools to refuse such a generous offer made in earnest.
Oops. What'd that say? Seems they have a new destination.
Known too much suffering. The march to Garlemald will only bring them more, short though it may be.
I quite agree. Fortunately, they have you to look after them.
Yes. Well.
Behind you! Just there!
More of them.
Ooh. Xenos!
Xenos! Here!
You'll be all right. Hurry to the airship.
Why have you come?
A heretofore unseen beast. 'Twas ripe for the slaying. Poor sport, alas. Unfit to temper my blade.
Oh, for the love of... You cannot still be on about a rematch.
That is, and has ever been, my sole concern. You, on the other hand, are fixated on a different quarry. Your passion pales before mine. Yet neither hate nor despair seems sufficient to recapture your misdirected bloodlust. So, I hone my blade, and I wait.
That's it. That's all you care about. Garlemald is in ruins. Our homeland, the nation you rule, is as good as gone. Along with so many of its people. Not just soldiers like us. Not only those who fought and killed for power and duty. Innocent civilians.
Try the moment!
By their own flesh and blood. Lost and confused as they breathed their last. While we who survived with our lives and minds intact were left to freeze to death. The Eorzeans tell me all this was your doing! You slaughtered your countrymen! You did! For what?
For nothing, in the end. So much wasted effort.
You bastard!
For your own sake, Eulus, you must control your anger. It will serve no one should it consume you and see you transformed.
Would you be happier had I a good reason?
Xena's Vidar Galvus.
If my motives met with your approval, would you no longer resent the outcome? If so, then perhaps a beast's skin would suit you better. Duty, honor, morality. All constructs of convenience when put to proof. Surely the war taught you how easily power becomes the tool of the self-righteous. How the people's justice was merely a means to their ends? Yet you would ask me why. Ask any creature of this star and those above for answers, and they will tell you what suits their fancy. And they would be right to do so. What meaning there is to be found in the petty vicissitudes of your existence must be gleaned by you, and you alone. Should you seek it in battle in the fruitless pursuit of my demise, then come. Assume your rightful place as a notch on my blade.
You are a blight on the Garlean race, and there would be no more satisfying way to expunge it than by beating you to death. But I will not be party to another tragedy. I refuse to lose anyone else because of you. So go. Go! And may we never suffer your madness again!
Xenos! Perhaps you found meaning in living this way. I cannot deny you found strength. Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
We're ready to depart. The refugee ships will be leaving shortly, but I've asked mine to remain for the time being. There's room enough for you to join me on it, if you wish. Do contain your surprise. I needn't agree with the Scion's methods or intentions to acknowledge that their deeds are deserving of gratitude.
We appreciate the offer. But might I ask why you are delaying your departure? I presume it is not solely for our benefit.
I must visit Garlemald ere we return to Sharlayan. Having caused such an uproar, it is only meet that I explain myself to the Ilsabard contingent.
Allow us to accompany you then. We should be glad to facilitate, given our familiarity with all concerned. If you would like to join as well, Euless, we can speak of recent events on the way.
He'll be after your seat on the forum next.
Oh. Is Zeno standing there, so uncaring and unrepentant? Gods, I don't know what came over me. I just blurted out the first thing that came to mind. Looking back on it, I stand by those words. I would say I hope they won't entice him to further villainy, but to be honest, I doubt he even remembers what I said. Anyway, enough about that. It's good to see you again. Side hell.
No major injuries then. Good. I briefed the recovered soldiers and sent them on their way as quickly as I could, but nevertheless feared they would not make it in time.
The additional support was invaluable. Your men saved more than a few lives. Though not all, I regret to say.
I take it that I'm addressing Lucia Junius. I'm the Forum's envoy, Fortuno Leveilleur. And you are owed an explanation for these most dire developments.
Another trial wrought by the final days. I was beginning to suspect as much. You doubtless feel some consternation having been forced to abandon your original plan. But trust me when I say you were right to send the refugees elsewhere. Beasts have been sighted within the capital. Perhaps it was a stroke of grim fortune that the population was decimated beforehand, as they've yet to appear in any great number, but in time. In any case, Maxima leads the remainder of the contingent in an effort to cull the creatures and evacuate the populace as we speak. Once the airships have taken to the skies, I pray your men can be persuaded to join him.
you'll permit us to retain our weapons.
I wouldn't have sent you after the Scions were I expecting you to stab them in the back.
And I, for one, would not consider past transgressions more relevant than future contributions. Regardless of the circumstances that saw us at odds before, we need men of courage now, more than ever.
Friendship!
We swore to defend Garlemald, and so we shall.
Nice.
It seems you have everything under control. You will excuse me then, for mine own duties await.
A moment, Master Fortuno. You did desire to express your appreciation for services rendered, did you not?
I did. Though if you intend to again ask that Charlian alter its course, you will find my gratitude insufficient.
'Tis nothing so onerous. I wish to hear the details of this grand endeavor of yours.
Do you swear to listen and to learn, and not to embark upon some scheme to impede us?
I swear.
Any other, I would doubt. But you, I trust to keep your word. For not once have you broken it. Very well. I will request that the Forum make you privy to our plans. You may await our summons at the Baldessian Annex, assuming the decision is in your favor. Does that suffice?
It does. You have my thanks.
Excellent. You can regale us with tales of your most recent sojourn to the First while we wait.
You're gonna be, you want to sit down for this one.
Did you hear something just now?
Huh? What?
Where is this star's blasted pudding?
Huh? The lightning!
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. And to this bitter clime bring warmth and comfort.
Hey!
'Tis heartening to see such an assembly upon my return. I thought often of you whilst I looked down upon our star's brilliance from the moon above.
Yes, but what are you doing here? And dressed like that? Aren't you cold?
You're wearing shorts!
Verily, I fear for my health should I proceed to expand upon our purpose ere I procure more suitable garments.
Allow me to summarize. We're here because none of you lot are up there. Nor has anyone deigned to send word about any changes in the plans. It's rude, is what it is. At least that's what I thought at first, but then folks got to wondering if you weren't in a spot of bother, so we decided to take matters into our own hands. Come down here and help, if our help be needed. So she says, but it's also something of a convenient excuse to visit Aetherius. Oriange made it sound absolutely marvelous. More so before the impending doom, but still. And it's not like there will ever be a better time. What with the aforementioned doom?
Marvelous, they say, yet not an ounce of pudding to be found. I must suffer Oriange's inferior works no more.
Hey! Maybe consider the plight of present company before you go blathering on about pudding and doom? Ahem. As I was saying, should you require any assistance with whatever, we are at your disposal. We were born from Heidelin's love for the lives of this star, so naturally we would much prefer to see them continue. Twiddling our thumbs up on the moon is hardly conducive to that, though, is it? Aye, not when you've all got such precious thoughts and feelings and hopes for the future deserving of more active preservation. Speaking to Oriange made us realize that while we've carried out our duties to the letter, we've failed to fulfill them in spirit. From there, it was just a hop, skip, and a jump towards resolving to do better. So please, show us how. Help us help you.
Forgive me, but are they...
Thy distant collaborators, indeed.
Fellow, well met. You'd be a member of the Forum, would you? It's an honor and a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Livingway, Heidelin's right paw. That last bit is very important. As am I, if I may humbly say so myself.
I bid you welcome to our star, Livingway. On behalf of the Forum, I thank you for traveling such a distance to meet us. As you have surmised, preparations for the Exodus have not proceeded as smoothly as we had hoped. I should be happy to personally escort you to our headquarters in Charlian, where you may advise us as you deem fit.
'Twas with reluctance that I set aside the great work of readying the moon for habitation. Be assured that I did so only after the Loporrits made plain their earnest desire to come hither, and I myself felt a growing certainty that their contributions here would prove invaluable. 'Tis trite, perhaps, but I followed my heart.
Yeah! Good to have it.
For a time, at least. Nevertheless, 'twas worth the journey to find present company well. Wilt thou attend us at the Forum and lend thine own wisdom?
If that's all quite settled, can we start moving before Urianger catches his death? Even I'm freezing out here.
Oh, I dare say you'll warm up quickly once you're aboard the airship. Sat shoulder to shoulder with our fur-covered friends.
Ay, mamma mia. Half of Labyrinthos still isn't even explored! And who knows what the hell the sixth zone gonna be! Oh! Dare say Master Fortuno was not as nonplussed as we are to learn of the identity of Heidelin's lunar custodians. As you will soon discover, they have much and more to offer the Forum. I suggest we return to the Annex forthwith. May I have time to discuss thy recent adventures if we are summoned to the rostra. You are not prepared. 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 Oh. Hey. Level 90 Reaper. That's not really crazy now that I think about it. For 'tis never a question of if, only when. The answer will change, varying person to person. Not that I'm complaining, Ariane, but I was expecting to see you quite so soon. Nor I thee. In extolling the virtue of Aetheris, I did inadvertently awaken in the Loporits a desire to avert our beloved star's demise. Kryl tells us you have obtained new knowledge that may aid us in our ongoing efforts. I have news to share regarding our study of the Ethereal Sea, but your findings are certain to be of greater interest, so I would rather hear them first. To what revelations did Heidelin's ellipsis flower lead? I told you need to be sitting down. Then this dynamis is what drives the final days. If it and Aksa are one and the same, it's all but proved Zanhana's theory. We're an entity, through sheer force of emotion, to channel this vast, dormant reservoir into a raging river. Its power might surpass even that of ether. But if our star is so replete with ether, said entity would need to be outside its influence to effectively manipulate the dynamism of the great expanse. Mitrin. Or rather, the sorrow and suffering of fallen civilizations that she has been hoarding for millennia. Untold anguish and fear and hatred drawn from every corner of the universe, all for a single purpose, the destruction of Aetheris. Then our foe is no longer some unknown calamity. We have but one aim, to defeat Mitrin. You make it sound so simple, but you're not wrong. Vanquish Mitrin and we deliver the world from the final days. But to even attempt it, there are two conditions. First, we must determine her location. Before Mitrin escaped, an enchantment was placed upon her by Vanau, the woman who would become Heidelin. The implications of temporal magics are not entirely understood, and so we cannot assume our Heidelin and the Vanau you met in the Elpis are one and the same. Nevertheless, due to her intrinsic qualities as an all-powerful being, Voyager Heidelin possesses the knowledge we seek. Whether she would share that knowledge with us, however, remains to be seen. After all, she intends for us to flee Aetheris, not to stay. Do you suppose she has abandoned her pursuit of Mitrin? That's my impression too. Otherwise she wouldn't have used me as the conduit for her will, provided clues such as the Elpis flower. I believe she has been waiting for mankind's answer to Hermes' question. So, what's the second condition? We must find a means to reach Mitrin. Naturally, our chosen method will depend entirely upon wheresoever she has made her nest. Then communing with Heidelin must be a necessity come first. Did you and Master Matoya have any luck with your investigation into the Ethereal Sea? Sadly not. Though unless with the help of our involved and the other Echo-blessed allies, we cannot detect so much as a whisper from Heidelin, even from within the Anti-Tower. Master Matoya is of the opinion that in the years since abandoning it, the Forum has found some other method of receiving instructions from Heidelin. If so, it would most likely be some form of apparatus for observing the ethereal sea, but closer to home. Somewhere in Labyrinthos! Sorry to interrupt, just received word from the forum. Presence of Secrest in the Rostra, where they intend to discuss the Great Exodus. The father was able to persuade them. They're finally taking us seriously. Let's hear what they have to say. Don't worry, guys. I'll get all your dialogue in the next playthrough. Most of it. Probably. Don't count on it. The forum is in session, and as such, the roster is closed to visitors. A sign of the 7th dawn? Very well, you may wait in the corridor. Of course, entry will only be permitted on the condition you leave your armaments at the door. Lest you forget, this sacred institution holds rational discourse in the highest. The implements of war are expressly forbidden. Then how was Y'shtola able to carry in her staff in the trailer? The trailer is not canon! Also, I didn't realize we could just walk in. Speaking of which, every ounce counts. Man, 2 more levels until my sweet, sweet Confiteor combo. What's that trait called anyway? Oh, it's not even a trait. It just happens. Blade of Faith, Blade of Truth, Blade of Valor. $420 damage! Raya Livier! Hang on! What? Is he about to fall asleep? A male Vieira on the forum before the forum even existed?
There is a matter I wish to raise with you before we enter. We are here to listen and to learn. But if the forum's plans are more or less what I expect, then I should like to make a proposal that will serve our ends. By your leave, of course.
I don't see why not. Your words and wits have gotten us this far.
Agreed. I will present our queries so that you may consider the most advantageous way to advance your proposal without distraction.
Thank you, everyone.
If I may have your attention, the ad hoc session will now commence.
The music got quiet.
The purpose of today's assembly is to brief the Scions of the 7th Dawn, at their request, on the Great Exodus. You may enter. On behalf of the Forum, I commend your heroic actions on the Magna Glacies. We shall not soon forget your service to us and the people of Radzat-Han. The Satrap, whom we have informed of the refugees' new arrangements, sings your praises as well. As an expression of our gratitude, we will endeavor to answer your questions as fully and openly as we are able.
Then let us begin. First, it is the Forum's objective to ferry the life and knowledge of this star to the moon. Am I correct?
You are. It is for this purpose that Sharlayan has labored these many long years. We have collected biological samples and scientific records from across the star. When the time comes, they will be moved from their places in Labyrinthos and Numenor and conveyed to safety. Once that critical task has been accomplished, we will begin transporting the Sharlayan citizenry, which has been categorized into groups. The earliest arrivals are to ensure hospitable environs for those who come after. Following our people, we will send those of other nations in turn, beginning with our allies. Radzat-Han was foremost among these, but since the final days have already come to Thavnair, we saw fit to include the refugees with earlier groupings.
An ambitious plan. You have accounted for the safety of all nations and tribes, then?
As many as we can.
And how, pray tell, do you decide who to leave behind?
To journey beyond the sky is an unprecedented and immeasurably difficult endeavor. Introducing sources of inevitable conflict would condemn all to certain death.
Questions as to the validity of that approach aside, are your plans proceeding apace? We're under the impression that your primary means of celestial transportation is incomplete.
If only in that it does not meet our optimal parameters, that is correct. This Ark, as some have taken to calling it, is fully operational, and could be launched even today.
Fully operational.
However, the final days have progressed more quickly than we anticipated. At present, the ship is incapable of attaining speeds sufficient to meet our evacuation targets. Should we put the vessel into service, as it is now, we will be unable to travel to the moon and back quickly enough to complete the necessary number of trips. Precious lives and knowledge will be lost.
Seven hells. Is there anything to be done?
Ask the moon people!
The ether burner, the primary means of propulsion once the craft is in the space between stars, is undergoing testing to determine whether it can be made more efficient. Though cargo is being loaded for the initial phase of the Exodus, we are prepared to continue our experimentation up to the day before launch, should it prove necessary.
What if the Scions were to solve your problem? We shall help devise a means to improve the ether burner's efficiency, on 2 conditions. If we succeed, you must allow us to meet with Hydaelyn.
"'Twas simple enough to deduce. You have a Concord, and so you would never have abandoned the Anti-Tower had you no other means of communication. One far more convenient, I suspect.
You like books because you're being read like one?
The second condition, also to be met upon our success, is that we be permitted to propose another use for your Ark.
we would be at liberty to refuse this proposal.
Of course. If we cannot prove its merit to the 99 here, who are we to stake on it the lives of all peoples of this star?
Delightful as always, Master Alfino. Oh, we couldn't have asked for a finer plan. Allow us to solve this complex engineering problem of which we were entirely unaware until moments ago. What could possibly go wrong? The satire writes itself.
We solved very other problems in time.
Yet, what field has not benefited from a change in perspective? When we are at wit's end, what we need is not the same dry theories recited ad nauseam, but fresh inspiration.
Hear, hear.
I, for one, have faith in my erstwhile students to provide it, and I find their terms to be perfectly acceptable.
Order! Order! We have no time to waste on debate. I call a vote. All in favor of agreeing to the Scion's terms?
Big hands. Big hands. Big hands.
71 in favor, 28 against. The ayes have it.
Woo!
Democracy!
Democracy!
As the architect of this project, you are the best candidate to show them its current state. And bear in mind that regardless of your personal misgivings, this is the will of the Forum.
Democracy, Matt.
Very well.
Woo! Woo!
Pull this session to a close. Return to your tasks with urgency. The final days wait for none.
Oh, I'm catching up, Matt. I'm catching up. I'm ketchuping. You like ketchup on your burgers? I like them. I'm eating it. Mm. No, where you gonna? Cause I'm catching up. I'm made of the stuff. It's colored red, so's my blood. Blood is ketchup. End of story. Sorry about not letting the rest of you on my plan. I was merely thinking my feet for the most part. Since we require both means of communing with Hydaelyn and reaching Meltron, in the spur of the moment, I saw involving ourselves with the completion of the Ark as a way to work towards both objectives simultaneously. However, we must first keep our end of the bargain by solving the problem of the Ether Burner. I'd like to think this is not a challenge beyond our combined expertise, at least the expertise of our extended circle of associates. It might behoove us to learn how the Ether Burner actually works before we can attempt to improve it, though. Checking in a bit. Going underground! We're going back to Labyrinthos! We're going like another hour? Easy! Instructed, just take us to the Ether Burner. Meet outside the Archelion. Trust you can make your own way there. Or two. We shall see! Ark is being built in Labyrinthos. Hardly surprising. Where else could they conceal such a massive undertaking? It's like the little structure at the bottom of Labyrinthos, a giant missile hatch. Believe in you? I believe in you, man. And I believe in the you that believes in me. The whole gang's here. It's good to have everyone together. Everyone except Tataru! The destination lies in the lower levels. The Forum and its wisdom has granted you access to the Archon's lift. Step inside and have our fiend take you to the middle circuit. Go on the levels, Pokemon. Got me an Absol! Woo! Woo! My boy / girl. Whatever it is. We should use a lift, yes? I love this music. Wish they kept the more ecstatic instruments, but it's still delicious. Not in this part, like more in the other part. The music part. Like, where the strings come in, that's where the ecstatic is. I said associates log alpha, other side macroeconomics. Sorry, I've been meaning to. Never mind, it can wait. Let's tend to the matter at hand. You're asking what Alphino wants for his birthday? Etherites! No! I must focus! I'm going underground! I'm speaking with Alphino! Oh, but it's right there! I'm going for it! I gotta! I gotta! Fortunately, this is actually a little far away. No! No. Lost little dearie me. Swaggles. Yeah, samples have fled. No idea what I'm talking about. Here, Tuya, the Archon, home of various samples across the star. Our own control is specific. Promise to countersign. Retrieve the specimen. Search the area. Comprehensive look about. Archon, report your findings. That's fine, it's relatively in the same direction. Gymnos. Doom da ba doom da boom da doom da ba doom ba doo ba doom da ba doom da. Yabba dabba doo, yabba dabba doo, yabba dabba 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 doo, yabba dabba doo, yabba dabba doo, yabba dabba 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 doo, yab yab da dab dab, yab 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 da dab dab, yab dab dab, yab dab 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 dab, yab dabba 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 dab dab, yab dabba 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 dab dab. Yeah, exactly. Dum dum boom 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 boom. Pay to win mount. Oh, it's like a train station in here. We're here to wait while our father arranges for us to use the next lift. Here, being Augustin Alpha, atmospheric conditions of Labyrinthos are regulated. Water is drawn from underground and dispersed as vapor, simulating the formation of artificial clouds and rain. By manipulating the temperature and air circulation, we're able to create the ideal environment for the growth and preservation of the biological samples kept here. Hold on, how do you know so much about it? My father brought me here as a child. What? And then you left me behind? Actually, you're the one who left me behind when you went off somewhere with grandfather. The night before, I'd been asking father how clouds are made, so he decided to show me. It was fascinating. Peppered him with questions the entire time. 'Tis all too easy to take for granted the many interweaving aspects of the natural world, to grow inured to the wondrous. But having gained an understanding of the complex mechanisms employed by the Loporrits in recreating a similar environment, I have come to view such processes in new light. The subterranean gardens of Labyrinthos, the lunar prison forged to contain the ancient Zodiac, the habitations built for all of mankind near the moon's surface, each unique, yet undeniably similar. 'Tis no mere coincidence. Ever since Hydaelyn unfolded to us the grim fate that awaits Aetheris, every essential resource we could spare has been delivered to Labyrinthos, in preparation for the great Exodius. But that's not all. It is also a testing ground for the technologies that will allow us to settle on distant stars. Though the Loporrits have endeavored to make the moon inhabitable, yours are not our final destination. Mankind must learn to propagate life where there is none, to thrive where all is barren. Alas, time is not on our side. We've arranged for you to enter the central circuit. Most of our preparations for the great exodus are carried out, construction of the Ark among them. Though our plans have been made public, access remains highly restricted. You, however, will not be subject to said restrictions, and have all the free reign to come and go as you please. Such was the will of the Forum, after all. We'll prove ourselves worthy of their trust. Your trust. Then let us proceed. There, ether burner is being constructed not far from here. Overseeing the work is Kokoli Decanoli, to whom he forges named. Once the necessary instructions have been made, I shall leave you with him to discuss the particulars. This way. I'm roaming sideways. Wow. Massive. Hamlet. Oi! You. Ah, shit! I will not be capped at the buzzer by the likes of you! Die. I'm definitely taking the long way around from this. Though, do I succumb to sunk cost fallacy? What? This is definitely slightly off course, but still all according to plan. All according to plan. All according to Keikaku. All according to plan. This place is amazing. Die. Oh. In darkness blooms the spider lily. I definitely took the scenic route. The compass does not detect any nearby currents.
I could swap them out. No, been there, done that. Damn near lost me eyebrows. Think, Coco, think! We'd be well on our way to paradise. Visionaries patting themselves on the backs for their grand accomplishments if you'd only think!
Yes, that does sound rather lovely.
Yeah! I mean, Master Bush, you know, what a pleasant surprise. We're not blasting off already, are we?
I like this guy.
The schedule remains unchanged, for better or worse. Which is why the Forum has elected to accept assistance in resolving the Ether Burner conundrum.
Huh. Not seen you lot down here before.
There are Archons among their number, but engineering is not their expertise. Nevertheless, the Forum concedes the slim possibility that they may have insights to offer. If not, you are at liberty to return them to the surface, by whatever means you see fit.
I assure you that won't be necessary. Now, about your troubles with the Ether Burner.
Aye, I'll walk you through it. Suppose I could do with a change of pace. As the name ought to tell you, the Ether Burner burns ether, ambient or otherwise, and transforms it into motive force. Think of it like a giant bomb that never stops exploding. Even out in that black void where the ether's right sparse, it's strong enough to move our arc. And it probably won't kill you like an actual bomb. But it ain't perfect. According to my calculations, to travel to the moon and back fast enough for the forum's liking, the conversion rate needs to be 6% more efficient. A measly 6%, you say? But if I could have squeezed even another 0.6 out of it, don't you think I'd have built it that way in the first place?
Hast thou consulted with the Loperites?
Yes, they too are conducting their own research, for lack of a ready answer. The moon's propulsion systems are considerable, naturally, yet they are commensurately massive. It is no easy feat to convert their technology into an efficient means of propulsion for a teeny tiny toy boat, as they say, and as I most certainly do not.
Yes, exactly! Damn it all, I asked for refined adamantite and they send me uppity rabbits with inscrutable, ancient, incompatible technology! You trying to drive me mad?
Do you speak of Allegan refined adamantite, perchance?
You know of it?
As this lot's full of the
Only in
stuff.
most general terms, I'm afraid. 'Twas an alloy of Allegan make, but the secrets of its production were closely guarded. As I recall, the record stated it was vital to Dalamit's construction and launch.
Aye, that's the stuff. No material more conductive far as I know. Slotting some ends like blowing up a dam and watching the river of ether come rushing through. Ain't a living soul that knows how to make it though. We were fortunate enough to salvage some for the ether burner, just a wee bit, mind, from a chunk of Dalamud that came hurtling into the northern empty during the calamity. With more, well, that extra 6% efficiency would be child's play. It's a crying shame that we've no other sources.
Surely the many shards of Dalamud scattered throughout Eorzea would suffice. Why not get the refined adamantite from them?
Oh, we tried, believe you me. But only a few specialised pieces would have had any in them to begin with. Drive cores from Ragnarok class internment hulks. Those are the prize bits we really need. According to the Gleaners, getting to them means delving deep into the shards. And the defences are still very operational and very eager to blow them up. It's rough going in there, even for the cream. I'm sure they'd make it out alive.
Weren't we near that part of the Ragnarok when we went to destroy Bahamut? Heavens, are you all right? You're pale as a... Well... Let's put that battle from your mind for now. Deep breath. That's it.
There are multiple internment hulks in Eorzea alone, so handling this ourselves may not be the most efficient option. Rather, if we could salvage adamantite from the shards simultaneously... Thancred, is the link shell we established before you went to Garlemald still active?
Of course. The floor is yours.
What's all this?
Gathering firewood, so to speak. We alone can accomplish little.
Yes.
Joined by others, we may yet build a bonfire to carry us Heavensward.
Heavensward! I know that expansion. Let's go, guitar!
The Scions have need of you.
Understood. I will contact the Lord Commander and dispatch our finest at once.
My sisters are somewhat preoccupied with the final days, so I will lead the 12-Sword expedition myself.
Are you aware of any other sources of refined adamantite?
Logically, such an invaluable alloy would have been utilized solely where absolutely necessary, in components intended to conduct or collect surpassing amounts of ether. Any extant instrumentation or devices would have likely found their way into the hands of etherologists or enthusiasts.
Idleshire?
Magical artifacts of Allagan design? The Eastern Alliance will send word to one and all. Are there other ways we may offer aid? No shards of the Lesser Moon scar our soil, but our stake in this cause is no less for it.
Is there anything in Othard that might be of use to you?
What did you say? Oh, you got friends in far places, lad. Anyway, if you're offering, I wouldn't say no to one of those Far Eastern sacred relics. Some of them can hold enough ether to summon a whole damn primal. Combine a source like that with the ether burner, and 3, 2, 1, kaboom!
I gather you heard his explosive enthusiasm. Might you secure us a suitable relic?
It shall be done. I know little of machines, but I promise we will do our utmost to gather the materials you need to finish your starship. I am glad for the work, in truth. Better to busy oneself than wait and fret over disasters foretold.
Then why are we all still standing about yapping? There's plunder for the taking. And I'm a born plunderer. I'll be an old Charlian before you know it. Start mixing the grog.
I'm certain that can be arranged. Thank you all, and do be careful.
Just like that.
Aye, just like that. Our refined adamantite is on its way. Now let us consider our next steps, shall we? There's yet much to be done.
Yeah! Friendship! Town like these remind of how famous, or infamous, Alphino has become. Who would have thought he could achieve so much with a single Link Pro conversation? As we were expecting rather a lot of visitors in the near future, best return to the surface to inform the relevant parties. So I'll have a contact of my own that might be worth a try. Who might that be? It's for me to know and for you to find out. And on that note, I leave matters here in your capable hands. Best of luck. Bye, Kryl. Meanwhile, in Ul'dah.
Our course of action is clear. We must harvest refined adamantite from the shards of Dalamud and procure arcane relics of Allagan make. Summon the best and brightest of our immortal flames and form an expeditionary party at once. Call upon the Sultan Sworn and Brass Blades for support as you must. Papashan, send word to the guilds. We will require the expertise of master artisans if we are to have any hope of identifying and recovering these elusive materials. Viergeist, we have need of your stone torches. They are to assist the immortal flames in scouring the ruins and to help secure the surrounding areas. I trust I can count on your support.
As commander of the Stone Torches, my son Zimberk will personally see it done.
Pippin, I would have you lead the raiding party. Assemble your finest, and with Chizona's blade clear the way. Lord Lolorito, I pray you take charge of the search for Allagan relics. Surely you know of some being traded on open or clandestine markets, or sleeping in collectors' vaults. Of course, I ask not that you do this out of the kindness of your heart. By all means, profit on the transaction. I wish you the joy of it.
This song!
The final days descend upon our world. If circumstances are truly as dire as they say, Uldar's best efforts may be for naught. And yet, when we Eorzeans rose from the ashes to rebuild our broken realm, did we not learn one simple truth? That which seems all but impossible to overcome alone may yet be possible if we stand together. It was the Scions who united us then, and it is the Scions who call upon us now. Uldar will answer that call. We will summon our courage and join the fight for our world's future. You know your duties. I, Nanamo Ulnamo, 17th in the line of Ul, bid you good luck and Godspeed.
Hoorah! I own the Black Shroud. Rally the whole world.
We fielded a goodly number, but our ranks are heavy with healers, and an abundance of restorative magics will be of little help in destroying Dalamud's defenses. Still, it has ever been thus with Gridania. We must steel ourselves for a protracted engagement.
In that case, might I suggest taking us along?
Commander Hext, what are you doing here?
None of the shards in Girabania are big enough to hold an internment hulk. So we said to ourselves, why not lend our neighbors a hand? We thought you might be short on people with a talent for breaking things.
While it pains me to admit it, you are right. Our artificiency is so plain to see.
It might have been a lifetime ago, but I was once one of the Scions assigned to the Shroud. I know this forest well. I know your people. And I know we will be stronger if we fight this fight together.
Then I will impose upon you with a clear conscience. Come, let us speak of how to integrate our forces.
For the future!
I won't let it all be for nothing. I promise you, Papalimo.
Rip the homie. Pour one out. In mouth. How fitting Binding Coils music would be used.
There you are. We've no time to waste, brother. Everyone has already... Ah. is a roar. A dragon's roar.
Meanwhile, in the Ruby Sea.
And so, in summation, the Eastern Alliance, as well as the Honorable Lord Lolorito himself, reached out to me for assistance in procuring these treasures of the divine, and I, in turn, do beseech the Confederacy for aid.
Huh. Soraban!
Is that...
Hancock? What a surprise this is. And a fortuitous one at that. I have a favor to ask, you see.
Yo! No job too small. Torn from the heavens! Well, my friends are searching for your fine adamantite and sacred relics. You always meet your requirements when they arrive. Without us, we might do this. I've already done more than enough. If I had to say, though, you're someone who knows a thing or two about Algan technology. Blonde with the red eyes and matching hair. So you know more than an average scholar. Huh, if only Master Cole knew how right he was. Well, he and Graha established a rapport. Why don't we help with the preparation for the Great Exodus? Indeed, it's me going above and beyond the terms of our agreement. Suppose this is not to curry favor. Confident as I am we will succeed, we must be ready for every eventuality. This will also be a good opportunity to familiarize ourselves with the logistics of traveling the great expanse. Nothing else beats twiddling our thumbs while we wait for adamantite. Well, ain't you a bunch of helpful buggers? Am I to lend a hand? I know where I ought to go. Charlotte and Hamlet is lousy with researchers and scholarly types busy in themselves preparing for the Exodus. Ha! That law need all the help they can get. Well then, off we go. I got the Aetherites! What I can tell, a lot of people actually live down here. Don't know how much we can offer. Dare still benefit from some of the fresh inspiration Scholar Montagang mentioned. Stop asking around. I deal without getting in anyone's way. Split by the Aetherite once all our work is done. Quest! Doom da ba doo da da ba dee doo. Excuse me, man. Notice your way about Sibley Streams. I have an affinity for creature of the wilds. Never wrong in such things. Might I trouble you? See among the trolls in the outer circuit, upon one sick beyond measure. Poor creature at once and healed. Returned to rightful home, flew in a panic. I barely thought of going back. Matters worse, saw the troll escape a den of animals. Analas would go after him, so fumblefoot and scare him off like not. Torn from limb to limb, my pains from the fiends. Seek out this troll they spoke. Provide him favorite food. Very calm as Peggy's thing. Back for some sure coming back. It's done. Answer seek. No, don't worry. Worry for efforts. Ugh. Getting new helpers? Figuring on that ether burner? The only time susceptible to eat the end pieces of the bread is for hot dogs? Well, perhaps. Things go stand still at that front. I choose that over my current duties. Loading samples day in and day out. It's tiring, thankless work. No one will be cross or misplace a few legumes or what have you. Foreman's got enough of their plate as it is. Deciding who gets to board the Ark and when. These powerful people have opinions about that. My heart goes out to Master Fortuno and the others. Probably get a moment's rest, I expect. I don't have time to sleep. The Ark? With all the power Master Cole's managed to squeeze out of the ether burner, still not enough, apparently. Now here the final days have arrived. Horrible creatures running rampant all over. If only we began the exodus sooner. People are dying, and there'll be no end of it till we don't fulfill our duties. But we will. Spent years preparing for this moment. Believe in the pain, and all will be well. Plan. Not pain. Plan. Plan? Plan. To help? Very kind. I organized the rest of the documents myself. Most of the things you'll need once we arrive on the moon. If you ever start choosing a new home. Duties largely concern the maintenance of living conditions. A lot busier after we depart. Hear that our lunar collaborators have come down to assist our efforts. Looking forward to finally meeting them in person. Communicating them in such a limited capacity thus far. Perfectly honest, I have the slightest idea what they look like. I do hope they're not enormous looming giants. I would much prefer something small and fluffy, like that behatted rabbit that ran by. What a... Living way! It's meeting you here, Zoe. Friends in the forum brought us here to see the teeny tiny boat. It's quite impressive considering they didn't use any creation magics. They're really interested in Aetheris itself. Well, we now find it ourselves in a sort of funny underground miniaturized version of it. We're hoping the reformer would give us a guided tour. Appears they're rather preoccupied. Honestly, all that time to prepare and they're still not ready. Suppose we'll just show ourselves around. At least that's what we planned to do until we changed upon Urianger and your good self. As we're both dawdling about, engaging in idle chit-chat, you can show us a few points of interest? Won't that be fun? Wise guides. Jay cannot free themselves for the Loporits. Oh, the Brenthos. Unexpected yet prudent suggestion. Similarities betwixt the artificial environment, Beastway Burrow, would be in our best interest to have the Loporits acquaint themselves with those conditions deemed optimal by their Charlatan collaborators. I fear, however, that continued reliance upon my limited knowledge would risk narrowing rather than broadening their perspectives. If thou art better suited to lead this venture? A marvelous idea! How are you getting that great big what's-it over yonder? Ah, yes, the what's-it. I shall leave its explanation to Zoe. The what's-it! Goodness me, to build something so large without creation magics. It's positively stupendous. Perhaps you can direct our attention to the most important features? What's them humming? Tanks! A golden pipe connected to the top of those tanks? See if that window is another pipe at the bottom. Purifying water drawn above and below. tube! Water right here from inside the great big tube? It's because of the cogs of the giant wheel at the top. Oh, I see. That's how they drop the water. That was some sort of spiral-shaped mechanism inside it, too. The mushroom thing. Oh. Those are the trees in the greatest Endsvale. Hold on. Bit strange shape. It's thin at the bottom, but a big and round at the top. Quite tall for something so unbalanced, too. Now it makes sense. That's where they store the water. Well, water, you know. Well, flower hazard, I guess. Water drawn from underground, presumably with some other mechanism, purified here and stored in that tower before being distilled elsewhere. I'm right, aren't I? I knew it. A design brilliant in its simplicity. I dare say it would take only a moment to install even the hardest environments. For us all, for operates, that is. Indeed, securing a reliable source of water is one of the utmost importance for any fledgling settlement. Well, we have the red. However, the people of Aetherius sometimes make their homes in arid deserts and such. How are they able to survive? So wherever you choose to live, you're never far from water. Oh dear, we won't be able to procure the necessary amount. We can provide enough water to keep them from dying out completely. It would appear they rely on it far more than anticipated. A few dustbins may be in order, to calculate the average rate of consumption per individual. It may be worth learning more about how exactly they obtain the water in the first place. Master Alphino spoke of machinery responsible for that feat during our journey through Lockstern Alpha, did he not? Mayhap the Loporitz will share his appreciation for the engineering marvel. Yes, that sounds absolutely splendid. On this journey beyond the sanctuary of Charlene Hamlet, I shall lead the way. You may have to brave the untamed wilderness? A valid concern indeed, but notice many dangerous-looking creatures with big, nasty teeth lurking behind the safe confines of the settlement. Are you not escorted here by burly custodians? Dread to think what have become of us. Regrettably, many a hungry predator with aforementioned big nasty teeth, Loporitz may appear to be a potential, rather appetizing source of sustenance. Might I impose upon thee to assist in securing a safe passage to Lockstern Alpha? For my part, shall act as escort to Living Way and Cooking Way, and entrust Singing Way and Growing Way in thy care. Or a valiant protector they cannot wish for. Godspeed. What's I'll say to you? I'd rather be eaten by some horrid beastie. Come along, Growing Way, for the water extraction, what's it? Die. Grr. Right fruit. Wow. Wow. Gravidea sauce. Thank you so much. I really hope this water extraction Watson is worth these harrowing experiences. All part of the fun, some might say. I'd rather not be burnt to a crisp if it's all the same to you. Alright, friends, bid you welcome to Lockstone Alpha. Destination doth lie at the lift's top. Pray follow me. Use the lift. Bum bum. Skibidi baba doo baba dee baba da. Simply marvelous. So this is where the magic, or science rather, takes place. Perfect environment to sustain life artificially created. The knowledge we'll gain here is essential when we start looking for new stars for your kind to inhabit. Apparently, most of them don't even have air for you to breathe. You're all very lucky Aetherius just so happens to provide everything you need to thrive. Why did mankind turn out the way they are because of the available resources, I wonder? Either way, something short of a miraculous. Can't wait to see more of it. All very wonderful, I'm sure. I'm hoping to learn more about your nourishment provision facilities. Where's the food? We have the knowledge and consumables you seek found in Murgle Agronomics. Imagine singing away and the others intend to study every conceivable facet of this apparatus. I'll be kind to escort our visiting culinarian. Sounds much more interesting. I'll be able to see firsthand some of the delicacies Oriange was telling me about. Even his incredibly vivid, if a bit too verbose, descriptions cannot compare to sampling them myself. Not to mention that there is soon be no more, so I must learn all I can while there's still time. Let us brook no further delay. Bunny 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 bun bunny 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 bunny. Cooking way. This place, yes? Heady aroma was enough to guard me here. Spotted several of the fruit and vegetables featured in our compendium. Did love to try some. Read those who help themselves to a farmer's crops without permission are often caught and put into pies. Perhaps you could ask whoever's in charge is willing to part with a few samples. Cooking way. fine mess this is. Ah, it's you. I want to climb down for the mine shaft. Show you around if I could. Rushed off my feet preparing for exodus. Not the only one. We've all got to find ways to do what we do down here up there. First on the moon, then whichever star the Forum decides will become our new home. It's all so sudden, so unreal. Don't you want to go to the moon? It's better than waiting for the final days to claim us. No matter how carefully it's all planned, we'll never be able to take every variety of flora and fauna with us. Even the ones we can take may not survive their new environment. So many species doomed to extinction. Sorry, that's not what you came to talk about, is it? Nothing quite so dire, I assure you. Maybe we should sample a little produce if we may. Help yourselves. Much appreciated. Where to begin? I know what these are. Grapes, yes. They're as delicious as they look. Sweet, sweet, so sour. Tastes as much like a ripe philosopher's carrot, yet the texture is entirely different. The contrast between our outer skin and the fruit within is most particular here, though far from unpleasant. Yes, I think I'll try another. Certainly giving me food for thought, though a far less visceral manner than any philosopher's carrot. Tell me, what's your opinion of grapes? Yes, they're rather very Mordish, aren't they? What I read, versatile too. Something about people stepping on them to make intoxicating beverages, as I recall. That's enough about grapes for the time being. On to the next treat. Orange Grove. That's the pumpkins. Grapes. Oh, I missed it. I looked everywhere except there. Orange by name, orange by nature. This came first. The fruit or the color? Who cares? Let's eat. Yes, that's... The parts sweet and sour. The grapes, yet nothing alike. You even have to consult J about expanding my vocabulary. I simply cannot find the words to describe it. Perhaps I'm looking for is bitter. It's all very complicated, you know. So many flavors, so many choices. Each individual their own personal preferences. Nice, so you all turned up your noses at the idea of eating nothing but carrots. Marvelous, though. They are still in my estimation. But no one say I said otherwise. Speaking of carrots, stapling the vegetables. See what's in the field over there. Some sort of enormous round carrots? No? In case proper nomenclature is less concerned than the taste. Ugh, so hard and flavorless. Oh, they'll be chewing on a piece of wood. And all but confirms it. Nothing more misbegotten failures masquerading as goodly carrots. Stop, stop, stop! Can't you see these are pumpkins? You know with any sense to try eating them raw. You're supposed to cook them first. You're not finding an awful bother? Far from it. Cooking is a joy unto itself. What's more, it broadens the range of ingredients we might safely eat. But above all else, cooking allows us to draw out the full potential of our produce. Pumpkin stew is one of my favorite dishes for as long as I can remember. Perhaps even hard blocks of plant matter can become as delicious as the orange I sampled. Cooking, no wonder though. Is this anything even more delicious? That yellow fruit over yonder. Lemon! I wonder its fragrance. With luck, I'll have a flavor to match. No idea how these are eaten. Just bite into it. My tongue! Is this poison? Lemon! How about a dash of lemon? A lemon? You mean you're supposed to taste like this? How can something so similar to an orange be so revolting? Maybe some time before my palate recovers from this ordeal. As such, best call an end to this round of sampling. Say our farewells and return to the others. Finished, have you? Found something to your liking? Enamored with the grapes and oranges, less so the pumpkin. Well, learned the hard way they're not to be eaten raw. Then there was the lemon. The deceiver! I still feel so violated. First time, was it? Hate to leave you with a bad taste in your mouth in more ways than one. Give you this lemon muffin I baked. If that doesn't change your opinion, nothing will. More lemon? Have I not suffered enough? Nevertheless, we were remiss to spurn this opportunity to put the stick that came in there. Learn about your inscrutable ways. Very well, lemon muffin. Do your worst. This is delicious! Whoa. Hey! Executive Hound with a party of 2! Hello! Have your artifact gear for your paladin transcended. Hint of lemon, sweetness, don't create perfect harmony. When a guess's vile bitterness can be utilized so elegantly. My good chap, this is simply breathtaking. See, it really is lemon in its natural state. It has a starring role in all sorts of recipes, and the same is true for many other ingredients. Also, don't know if you told me, you probably haven't. And it comes down to making the most of the resources at our disposal. Sometimes that can even be the difference between life and death. Sold the last boss of Inspatty from 45 to 0 because your party died. Paladin, baby! Oh, I think I remember that now. I don't remember where I heard it, but that's funny. That's funny. Paladin is sick and busted. Hell yeah, dude! This is Paladin expansion. Poster boys, get the goods. Be able to take every species with us. No doubt the former agonized over what was worth preserving. Will be congested and consigned to history. Our choices, but make them we must if we're to survive. Strength of will. Now I know what Highland sees in your kind. Mankind, the Loporits, were both born from an accumulated knowledge of the ancients. They learned all there is to learn about the nature of the sentient life and the fates of the stars themselves. Once a civilization has fulfilled the basic requirements for survival, it will inevitably seek to eliminate all forms of negativity and achieve perfection. And therein lies its folly, and its downfall. For perfection is an unattainable ideal. 'Tis the paradox of the immaculate carrot. Yet civilizations since time immemorial have deemed the pursuit of perfection as progress. They pay no heed to the costs incurred on the futile quest, and all too often become the architects of their own demise, their dreams forever unfulfilled. What then is the alternative? The answer lies in knowing that our existence can never be perfect, to be content with what we have and make the most of it. When life gives you lemons, make lemon muffins! Pardon my Eorzean. Well, what in the 7 hells are you on about? And who are you, anyway? Cooking way at your service. I'm here to help prepare the trip to the moon. And once you get there, you'll be able to try my carrots. I'm growing all different kinds. Don't worry, there's room for your crops too. We'll work together to preserve as many of Aetherius' special species as possible, if you're up to the challenge. Yes, of course. I look forward to it. Well, it's all been highly productive. Probably. Let's go and see if Urianger and the others have run out of machinery to inspect, shall we? Bonne nuit. Bunny people, 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 bunny people. Bunny people, bunny people. Ugh. Most enlightening. Especially the part with the lemon muffin. I was wondering, you know any other places famed for their cuisine? Oodles of noodles! Well, I had time to visit. The more I live on Aetheris, the more I wish we could spare it for the final days. Alas, Heidelman's orders are to flee, not to resist. Well, there was some other way. Just you wait. Sage Council. So, I trust thy time at Mirthville economics didn't bear fruit. Our own efforts are rewarded. We now possess an embarrassment of educational riches. No doubt our guests' relentless pursuit of knowledge could occupy them and us for a fortnight. Fortnight! That last time was of the essence. Return to Charlotte Hamlet forthwith, gladly attend to each and every luperet there. Should further questions within my power to answer arise, aww. Ya da 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 da, ya da 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 da. Check her out. Marble Forest. Check, 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 check your privilege. Well, the night is dark. Thanks, Nightbot. I'm gonna get all the aetheryte currents and all the aetheryte currents. Aetheryte currents, ether currents. Sagra's footprints. Cover the specimen's trail. Dispatch the assailants. Death. Shaggles. Shaggles. Oh, I'm so glad you're unharmed. You're all safe now. Come on, let's go home, sweetie. Grab that phone, Gar. Archon is under threat. The Archelion is under threat. I must do something, Gar. What is this threat? Gar, you can understand me? Wait, are you able to communicate with him? Incredible. Never met someone with such a skill before. A bundle of joy was born in Labyrinthos, where he was abandoned by his mother and in quite the state by the time we found him. He possessed remarkable intelligence for one of his kind, and liked to use him as part of a study for the effects of growing up in an artificial environment. And seemed making gestures and indicate he'd been reading the tomes here. Thought he was just copying those around him. I think he actually understands speech. Though I do wonder exactly why you're able to understand him and I not. I'm sort of special. I'm sort of special. Really? Oh, I would give to understand him too. You possess the echo, don't you? I find it difficult to grr the way you kinda do. But I suppose it makes sense you understand my general sentiments. I happen to learn of said power from the tomes of the Archelion. Honestly, that buffoon over there is surrounded by a sea of knowledge and he makes no effort to engage with it, grr. At any rate, glad I finally have someone to talk to. As I was saying earlier, the Archelion is in grave danger. Some restless gleaner managed to bring woodworms with them during the visit. If we leave them be, they'll bound to cause irreparable damage to the materials at the facility. Tried my best to tell that buffoon, but it was no use. That's why I took a chance and went in search of some of my own kind, to see if they would help. But you saw how that turned out. Well, what's he saying? Oh, dearie me. Still, it was most courageous for him to try and solve the issue on his own. And now that we're aware of it, we sort out the pest problem at once. Mind helping out a little longer? You're the one who can understand him, after all. Seems mom's ahead of us with regard to the situation at hand. Dum-bum. I'll help you out with that later. Later. Triangle. So, that was indeed me verbalizing a sigh to express my emotional state. Wanna know why? I saw the reconstructed environment data for Aetheris at Logston Alpha, that's why. A forest so lovely, so leafy. Are all your forests like that? Purple. Gasp! Gasp, I say! Well, the star so wonderful. Comes as no surprise you're reluctant to leave it behind. I was a fool to think otherwise. Assume the moon was something worth being proud of. How ridiculous it must seem to you, trying so hard yet achieving so little. Not at all. Thy works are no less worthy for their uniqueness. I thought I heard tiny voices. Bancred. How didst thou fare? I was able to glean a fair bit from the researchers helping move their cargo. Preparations have proceeded without interruption here, despite news of the coming end, and the forum's leadership to thank for that. Doesn't mean people aren't worried, though. Quite the opposite. Knowing disaster could strike at any moment, they hurry to complete their work. Equally aware that a single error could be the difference between life and death. Can't really tell them there's no cause for concern. Perhaps not. Though aided by our goodly growing way, may yet find other ways to enlighten their burden. But me? Be of use to people? Or that you would think me so capable. Not sure I'm up to the challenge. Nevertheless, I believe in thee. If you say so, suppose I can't hurt to try. Past someone mopping the western plaza looks like being in need of a helping paw. Perhaps you might start with him? This is as good place as any. Come. Just going with them. Don't think Garage must judge him. Gormley does look like he can use some emotional support. Still have work to complete elsewhere. Trust they won't return to find any Loporits in tears. Trust. Look, he's returned. I can't thank you enough. The man, look, trolls are really quite intelligent. Indeed, they are an intrinsic part of the woodlands and labyrinthos, healthy and thriving. Responsibility to put down the more violent and unruly ones. Most trolls, such as this one, are kind and docile things. In fact, my friend here has a real chance of becoming a leader of his tribe. Perhaps even a guardian of the forest someday. It is we who saw these creatures move from their natural habitats and relocated them within labyrinthos. We have a responsibility to watch over them, to ensure they are well. It would be too cruel to dispose one simply because they're under the weather. Yes, here's your reward, as promised. It's high time I saw this fellow return to the outer circlet. Farewell, adventurer. Skibidi badi badu. Do da da da. Skibidi dibidi da da da. Rianji. Why is there no ramp out here, Rianji? Sad music. I believe in you. I believe in you, Matt. Can I help you? Is it you who would help me? Is my anxiety truly so obvious? Burden shared, but as a burden ease. Pray tell us of thy troubles. I sleep now. PC still on. Thanks, Matt. Have good sleep. Little fellows do look like good listeners. An engineer, you see. I say the ship, some of the decades of Charlotte ingenuity, it's built with peerless elegant technology is all true, but I know that none of it's a guarantee. Never before launched a starfaring vessel, let alone flown to the great expanse. All the tests we've run have been on the ground. Operational personnel and cargo will be aboard the first voyage, but even so, it falls to us then. What can we do? If it doesn't, gonna fall apart on the next flight, or the one after that? We've done everything we can to prevent that from happening. All it matters. We're throughout the Aetherburner's design. Well, the Aetherburner's design was flawless too. Look how that turned out. Thou art familiar with the most daunting technologies. Thus dost thou hold the power to allay his fears. Oh, I'm not sure about that, but, well... aspect of ship design, especially worried about. Ability to walk around and perform our task for one. Advise me wish to employ gravity, a spectrumonal spell to regulate an environment, but it's not strong enough. Everyone floats away and begins crashing into things as soon as we left the star. Ah, gravitation. Maybe it can be of help after all. Up there is not so different from down here, you see. The same rules apply. Consider them as part of one great big cosmos rather than separate places. I suspect both parties shall find comfort in this conversation. Yet, if the Anchor's tale be true, so those would benefit from insights both born from experience. Fair upon the Loporits to attend to them. An excellent idea, if I do say so myself. No, like more than to ease the hearts of the fine people of Aetheris and learn more about them while we're at it. Full glad am I to hear it. Got like companion. So, thou hast a gift for finding souls in need of succor. Pray seek thee out the distressed and apprehensive and inform them that help is at hand. I shall await them here and might introduce each to a suitable loporit. Oh, I do so look forward to that. A place for every loporit, and every loporit in their place. Gravitas forfeit. We're preparing for the moon. This area gives me the same vibes of pre-Mount Golg. Now that I think about it. 56 bunches of weeds on the ground. 56 bunches of weeds. Rip one out and add to the mound. 55 bunches of weeds in the... Beep. Not neglecting my duties, I swear. A little break, you see. Got myself unable to relax and all. I'm gonna walk, know these weeds, and... pleasant conversation partners, and oh so fuzzy. Goodness me, that does sound like a much better way to relax. Sage Castle, but I haven't leveled Sage yet. Yeah. Blasted assistance. Would have gone off at a time like this. Beg pardon. I'm not the time for idle chit-chat. I need to reconfirm that aether levels are consistent throughout the vessel's machinery. Seems I have to do it single-handedly. I swear when I find those assistants of mine. Operatives are willing to help? Why didn't you say so? They will moan about how they checked 24 times already and haven't slept in weeks. Lazy sods. Waifu. My face? What's wrong with my... Ow. Perhaps I am a bit tense. Tasked with ensuring the proper fauna. Only the proper fauna are brought with us to the moon. However, the suitability of a few species is still under debate. I'll only make the decision myself, and I know so little about the environment up there. Introducing the Loperids in our discussions is a wonderful idea. I absolutely will, thank you. Biology itself might have some clue as well. Consulting our collaborators. More effective than a string to hear brooding. Attempt to calculate how much cargo we can consolidate in fewer trips. Should the Etherburner make our original estimates unfeasible? Too many variables, or my brow will turn inside out. Well, perhaps our lunar associates will have more insight how much weight consults too much weight for our purposes. Thank you for letting us know. Let me help you. My, what a lovely idea. I too notice people becoming rather tense. Rushed out to pluck some fresh, fragrant tea leaves and track down 100 or so cups. But don't you worry, I can manage. I hope your plan to cheer everyone up goes well. This woman is doing better than you are! Skibbity babbity babbity dabbity doo. I heard anything what's going on the moon? No doubt we can make it up there. Searching for a new star, part of the plan, sounds awfully vague to me. I asked the forum, but they only tell us our collaborators have everything under control. Forgive me, I don't feel particularly safe wandering through the sea of stars on God knows what, made by God knows who. I mean to say I can speak with them directly? Amazing. I hope they like questions. Engineer, nothing to fear. What am I thinking about? Medical faculties on the ship, of course. Designed them with the assistance of our sages and chirurgeons. Imagine every illness or injury that one might face in the great expanses beyond any of us. To say nothing of the effects of living out there indefinitely might have on the body. The crew from the moon? Think of that. The moon from the crew? The end of the world is nigh, yet the work goes no faster. Schedules are such temperamental things. Feasible moment, one moment, utter bollocks the next. And yet, I've never felt so alive! This one is beyond your help. Only sleep can save her now. Concerns? Nay, no point worrying at this stage. It'll make the crew go work all that much slower. Coping well. Copium? Just leave me to my misery. Form can appoint someone else. Apologize, I simply don't know what to do. How am I supposed to pilot the Ark if I'm already falling apart under the pressure? You know a starship pilot that I might speak with, truly? So then, no time to waste. Gotta prepare for this monumental task. Ain't anything bothering me? I'm loading cargo for bells now, so my back feels like a void sense played as a piano. Viennese drums and cymbals, too. Really seems fine, if in need of a break. Lalafell. Worries. I'm doing fine, thank you. Confiding in my colleagues and it's helped a lot. Can't recommend it enough. Boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka do. Oh my god, my chest is tight. Am I dying? That's what dying feels like? Do pardon me, didn't see you there. No cause for concern, I assure you. No cause for concern. The may depart any moment. If the whole design buckles under the strain, the entire vessel may explode on launch, claiming countless lives and doing all mankind. That's highly unlikely. Yes, highly unlikely. Highly. Our visitors can help me check for structural flaws, you say? Be wonderful. I'm breathing more easily already. How funny. I like finding people who didn't need help. That was fun. How old Zoe? But an effort's word has spread throughout Labyrinthos. Very leading to a far greater number than we anticipated. Living Way doth gather more Loporrits as we speak. We shall assign each accordance with their skills, that new bonds of friendship might be forged. Should greater magic require not thine attentions. Watch over them, I prithee. Sage Council. No one here is a sage! Unless they're hiding.
Phew! Oh, finally some rest! Why, I haven't spoken so much in, well, in forever.
Lively, isn't it? The town is abuzz. Everyone eager to meet with our friends from the moon.
Twould behoove you to consult with Sleeping Way. As our moon's pilot, his advice should be most pertinent.
I'm impressed. Truth be told, I struggle to tell one from another. No offense intended, of course.
None taken. After you and your friends left Mare Elementorum, we spent no small amount of time with your Urianger. Oh, the conversations we had. He told us all about Atheris, answered our every question, no matter how trifling or trivial. Look! Every page filled to the margins with knowledge. When I first arrived, I was struck by how little I knew. It was daunting. But then I realized that, were it not for Urianger and his teachings, we'd still be stuck on the moon, gazing at your world and wondering what we've been missing.
What would they think if they could see Urianger now? I dare say they'd be more than a bit surprised. And impressed, no doubt. Master Louisoix, Minfilia, Papalimo, and not to forget.
Oh there. Heard there was a visiting expert who we might bother with a few questions. I take it you'd be the one.
Yes, I am.
Wilson and Blovida, Sharlayan's foremost researchers in the field of teleportation magic, and Moonbreeder's parents.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
In some time. Tis good to see you in good health.
Oh!
Likewise, old friend. Blovida and I were most honored to answer the call. Never expected this reunion, though, did we, dear?
Alfei, the nerve. Sending that letter, then running off to the gods know where. Do you have any idea how worried we were?
I'm sorry. 'Twas remiss of me not to deliver the news in person. No, more than that. 'Twas I who...
Our daughter was disillusioned after Master Louisoix left her behind. The day the Scions called upon her was the happiest I'd seen her in years. She made her every choice of her own free will. No one could have ever forced her to do otherwise. Don't blame yourself for her death. Celebrate her life. You know that's what she'd want.
If there is one thing we resent you for, it was that we could not be there to mourn her with you. Reading the words you penned in that shaky hand, we must have cried as much for you as we did for her.
Yeah!
I'm sorry. I truly, truly am. I knew not what to say. Knew not how to express my feelings. The poems and platitudes of wiser men, musings on sadness and loss, studied and memorized, and meaningless in the moment.
Silly boy. We are all powerless before such grief. Even now, try as I might, the words escape me. But in our hearts, we know. We always know.
Rip the homie.
I remember when you were young, how the lads teased you for choosing the company of books over others. Our moon didn't take kindly to that. Be nice to Urianger, she'd shout, and give them a walloping. No matter how many times we scolded her.
So we offered a suggestion. Rather than starting fights, why don't you be the bridge between Urianger and the others? She had to mull it over for a while. Arms crossed, brow furrowed in intense thought. But from that day on, she never let you be alone. She'd drag you outside to play, pepper you with endless questions, read the same books you read, all to try and understand you that much better. I'm sure it was annoying and exhausting at the time, but she only ever had the best of intentions.
And look at you now, at the center of the crowd. The reason there even is a crowd, having brought these people together. You've no idea how proud we are.
To see the boy, our daughter, trusted and believed in more than anyone, grow into the man she always knew he could be. I can see her in you too. Feel her. She walks with you wheresoever you go. So thank you, Urianger, for being who you are.
I think I can feel her too. The truth of her life. Not sorrow, but hope and love.
This moon breeder. She was important to him, wasn't she?
You could ask the man himself.
Oh, no. But watching this exchange reminds me how much I've yet to learn about your world. And its people.
You can live here your entire life and hardly learn a thing. And that's why it's too soon for this to end.
Oh, Zoe, be assured I am fine. I am. I was glad to see them too, after so very long. Glad Estilla was in your company. As difficult as it was to accept their kindness, it would have been far harder had I faced them alone. Hither and yarns. That is my gratitude for lending courage to the Loporits. Not disposed to the rest of their laurels, several of our guests elected to accompany my countrymen to their stations. Still come hither seeking counsel, may and aid them in need be. Are needed elsewhere, do not let me detain thee. Matter of fact, my chicken Alize saw her struggling to carry an enormous pile of boxes under the west gate. Go myself, don't know whose help she's less like to scorn. Not to mention that, much to my misfortune, I think of several other things I ought to be doing. Until later. Skee-bee-dee bop bop ba-da dee da do ba-da dee da do da 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 dee do. The lad in Labyrinthos. What am I to do? Adventure help the students about this, aren't you? My son seems to run away. Simply put, wife and I work in a poor habit I can see when we're living here in Charlotte Hamlet. Many sleepless nights wondering if we should quit our jobs and leave Labyrinthos. Trust the child to a friend of ours who dwells somewhere more suitable. Setting community work and raising the child here. Our research focused on the very future the offspring would inhabit. Magic prevents us from revealing anything confidential. It's too potent to be used on children. You allow the little one to roam freely, no telling what he might impart on to others. Entire life thus far within the confines of Charlotte Hamlet. The sight spat with him and decided to flee. Going after him would only make things worse. Just attacked him in my stead. I'm much more willing to listen to anyone other than his parents at this point. Like you, Ripple Lane, my boy. Plaza to the east. Cannot imagine he struck out any further on his own. Plaza to the east? I thought I had to go to the west. Oh. But still. Years a witch. The fish is from Charlotte, aren't you? You got a worldly look about you. To have journeyed far and wide. It's the farthest you've ventured. Another world. How is that meant to be a jest? The look on your face tells me you're serious. I should do nicely. Experienced traveler to say a prayer for me before I leave for Girabania. Do me the honor, the reactor operated by the tower to the south should have a lantern crystal prepared for that purpose. Ba-da-da-dee-da-doo-da-dee-dee-da-doo. What? Who are you? Hey! Bot Live viewers, EasyTwitch.com. You androids never stop, do you? No matter. I'll make you stop. Forever. Not going home so easily. I don't believe me either. Notice all that's not right in Labyrinthos. I can decide what I believe on my own. Thank you. Fine, I should tell you what I've seen. The color of the artificial light here changed recently. I'm sure most people haven't noticed. When you spend your whole life here, the difference is like night and day. Even so, no one will take me seriously when I bring it up because of my age. Got a big fight with father about it. And Labyrinthos is a danger. This is what happened to the artificial sun broke, so I can't go home just yet. I need to get to the bottom of this first. Well, I'm scared to venture outside on my own. Countless monsters out there. Suppose you come with me? Pay you. It's not much. Don't get money from my parents. I'll gladly take your money. Then it's settled. Money from children! Ha! Idiot! Skibidi-babadi, skibidi-badi-ba-da-ba-dee-doo. Yabba-dabba-dabba-doo. Here for the crystal? Gleaner. See all the luck they can get. Why live the darkness? It's the difference between life and death. Synonymous saith passage. Such becomes custom in recent days to view crystals inside with prayers for more seasoned traveler. The traveler is you. Face the crystal and pray for the safety of the traveler to be. Pray. Pray the lantern away. Pray the bunny boy away. Polly recently told me about the power of Aksha, concept taught in Razadhan. How it reacts to strong emotion. One method of praying to a crystal is a manifestation of that power. And that should about do it. With your luck, your prayers will help guide the gleaner safely through the perils of his journey. A lantern crystal for me? I have my thanks. Your prayer fueling its light, faith I'll keep it safe until I return. Now I depart for Garabania. Travels are successful as well as mine. Goodbye, friend. I hope I have enough experience to make it to 89. Aksha. Alley's A. What are you doing right here? Never mind, help me with the boxes. Friend was exciting a test. Are you sure? Appreciate the assistance. Get these to Apora. Time is short, of course, full of organic specimens and samples. Try to be too rough with them. I should be waiting with us when we arrive. I'll see you there. 3 minutes. Carrying an object in your arms, growing wearier with each passing second. If I have 3 minutes to complete the task, why is it a 3-minute buff? Everyone knows it counts. Well, actually, maybe not everyone knows that it counts down from the immediate 3 minutes. So it should say 2 minutes and then count down to the final minute, because that's how it works. That's the calculations. No, no. I can see. You make a good point. Now the crate's wonderful. Put that there with the others. Great job. And my gratitude. How do you become involved into this? Huh, I suppose I have Thancred to thank as well. But you want to why I was tasked to brew these blocks is abhorrent to begin with. So was I. Turns out there's a base of operations of sorts. Final say as to what's included in the ship's manifest can be found here. Father included, I suspect. That should be everything. Carried all that at once? Are you trying to injure yourself? Oh, hush. No lighter than they look. And everyone has your delicate arms. I suppose you should let someone know that we've finished. Theo Paulden is in the courtyard. You can report to him. Why don't you come along? You should get credit for your assistance, at least. Considering where we are, might even learn something interesting. Like the weather. It's raining indoors. This is blasphemy. Ba-dee-da-doo, gods, it never ends, doesn't it? Can I do for you? We've brought samples from Charlotte and Hamlet. Series 1 to 1 to 0. Crates out by the entrance. Thank you, I had expected. One of my colleagues, but we're all dreadfully short-handed. Well, you're fortunate, Alice children, are you not? Alphino and Alize at your service. You're well acquainted with Father, I take it. Quite, I've been friends with the parents of the days at the studio. I remember when you were a year wanting to do all there. Quite some time since we last met. It was good to see you again, wielding your father's no less. You knew our parents when we were young. What were they like? Pray, spare no detail. Should like to think better than to regale you. Like nothing more than regale you. Then to be in charge here, or almost the paperwork want for submission. I can help with that. Exchange are the sort of stories our parents would never willingly divulge, of course. Very well. There'll be 3 sets of documents needed delivery. Just take each one. 1. 2. Wait right there. Find a foreign representative waiting to collect these near the southernmost structure. I'm gonna keep them waiting too long. Never mind, Alphino and Alize. Certainly will be back soon enough. Southernmost structure? You don't say. Mayor, one of the styles of the Seventh Dawn? We work on the Ether burner. Yo, check this out. Theo Paladin's paperwork. I mean, to where he misplaced his quill. Appreciate your help in seeing the documents at my hands at last. For your other task, keep this between us, until it'll help you Scion succeed. The Exodus is, without a doubt, the most monumental undertaking in the history of the Forum. It must be circumspect in all respects. Risks and privilege we cannot afford ourselves. All is hard, however. Charlotte has ever been a nation of the curious. To be tragedy indeed if we were the ones to smite your pursuit of the truth. Goes back into inaccessible building. They do inaccessible things. Quick and efficient. Dare say you have a talent for this work. Twins papers only need to be delivered to elsewhere in the facility. Returning any moment. And then we'll get some embarrassing stories from their college. When we return, a scrap of paperwork remaining in our persons, you will note. Both have my thanks. And my apologies for sending you on an errand far below your ambitions. Even as a babe, you struggled out of your swaddling clothes, and that's quite enough of that, thank you. It's compromising stories of our parents we had asked to hear, to reiterate. Of course. I've known your father so long, he must have something. As you know, part why I love your name garners such respect in Charlotte is your family's storied history. You too can trace your ancestry directly to those who came aboard New Kip's Hope, a lineage few can claim. I never thought much of it myself, as our forebears founded our nation, simply there when it happened. Nevertheless, traditionally been a point of pride. That's why New Kip's pronouncement, renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason, has ever been our family's creed. To the grandfather's time, eh? Archon Louis Swell looked not to Nimkip's words, but his deeds. He asserted in defiance of his peers that choosing to save the great and the small from the rising tides is the true mark of our founder's virtue. Perhaps it was his expertise, his knowledge of ancient prophecy and the fall of civilizations that led him to conclude that the eschewed conflict at every turn was to consign mankind to his doom. There will be conflict, calamity will follow. Thus, to ignore the plight of woes one can conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. Remember his words well indeed. Yours well, indeed! Archon Louis Sois lived by that personal creed, used every means at his disposal to bring succor to those in need. Surely, or no. No one loved and admired your grandfather more than his son. Yet Fortunato could not reconcile Louis Sois' deeds with the philosophy of their forebears and his peers, a philosophy in which he believed so fervently made a pariah of his father. Fortunato agonized over the contradiction for much of his life. Father! His son may carry his father's blood, but his choices are his own to bear. Is it not always thus? Gods know Fortunato is a cranky old goat. Sure, you butt heads often enough. Yet so, he must know you are consistently in his thoughts, every moment of every day. No exaggeration in the slightest. You should have seen him when you were born. Barely recognizable he was. Kind of dumbfounded grin I've not seen since he first took a fancy to your mother. Practically skipping when he told me the news. Take my word for it. He loves you in an embarrassing degree. Embarrassing. He's also frustratingly single-minded. Just decided a given action is for the best. Stay the course no matter what or who or what opposes him. A profoundly annoying habit when you're on the other end of it. I'm sure you'll agree. Skibidi-bop. I'll say, thank you for your insight. Next to meet our parents, I should mention that we spoke. Try not to get into too much trouble now. I need the forum on my side. Speaking of which, we're getting back. Make sure the specimens you brought me make it to the proper places. Cranky old goat will have my hide. We can speak again later. Hail, you three! Graha, surely Kokol hasn't driven you out of the forge already. For better or for worse, no. You sent me a task that requires more than my single pair of hands, and here you are. Could use at least one of you, but I won't object to more. Fortunately, Alize and I have prior commitments. We delayed too long as it is. What about you, Zoe? Could you spare the time? Perfect. This shouldn't take long. Once forged. Unspecific. In the event that our, and I quote, promise to have a bit of adamant falls right out of the bloody sky into my lap. Master Cola wishes to be ready for the proverbial hammer to the anvil at a moment's notice. To fabricate these parts, however, he needs the flames of the coals forged to burn hotter, simply to increase the amount of ether being funneled into his furnaces. The flow of fire expected ether in Labyrinthos is regulated by an elemental reactor south of here, which I have borrowed the key. The adjustments will require 2 people to carry out safely, but I can explain the process when you arrive. This is the right part, then. See you and Charlotte handle it once the Ammonite arrives, if not before. This way, then. It literally is pre-Mount Golg. Pre-Mount Golg session. I'm catching up in the story. I am losing my mind to the story. I love the story so much. I cannot wait to see what happens next. The reactor's housed in the facility. We're the one to go inside and just to fire out their output. When I do, a rather large amount of water-aspected ether will issue from the vent at the top. Expect this to attract at least a few elementals, and both running out drawn to the reactor itself. Trust me. If you put down any that draw too near, they'll pose you a little trouble, I'm sure. I will crush. You'll hear, you would? $420. 420. 420. Burning? Did everything go smoothly out here? I thought as much. No major complications to speak of inside either. And when the water appears to be ventilating properly, I expect Cole will have seen a difference in his forge flames by the time I return. Since I have you, there is another matter I thought to discuss with you. Nothing terribly important, merely something I've been considering. Part of this I shared with everyone, yet you and only you have I been to Elpis. As we have established, refined adamantite is a product of Alleg, of the Empire's twilight years in fact. A material which saw much use as part of the Alexicans' efforts to extend beyond the bounds of this world. Dalamund, of course, being the most prominent. Of those who would push further, expand Allegan's empire to encompass the heavens and the stars above, Perhaps the greatest was the infamous technologist, Ammon. I believe he had his own reasons. There's no evidence to suggest he retained memories of his former life. He only joined the Ascians once the Empire was all but dust, as you know. Without his memory, though, what drove him to pursue the idea with such fervor? It may seem far-fetched. What if souls, like minds, have a personality, so to speak, a natural disposition towards which they are inclined? We know the relative certainty it was gross decadence and inexorable decline of Alig that moved Ammon to resurrect Emperor Xande. The Empire's people spoke lightly of death and destruction, experimenting on those they deemed beneath them to fill the emptiness in their hearts. In facilitating Xande's return, Ammon provided these languid souls with the means to free themselves from the mire of their own indolence. Or would have, had Xande been convinced by his own death that life itself was meaningless. Ammon's desire for his countrymen to conquer the heavens could only be a means to the same end, to instill the people with new purpose. Like Hermes before him, Ammon was appalled by how those around him lived. He could never bring himself to believe that those lives were devoid of meaning. And both of them sought that meaning, that hope, in the distant stars. Such is my theory, anyway. Ultimately, the consequences of their actions which matter. Their motives are of no moment. And yet, to reach those stars on wings of adamite, to traverse the ends of creation and beyond, and the promise of hope everlasting, that much I do understand. Well, enough musing for now. Why don't we see how Cole is getting on? Bum 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 bum. I haven't even seen the center. The gooey center. About, behold, a glimpse of things to come. Chest pains. Ugh. Oi! Ooh, I can feel those flames buzzing from here. Glad you found someone capable, Graha. Not much left for you lot to do. Unless you can conjure that refined adamant any faster. Bonds of adamantite. I do trust to deliver on your promise, I do. Only, I hate waiting. I want the adamantite and I want it now! We share your impatience, I assure you. There's really nothing else we can assist with in the meantime. I wish. This sitting about's unbearable. People form frowns and recreational explosions. Well, as long as I can't prove it was premeditated. Get you gone, I have mistakes to make. In that case, suppose you should go and return the key to the reactor. One more look in case to make sure nothing's gone wrong, unintentionally or otherwise. Certainly better uses for your time, however. I'm throwing in Charlotte and Hamlet Anna. Wait at the destination. This Lalafell is going to blow up things for enjoyment. I think I should hang with him. If you wait here, companions are bound to turn up sooner or later. I guess I will.
All set, I take it?
Haven't seen you two around.
We finished what we could. Delivered supplies, tracked down escaped animals. Trivial tasks as they may be.
That's enough, don't you think? If there was anything more important still undone, that would be a problem in itself.
The vessel is essentially ready for departure. All that remains is to load the final batch of supplies and see everyone on board. Once we've readied the ether burner, that is.
Ah, had a feeling we might find you all here.
Our consultations with the Loperites, too, have run their course. Pleased I am to say that our researchers' concerns have for the most part been allayed, though some insist on making adjustments to the very end. For their part, Livingway and her peers have graciously offered to stay and keep the people company, lest any lingering queries go unanswered.
All that remains is to wait for the refined adamantite.
Alphino, are you there? It's me, Cryo.
Speak
Your
the devil?
special delivery has arrived.
Speak the devil!
Round up everyone and come to the harbor at once.
Speak of the devil.
Ha!
Let us go at once.
Forgive the intrusion, Master Fortuner. I bring urgent news. A great commotion has broken out in Scholar's Harbor. Your presence is requested with all speed.
Now, where might this delivery be? Oh.
Yo! Yo!
I'm sure it's very important, but we cannot accept these without the proper permits.
By the 12! Surely, these can't all be.
The whole gang! The Sky Pirates! Woo!
Bleeding.
Everyone's here!
They're bringing them by sea and by air. All these folks in these crates.
And more on the way. Got your adamantite right here. A bigger haul than any of these sorry bastards brought, and that's no lie.
Yes, because you were charged with seeing the shipments from Gridania and Uldar here, along with your own. Give credit where credit is due.
Sounds like the sorry whingy of a sore loser. An hypocrite to boot. Ain't no way a scrawny whelp like you took a dozen steps inside a Dalamant shard.
I'll have you know, I went all the way to the entrance. It was my contacts that enabled us to enlist the cooperation of the Sky Pirates.
Left you outside so you wouldn't get anyone killed, did they? Well then, credit where credit's due, you did a right fine job sitting on your ass.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
My, what a grand welcome party.
Hancock and Saraban.
We come bearing relics both sacred and elegant, as well as a few other gifts that may be of help, to be presented with best wishes from the Eastern Alliance. Our friends in Bosnia, for instance, have sent along a few artifacts for the brave allies of the Resistance. That's you. And we've brought a number of items from Eureka as well, courtesy of our hard-working expedition members.
I myself have come with a sacred relic of Rayson Temple. 'Twas passing fortunate that Senri's dango craving brought us to Kugane. We arrived precisely as Hancock was making his arrangements.
Nice!
Upon learning of your need, we made haste back to Hell's Lid, with our dango, never fear, and consulted with the other auspices. All consented to the lending of Tenzin's legendary Phoenix Blade for this noble cause.
Yeah.
Suzaku and Seiryu were nevertheless worried that it might be lost in transit, however, and insisted upon accompanying me to Onokoro, where I had intended to entrust it to our Confederate allies.
How the hell would this conversation go if I ever did Four Lords? I don't want to know.
Over to Hancock when we chanced to cross paths yet again. But alas, Seiryu remained ill at ease, and ordered me see the blade into your hands personally, or die trying.
We did, of course, need quite the impressive vessel to get it all here in time. Fortunately, our majestic associates have been more than helpful. 'Tis an honor to join the Warrior of Light on another adventure, they tell me.
That is all wonderful to hear, but what of the extraordinary cost? I shudder to think of the ransom we must pay for such a bounty.
Fret not for your coin purse, young Alphino. Lord Lolorito looks ever towards the profits of the future, and thus the East Aldenard Trading Company went to some lengths to reduce the financial liability. And since the Scions funded the entire venture, not a gill need be rendered up in compensation. Everything is already yours.
We funded the venture? When?
Don't let the name fool you. This coin keeper knows a thing or two about spending. When it comes to capital investiture, a sprinkling of gil here and there will not do. You need enough savings to make waves when it really counts, which is why frugality is paramount. We also had the benefit of a generous patron. Generous being rather an understatement. She has supported us from the shadows since the very founding of the Scions. We even had coffers to fill.
MILF!
Mother!
Amelians.
That's how you pronounce it!
I remain, of course, an entirely neutral party. I simply thought our family's coffers were needlessly full. We can hardly take them with us on your teeny-tiny toy boat, now can we? And would be ashamed to leave all that hard-earned wealth unspent. Waste not.
However did you manage so much in so short a time, then? We expected word to reach only a fraction of our allies.
Did I not tell you I have my ways?
Erenville, you were involved too.
I received a letter from Cryo after we parted ways in Labyrinthos. She explained what the Scions were trying to accomplish, and why you might soon require the services of the Gleaners, spread across the world as we are. I pray you do not interpret this as a betrayal of Charlie. I accept that the Forum's aim in pushing us to our limits was to preserve what knowledge we have, and I bear you no ill will for it. Yet, In collecting that knowledge, what I came to appreciate most about our star is that there remains so much we do not know. That is why I chose to help the Scions. To combat the obliteration of those countless undiscovered wonders. I held no illusions that they would be less demanding taskmasters. Though, rest assured, if I had, I would have been sorely disappointed. To make a long story short, the whole of the guild ship cooperated to ensure your call was heard far and wide.
Yeah!
What's this about a ship that can fly to the moon? And why didn't you mention it sooner? The one time you don't beg my aid, your problem's a bloody ship that can fly to the moon.
See it? You brought the team.
Of course. Garland Ironworks' finest. You need only point us towards my new favorite ship.
Let's go!
Oh, I nearly forgot. We stopped by Whirlid before coming here and picked up a package from Gaius. He's still of the mind that actions make for better penance than words, contrite or otherwise, so we offer none of the latter. What he sent is an Allegan relic Valens used in his weapons experiments. Has a fair bit of refined adamantite in it, too.
As you like us not suspect, we've also brought adamantite for Mordona's Dalamud shard. I admit to some consternation upon first receiving Kryl's message. So few Scions remain at the Rising Stones now. Far too few for such an expedition. However, the Gleaners were able to secure us reinforcements. Idleshire's treasure hunters, not least among them. I know. How the Gobbyflock fought. Slowfix's gratitude for the safe return of his daughter has not waned, and he gathered his kin to our side with an astounding quickness.
Hell yeah!
The clash between their machina and the Allegan defences was a sight to behold. I wager even you would have been impressed by the magnitude of the Gobby booms.
Such payoff!
Fascinating as all this is, I fail to see how it explains your presence here. Does Razat not have more pressing concerns?
We do. Yet averting the final days would be the most expedient solution. That, and I am indebted to you. Though they chose to take their leave of Thavnair, those you saved in Galimund remain my people. My gratitude is beyond words. 'Tis appropriate that I aid you in kind. If in the doing we bring salvation to others of this star, so much the better. You will recall that I spoke of my father, Midgard Summer, and his journey across the great expanse. As he traveled betwixt the stars, his resplendent scales drank of the ether in those nigh empty surrounds, and imparted to him the strength to persevere. Thinking they might further your cause, I called out to my kin for consent. Ajdaya's answer was silence, as ever.
Never met him.
Tiamat and Chris-Velgre, however, responded favorably to the suggestion.
Nice.
My sire, too, stirred from his slumber long enough to speak and say, "Very well." Thus have I brought you his own worm scales.
Woo!
Fit them to your purpose, and seek a worthier fate for us all.
You'd be hard-pressed to find someone else so familiar with the unique properties of dragon scales. So I invited myself along.
Look at me, this is so unbelievable. I've gone right back round to believing it again. Get a 6% gain in efficiency. With all these goodies, we could get 7, no, 10, no, 14 bleeding percent. Think of how far we could go. What we could do with that much power. What we could blow up.
If Kokol is duly convinced, then it must be true. In which case, the science end of the bargain has been fulfilled. Would you not agree?
Yeah.
Yes, Father?
I know not what you seek of Hydaelyn, nor for what purpose you would take command of our ship. Yet this much is certain. To do so will be to dictate the fate of this star and the lives upon it. The lives of each and every creature, in their magnitude and their fragility. Do you understand? And are you prepared?
We have seen and we have felt how much each life shapes this world. And so we are determined to abandon none. We understand what is at stake, and we are prepared to bear this burden.
Then I will bear it with you. I beg you, share your struggles with me, as family. You grasped my fingers with such tiny hands the day you were born. I thought my heart might burst. 'Twas love and happiness beyond expression. Overwhelming. And a conviction so powerful that I trembled with something close to rage. I had heard the final days foretold. I swore to myself then and there that I would not let them steal your futures. The great exodus would succeed, must succeed. No sacrifice or sin was worse than the alternative. If anything gave me pause, 'twas mine own father. The Archon Louisoix openly decried Charlene's policies, a perspective which I regarded with increasing disdain as I grew older. Yet even as part of me thought him a fool. Perhaps I also hoped that he, of all people, would devise a brilliant means to save my children. A naive hope, but stubborn enough that I could never bring myself to keep you apart. No, that was his doing, when he perished at Cartano, as we pulled that twisted slab of Dalamud from the sea. I remembered the warmth of your newborn touch. Chastened, I vowed never again to suffer any interference in my mission to protect you. No matter that you yourselves wished otherwise. Detest me, fight me tooth and nail, I would suffer it, and more, and be satisfied so long as I could force you onto the ship. I was wrong. You two have grown so much stronger and so much wiser than I dared dream. You have earned the right to walk your own path, and already begun to do so.
Good. Because there are things we care about, and people we love, and none of them is replaceable. Not a one.
It cannot have been an easy journey for you to have come so far.
We shall be glad to acquaint you with the finer details someday, once this danger has passed. All that we have seen and heard, that we have felt and learned in our travels. Ours is not a kind world, but it is beautiful. Always.
Oh no. Are you quite sure that's wise? After all, someone turns pale and flees the room when he sees so much as an envelope containing word of your adventures. Whatever will happen if he learns what you were really up to?
Amelians.
Ha ha ha!
Though I have wronged my children most gravely, I owe you an apology as well. I assumed that it was the Scion's influence that made them so keen to charge headlong into danger. Yours, in particular.
Maybe.
I see now that said influence instead brought them together with the many fine people gathered here today. In which case, I hope you continue to guide them.
If we finish loitering about the harbor, might I suggest we put our plans into motion? People are beginning to look confused.
Oh, straight up saying the cutscene's getting too long.
You can spare a few words ere they resume the tedious lugging of cargo. You have no small number of friends and admirers here, after all.
As soon as I select this dialogue option. The song! Yes! With me!
Your assistance is appreciated. Now, in an orderly fashion, if you please.
Finally managed to clear the harbor, which means the rest is the engineer's capable hands. Meanwhile, Father has just wished an invitation. As was agreed, we'll reveal the means by which Heidelman may be contacted. Meet him in the Aporia when we are ready. Given the vital knowledge she holds, just we leave without delay. It transpires, however, the Forum's method for speaking with her is not without risks. Curious to hear what those might entail. But regardless, be warned. Most of those who arrived with the adamantite offer to stay and see any remaining tasks need doing. Forum has already asked for my assistance overseeing the process. Needn't worry about a thing. Thank you, Totaro. We're off to Aphora then. Good bean. So, I've already shown the others inside. You will want to speak with Clarine. She has the key to the lift and can send you down after me. We're going in. You're Master Fortune now, yes? Step inside the lift here. Oh my god, this is still the same quest. Wow! It's a lot bigger down here! Huh. Here we proceed to the heart of Labyrinthos. It's the most closely guarded secret. Thalmazine marks the beginning and end of our efforts. Once we deliver to seek guidance of the star, and whence we will embark on our journey to the heavens. This way, if you please. It's so big down here! Whoa! Oh! Wow, 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 wow! That's no Dorito! That's no Dorito! That's Omni Dorito! Wow! I bid you welcome to Thalmazine. Direct your attention toward its center to behold the ark over which we have long labored. As you can see, it was designed as a medium-sized craft, better to reduce fuel consumption. Miniaturizing magics have been applied to its interior to ensure that the thrust-to-weight ratio does not place too greatly a limitation on its freight capacity. The ether burner, as you know, has been removed for further modification, but we shall reattach it soon enough. Seaver, the Catoll, and several of your allies are working on it with intense fervor. They sure to see it done. It was by their expertise that many a prior disaster was averted. If anything, I fear they will not afford us much time for speaking with Hydaelyn ere they finish. Point taken. Let's move on. Must warn you again, however, even with the benefit of our device, to treat with her is not a simple feat. And what is that simple feat? I've done what I can to impress upon you the gravity of what lies ahead. Are you prepared? I'm ready. Be da da do dee dee da dee. Be da dee da dee da skee da dee. Yes. Dum 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 ba dum dum ba dum dum dum. bum 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 ba dun 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 ba dun 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 ba dun 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 ba dun 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 bum ba ba da ba ba da 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 dun 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 ba da 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 ba bam bam ba da 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 da. Ah!
Heed me. These are children of Statman. I can do If this is the only way, I shall silence the beasts of the air. Pray continue onward.
Bum 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 ba bum ba da ba ba da ba 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 ba. I'm loving it. Ba 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 da ba da ba 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 da ba ba da ba da ba. Let's go. Ah, damn it! How many times am I gonna forget? Confeteer!
What is this vile presence I sense? The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
Chop, 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 chop. Bum 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 bum. End of the line. How fitting that there. One's called Horror, the three Reapers. Weepers. They swarm. Uh-oh. Oh. Whew. Ayora. Oh, those buffs! Hippo! 5! Alright. Make a lift for the center of this chamber. Come. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, we refer to as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same. Thus, the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in Thamazine. No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began to work on this facility. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Heidelin's ever fainter echoes. The Itoscope. We communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the Seventh Emerald Calamity, it's been rare to even hear her whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the standard of the star than we ever dared, beyond the Itoscope. Even so, I make no guarantee you will find her, nor of your safety, not so deep in the ethereal sea. We understand that if we are to deliver this world, we have no choice but to try. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Itoscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves at hazard, lies above us. Through it we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, I'll recall you with teleportation magics. To that end, it would be best if one familiar with the composition of your souls remained here to assist with aiding said risk. Otherwise, an increased probability that we'll extract you too early or too late. Please allow me. I had thought upon this much, and in truth, do not believe I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events at the Tower of Babel drained me, yes. Even before that, your capabilities far outstripped my own. This is no kind of a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much you may wish you were otherwise. If I assist in the manner of Master Fortune as laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust me to do so? I think none I trust more. Compared to all the effort you put into keeping us alive while our souls were on the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether in a single expedition, I'd oppose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. Hee hee hee. You flatter me, but rest assured I'll keep a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past referred to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. It is embraced in its memory. It is in its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what are those memories? Few think to ask what becomes of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time, those associated with strong sentiment in particular. In those depths, memories of the departed may ever coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus I do caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up once more. The itoscope. The itoscope. And now, I rest. We're ready for some bedtime. There. That was for you, Matt. The itoscope. Woo! I think I'll just log it back in when I'm done with work. Seems like a good idea. The itoscope. Well, that's all I have for me. Ooh, I love this game. Next session, end the game. The final leveling dungeon, the next trial, and then... conclusion. That's gonna be fantastic. But alas, it is time to sleep. What a meaty story. Delicious. Woo! Until then, good night, everybody.